This story began with the fact that our main character was in a hurry somewhere and, unfortunately, did not even have time to reach his desired destination. And our main character's name was Chu Yul. This story was about operators in a big city, and Chu Yul was one of them. While he was running, another cameraman asked him if he had gotten there yet. To which he replied that no, but he was almost there and therefore asked not to escalate the situation. After it seemed to him that he was already there, he asked another operator to clarify the location. He in turn identified it and said that the direction was 2 o'clock, 50 meters away, and at an altitude of 80 meters. Chu Yul asked if it was on the roof, to which the other operator replied that yes, and that it was on the roof of a high-rise building. He also asked me to hurry up, as the energy was increasing very quickly. Chu Yul told him that he should have been warned about the height in advance. He answered him that he himself knew that it was impossible to determine the exact location until he was close enough to the place. As it turned out, it was already a block further and beyond their jurisdiction. He further asked permission if he could request support from the neighboring area, to which the other operator replied that everything that happens outside their area of responsibility does not interest them, to which he said that they are absolutely useless. Another operator was surprised and asked if he had that opinion about her. He didn't answer her, but asked how much time he had. She replied that it would take about 5 minutes, and that this would be enough, and if the rise to each floor would take no longer than 10 seconds, then it would be fine. He asked what about the elevators. She replied that the electronics do not work in the gate opening area, but every cloud has a silver lining, which means that she won't have to listen to his rattling voice either. Next, she asked what floor he was on. He told her that there was no difference and asked what class the gate was. But when he got to the gate, he saw them and realized that it looked like they were Class B. But something was clearly wrong with them, and the energy from them was still increasing. Next, he thought that the gate would reach rank A, which would be difficult for him to handle alone, despite the fact that he was no longer a beginner. He further noticed that the gate had already reached A class, but at the same time, it continued to increase. He tried to ask Soso something else, but was faced with the problem that his connection had disappeared. And then he thought that this was a problem, because it was too late to seal it, and he wondered if he would be the only one to cope with this. He also thought that if the rank of the gate was high, then the offices of other districts would be obliged to send reinforcements, and that he only needed to hold out. But suddenly, he noticed that the gate was closing on its own, and that he couldn't be so late. And this could only mean, in his opinion, that someone should already be in place who had passed through the gate. But at some point, he saw a box that definitely wasn't there before and couldn't have been. He walked over and opened the box, where he saw a letter, the contents of which stated that he was working hard for the good of this world, and therefore he was asked to enjoy this clipping as a small compensation for all his efforts. Operator Soso asked, upon detecting the appearance of a connection from Chu Yul, whether he was alive. He answered positively to her question and asked if she hoped that he would already be dead as a result of this task. Soso said in response that she was not joking and asked what was wrong with the gate, to which he replied that he did not observe any energy and added that the one who moved through the gate had already disappeared. Soso said she had already called for backup, and Chu Yul wondered who the person who passed through the gate was, and also thought about the fact that the next day he would receive a very large number of complaints in his direction. He further thought that the man knew about the existence of the task force, but did not show hostility in the least, and continued to jump back and forth between worlds, which seemed very strange to Chu Yul. Next, Soso asked Chu Yul what gift the man left this time, to which he responded by asking if she was no longer interested in anything, to which she replied that last time it was delicious. Chu Yul said that he would throw everything away. He also told her if she knew that all otherworldly objects must be delivered to the headquarters, to which Soso laughed, and that was the end of the day. Arriving home, Ma-son discovered something very strange in his apartment. Everything on the shelves had been rearranged slightly to different places. He also looked in the refrigerator and realized that yesterday everything in the refrigerator was completely different, and that this was quite suspicious because no one lived in the apartment except him. After checking all the products, he realized that there was clearly much less milk and juice than there was the last time he put them there, and this amount decreased by about half a glass. He further noticed that several eggs also seemed to be missing. Vienna salad and gnocchi from the freezer have also decreased, and in general, there was less of everything in a small amount. Although not everything has disappeared, it's not particularly pleasant. Then, after far from the first day of such events, he suddenly realized that at some point, he thought that his corn was taking off, but now he is sure that every day there are fewer and fewer products. And then suddenly a brilliant idea came to him. He decided to note the amount of contents in the bottles and count all the products. And accordingly, after this idea arose, he began to look for a pen in order to put all this into practice. Having found the pen, he also found huge utility bills next to it, and did not quite understand how it could happen that at some point such huge amounts of money began to come due. He took a closer look and became frightened, wondering why the electricity and water supply had cost him so much. After all, he never checked this, because he did not suspect that such a thing could exist at all. At this point, he decided to find and check the accounts for the past 2 months, and comparing them with current accounts, he saw that the total amount was getting larger and larger, and wondered whether it was because of the increased taxes that everything had risen so sharply. But after examining everything in detail, he realized that something was definitely wrong here. Then he even thought that perhaps his meter was broken, and that he should call the building manager or directly the supplier's company. But sitting down on the sofa, he suddenly discovered that the sofa seemed warm to him. And then he thought that even though it was hot today, he couldn't get that hot, and he thought that he wasn't stressing himself out in vain. At some point, he even thought that it was quite possible that he was possessed by a ghost. But the strangeness didn't end there. He then noticed something else. Further, he noticed that he had not been at home for quite a long time, but the watering can was dripping in the shower, as if it had recently been turned off, and he heard the smell of powder from the washing machine, as if the washing machine had recently been washed. He also saw women's clothing, which clearly could not have appeared anywhere in his possession. He wondered why these clothes were drying in his apartment, because he saw them for the first time in his life. He also noticed a scarf and wondered where it came from, because he would never buy anything like that, and didn't even plan to buy anything like that. Then he thought about the fact that he was still going crazy. After all, if this is not so, then this can only mean one thing, that it is an invisible man living in his house all the time. Then he thought that this makes absolutely no sense, and most likely there is a reasonable explanation for this, and he needs to think about it a little more. And while he was thinking about the strange events with his apartment, he completely forgot about time. But even though he was already late for work, he still decided to make notes and remember what, how much, and in what places, because he still hadn't done it. A little later, he came up with the idea that it would be much easier to photograph all this. He photographed everything and left the house, thinking that even if he didn't believe his eyes, at least he would have evidence of what happened before and after. After Ma Song left, a girl came out who had been hiding somewhere all this time and thought that at some point she might even get caught, and thought that from now on she should be more careful, just not to attract his attention. Then she thought about what she should do, and how could it be that she completely forgot that she had washed her things and hung them up to dry. But I also thought that if I took them now, he would definitely pay attention to it. She didn't know what to do. Arriving at school, he asked one of his classmates what the clothes he photographed looked like. She told him that she had never worn anything like this, to which he said that no one was offering her to wear such a thing, and that he was just asking. She further replied that it was difficult to say for sure, but she had clearly never seen anything like this in shopping centers. He said that it was still clearly a woman's thing, and asked if she was sure that she had never come across anything like it anywhere. She told him that most likely it even looked like part of cosplay, and also asked if he had already looked for something about it on the internet. He replied that he tried, but mostly images from fantasy games and the like pop up. Then she asked him a bunch of questions: why he needed this, why he was so interested in it, whether he had found a girlfriend without her knowledge, and much more. To which he answered negatively and thought that he was a fool himself for asking her this. The girlfriend then continued to ask if his new girlfriend liked such things. He said that everything was wrong and asked her to forget about it. But their conversation was interrupted by a boy who came up to them and said that they were so lively today. He also asked Ma Sung if he would have time after school. A friend asked him if he was tired of it. To which he replied that of course he was tired, but nothing could be done about it, and that his job was simply to inform him, and then he himself decided whether to go. The friend further added that he would wait in the same place that they had already discussed, and when leaving he said that he should not talk later about the fact that he had not conveyed anything. After all, not even a month has passed since last time, and Ma Song wondered if it would be easier to transfer. The friend asked that even if he said so, he was still going to go. Ma Song replied that if he didn't go, it would only add to the headache, so yes. She asked if he wanted to tell him where it would be, to which he answered her that of course not. That's why they had to change the place, because last time she was watching him. At the meeting place, one of the boys said that they had not seen each other for a long time and asked how life was. Ma Song replied that she would be much better off without him, to which the first one told him not to worry, because today was the last time they would see each other. To which the friend said that he had said this so many times that he had already lost count, and a friend asked them if they were ready, then could they start already? Ma Song replied that he could simply admit defeat and his friend would witness his victory, to which the friend told Ma Song that he himself repeats himself from time to time, and he added that if there wasn't even a scratch on him, then no one would even believe him. To which Ma Song asked the other when he would calm down. Another replied that people still think that Ma Song is a hooligan, and until they stop thinking about it, until then, according to him, he will continue all this. Ma Song asked if this was a common thing in Busan. Then he told him to forget about it, and that he was no longer interested in it for a long time, and that he was tired of repeating it to him. Another replied that he could repeat as much as he wanted, but others thought differently. And he added that so far everyone thinks that Ma Song is a step above him. Ma Song suggested that after that they just end it quickly and disperse, because he was already tired of it. Another replied that this behavior only made him angrier, and they started to fight. Ma Song said that he doesn't care who says what or where, and that he will definitely beat him another time. At that time, my friend had already recorded 12 defeats in all 12 fights. Ma Song apologized to the other for not letting him finish, and Ma Song also told another that he is not as good as he thinks. The friend also told Ma Song that this was a new record, and that he was able to win in 1 minute and 12 seconds, and he added that he was curious why he always defended himself. To which he replied that it was not obvious that he could simply claim that it was self-defense. A friend told him it didn't look like self-defense at all, to which Ma Song asked if it really looks like this. And he added that in this case there was no reason to take the blow, but in his opinion his fist became a little heavier and it looked like his opponent was working hard beforehand. Next, he asked his friend if he carried towels with him, to which he replied that he did not wear anything like that. And while his friend was trying to find something to wipe himself with, Ma Song found a handkerchief in his pocket, which he apparently stuffed on the machine and wiped himself with it. While wiping with a handkerchief, Ma Song said that he didn't know whose it was, but it was at his house. Ma Song told his friend that he was going home and asked him to take care of his rival for his sake, to which the friend agreed. At some point, a man appeared and saw Ma Song walking and thought whether it was Mana. Ma Song, meanwhile, thought that he would just have to knock out his opponent next time because he had let him hit him so many times. He also thought that he would not want a bruise to remain on his face after the blow, but to his surprise, the place of the blow did not hurt, and he did not understand how this could be, because the blow was quite strong. The man, meanwhile, thought that Ma Song seemed to be an ordinary person, but in that case, where he was from, he became very interested, and he really wanted to find out by any means and ways, and began to follow him accordingly. Meanwhile, at Ma Song's house, the girl walked around the house and thought why she couldn't erase the mark. She wanted to drink a glass of juice, or at least half a glass of juice, but for this, she really needed to erase the mark. She really wanted to get the juice, but suddenly she heard that Ma Song had already returned. She didn't even notice how such a fairly large amount of time had passed so quickly, and she still couldn't erase the mark. Arriving home and walking in, he thought how hungry he was, and yet he didn't seem to be particularly tense. He thought that he could cook it as soon as possible, but suddenly he noticed something strange. He saw the juice and remembered that he had not left it in the place where he found it. But I also thought that maybe he was in such a hurry that he forgot to put it back after marking it, because this could very well happen. And he could have put the bottle back in its place, but suddenly he discovered that someone was trying to erase his mark and it didn't quite work out. And after that, he understood for sure that someone really lived with him, and he began to call whoever it was, thinking that the one who lived with him was as if trying to erase the line in order to eat him up again. He asked him to immediately come out and show himself. And suddenly from behind him, he heard a voice asking him if he had discovered anything. It was the voice of the same man who saw him on the street. He went on to say that he was, after all, not quite an ordinary person, that he was not mistaken about this. In response, Ma Song turned around, and noticing the man, was afraid of him. After that, he asked him how long he had been standing behind him, and how long he had been parasitizing in his home, wasting electricity and water supply as if they were free, and added that because of him, he had significantly exceeded the budget. The man asked him what he was talking about. After which, Ma Song thought that he had made a mistake, because the clothes hanging were women's, which he asked the man about. He further asked what was going on at his house while he was away, and he also added whether he really had been living with an invisible man all this time, and wondered what kind of creepy man he was. The man looked at the clothes and realized that they looked like elven clothes, and his intuition clearly did not let him down. Then he asked someone who was hiding to show up, a man who said that he knew that someone besides him was still hiding somewhere. Ma Song was still surprised that there was someone else hiding in his house besides the man he saw. The girl came out and asked Ma Song how he was able to bring with him the man who forced her to come out. She also said that in the end, she really didn't want to get involved with people from this world, but that's what happened. Ma Song looked at the girl who came out, and she seemed to him the same as the one he saw in the fantasy game, and thought that her hair, ears, and in general, her appearance looked like an elf, and he wondered if she was an elf. He went on to ask if the same elves from the games and movies actually exist in reality. He further wondered if elves were not a noble race. He further told her that she was secretly living in someone else's house, stealing other people's food, and that therefore she did not in any way resemble an elf in his opinion. The elf answered him that elves also need to eat, and that he is stingy, and that elves eat no less than people. She also added that one should not say such offensive things so unceremoniously. But he was suddenly interrupted by a man who stabbed him with a knife from the side of his back, and told him to shut up immediately, as he was tired of listening to it. He further said that he had more important things to do than listen to some pathetic bastards in the form of people in his opinion. The elf asked him what he had done, and why harm the inhabitants of this world. To which the man asked, since when does it matter, when dozens or even hundreds of people go missing every day? He also said that no one would bat an eyelid if a few more people disappeared. Meanwhile, Ma Song was thinking about what happened, and why warmth was spreading through his chest. He even wondered if he had been pierced through with a knife. He still didn't understand why he couldn't move, and when he saw something red, he wondered if it was blood. The man, meanwhile, told the elf that perhaps she still does not know the main reason why he appeared in the human world. The elf ordered him to stand and asked him what he was planning to do with her. At that time, Ma Sun's consciousness was gradually fading, and suddenly he woke up in his room on the bed and wondered what was happening to him. He clearly remembered that he was stabbed with a knife, but his chest did not hurt. At some point, he even thought that it was all a dream, and to finally make sure of everything, he went to check all the marks and food remains. And noticing that everything remained in place, he decided that it was some kind of strange dream. After checking the refrigerator, he seemed to calm down, but not completely. Seeing a bottle of juice, he suddenly realized that this was not a dream after all, and asked the elf to come out and show herself as soon as possible. But no one came out this time. He thought that the elf continued to play hide and seek, and in order to lure her out, he promised to order them pizza if she did come out. Meanwhile, I thought what kind of game he was talking about and that he didn't want to order any pizza. Then he thought that he was doing the wrong thing at all, and that even he would not have bought into this if he were in her place. But still, he picked up the phone, chose a pizza, and said that everything was ready to order, and all that was left was to press the button. Next, he ordered pizza and said that if it didn't come out on the count of 3, he would cancel the order. He wondered if this could even work or not, and he began to count to 3. And suddenly, the elf came out and told him to cancel the order. Instead of a combination pizza, she asked to order a pizza with gorgonzola, Italian spicy cheese, and instead of fried chicken, she wanted baked chicken. And then Ma-sun finally realized that this was definitely not a dream, and the elf was real. It was difficult for him to accept the fact that all this time he had lived with an elf and did not know about it. Next, the elf suggested that they eat first, after the order was delivered home, and after they ate, she planned to talk. But Ma-sun had his own plans for this. He refused her offer and offered his own option, in which the elf would first explain everything to him in detail, and then he could calmly eat the ordered food and enjoy it. She asked him why he was so angry. After all, if the food gets cold, it won't be as tasty. To which Ma-song answered her that if she wants to quickly start eating food, then in that case, she should tell everything quickly. She even offered him the option that she would tell him everything during the meal, but he was not satisfied with this option either. He stood his ground to the last and said that first he was waiting for an explanation, and if he continued to delay, he would eat everything himself. And he started eating food, but she still didn't start her story, and only did what she said about how it's not fair, you can't eat everything alone. She remembered how she even saved his life, and he treats her like with the enemy. Hearing about salvation from death, he stopped and asked if it was true. She said that it was true, and that his body must remember the pain, because it was not a dream. But he remembered almost nothing about it. But about the memories, she had an answer. She said she didn't know how he would react to this, but frankly, she told him that he was dead. He asked in surprise how this was possible if he was alive and talking to her at the moment. She asked in response if he remembered the knife. He replied that he remembered, and also added that this was the last thing he remembered. She said that at that moment, he died and was reincarnated. Ma-song asked the elf if she had revived him. She replied that no, and that after the murder, he became a zombie. He asked if he was now a zombie like they show in games and movies. In the meantime, I thought, first elves, now zombies, what will happen next? The elf replied that no longer, because she intervened in the transformation process. And here the story moves to the process itself. The elf saw how the man began to turn Ma-sun into an undead, and asked if he was a necromancer. He replied that yes, and asked if there were other types of magic that could create undead. He further added that this is quite a useful tool in this world, and after all, cleaning up bodies on your own is a hassle, and it is also a great way to get a servant whenever he needs one. The only problem with this ability is collecting enough mana, and he does this all in order to collect mana from other worlds. After the conversation, he ordered Ma-sun to grab the elf as soon as possible. She saw Ma-sun heading towards her and said that she also lacked mana, but she had no choice, and therefore she healed him from the completion of the process of turning into an undead. The necromancer was surprised by the use of healing magic. The elf further said that if a restoration spell is applied to the undead, it is quite natural that this will accelerate its corpse decomposition. But it seemed to the necromancer that in her case this spell was not enough, and something else was needed. The elf answered him that she didn't need much, because she just bought herself time. The necromancer thought that something had already gone wrong according to his plan, and ordered Ma-sun to move faster and catch her in the end. Approaching the window, she realized that she couldn't cope without the magic of flight, because the apartment was located quite high. But while she was thinking, Ma-song had already grabbed her and did not listen to her command to let her go. Next, the necromancer came up and said that it would be better if she stopped resisting and took everything for granted. And if she spins, he will bite her and she will be infected. The elf replied that she did not know what would happen if her mana was absorbed, but in her opinion, it was better for her to be eaten than for her to allow herself to be captured. And at that moment, she used resurrection magic and revived Ma-sun. The necromancer was surprised that she was able to use high-level magic. He further said that if she uses so much mana, then in this case, he will get almost nothing. The elf asked if he still wanted to steal the mana. She went on to say that in this case, she would use everything she could so that he would not get anything. And at some point, Ma-sun and her begin to fly from the window to the ground, and they are flying quite far. And then she started thinking, after all, she has spent almost all her mana, and is no longer enough for flight magic. But the thoughts still last quite a long time, and while she was thinking, they had already landed on Ma-sun's body. The elf was not harmed at all. The necromancer looked out the window and didn't really like the result. Meanwhile, the elf noticed that almost her whole body hurt, but she didn't quite fully understand what exactly happened. She thought about different options why this happened. She wondered if he had grabbed her and rolled over to protect her from falling. It was this option that seemed most suitable to her among all. But how exactly this happened, she could not understand. And then suddenly, she heard the necromancer. He told her that it seemed that the revival magic had no effect, and further added that it was not surprising to him, since it was quite rare for it to be successful. The elf said that she needed to get out of this place, but her whole body hurt and opposed it. The necromancer said that he was ashamed that he could not cope with such a puppet like her, but in his opinion, she would be a suitable replacement for him. And as soon as he decided to turn her into an undead, Ma Song immediately stood up. The necromancer, seeing this, said that he thought that he would not get up. But to his surprise, he could still move. But he did not quite understand why and how this was possible. At some point, he stood between him and the elf. Seeing this, the necromancer asked him if he was blocking his path and if he had forgotten his order. Then the necromancer, without waiting for an answer, realized that apparently his brain was damaged, and therefore he asked to leave. But Ma Song resisted and moved his hand, which surprised the necromancer even more, because he should not move without an order. He didn't understand how he was able to move his hand. Further, he thought that it was a useless puppet that would lie as a corpse. Next, Ma Song inflicted a wound on his chest and almost killed him. The elf asked him if his consciousness returned to him, how he did it, and why, if he was freed from the curse of the undead. The necromancer thought that he was very dangerous and should be feared. Then the necromancer began to disappear in a strange way from this world, which the elf immediately noticed, and although she does not know what exactly happened, she is glad that the necromancer left, because she already thought that she would die. But Ma Song is much more important to her. Ma Song further directed his hand in her direction, and she, frightened, asked him what he was going to do. She thought that he was going to hurt her, but on the contrary, he healed her from the consequences of the fall. Then she asked when he learned magic. But he just fell to the ground, and she had to lift him into the apartment on herself. This is the story she told him. He asked if he really broke out of the spell and beat the necromancer. He was surprised by what she said. Meanwhile, he didn't even notice that she had been eating all this time, and noticed only when she had already eaten almost everything. Seeing this, he asked her when she would stop doing this and if she was going to leave him something. She thanked him in return for helping to avoid a dangerous situation. But if she had not risked using the forbidden resurrection magic, they would both have died. So whether he deserves praise at all after all this, she does not know. After listening to her, he said that he didn't even know where to start, because his life had turned into absolute chaos. He went on to say that he still doesn't believe her, but if we assume that this is true, then the fact that there is an elf in front of him already says a lot. He further said that it was her fault that he found himself in such a dangerous situation, and the necromancer came for her, not for him, and he even died because of this. And if it weren't for her, this would never have happened. And he also feels sorry for the missing food, light, and water. He further added that from her very appearance, his whole life was going down the drain, so he decided to kick her out. She shouted that she hadn't finished eating, but he no longer listened to her. He only thought that he would be much better and calmer alone. But she suddenly came in and asked why he was behaving this way, and whether it was worth at least listening to her explanation of everything that was happening. He asked how she knew the password, to which she replied that she had managed to remember it after living with him for a long time. She also added that she knows his passwords for both his computer and his phone, and that she knows the password for his cable. At that moment, he thought that this made sense, because she could definitely see and know all this, living with him. The elf then continued that, of course, she ate a lot of his food and used household appliances. After all, every person needs to eat and wash in order to live normally. She also asked him if she used more than necessary. Then she began to speak for him that he was a person who laments about utility bills and doesn't even turn off the faucet normally, and the TV runs all night. And many times he left his computer on, and she turned it all off. She also asked if she couldn't use at least what he would have wasted anyway, and if he didn't think she had listed absolutely everything. Meanwhile, he began to think that it was true that everything was always turned off, and that was strange. She also added that he even left the fire on the stove and left, but this could cause the house to catch fire, and this happened more than once. And he doesn't even know about the robbers who came, and if she hadn't pretended to be a ghost, he would have lost all his property. She also said that she worked hard so that nothing would happen to him, and was silent all this time, and that he didn't even imagine how difficult it was. She also reminded him that he didn't have a single sock with holes thanks to her. She also said that she fixed all the soups and curries that he managed to screw up with. And she also cleaned herself every day so as not to accidentally leave a single hair of hers. And he made it look like she was eating him. She also told him that she had nowhere else to go in this world, after which she began to cry. And he began to calm her down and say that this was no longer fair. He said that there was still some pizza left and she could finish it, telling her story to the end. He thought that as long as she was eating, at least she wouldn't cry. And she went to eat pizza. While she was eating, he asked her why she chose his house and not any other. After all, you can choose a bigger house where there are more places to hide. He further added that his apartment is quite cramped and this is not particularly practical. He even offered to help her find something better, bigger, and generally with better conditions. He asked her if this is what she wanted. These words and sentences seemed quite offensive to her, and she asked if he didn't like living with her, and if they couldn't just live as before, since he now knew everything. After all, if she doesn't hide, she can do everything much better. She further added that someone has to do the cleaning, cooking, and washing, and she can do it without bothering him, and can wash all his clothes without him even having to think about it. And she can cook much tastier food for the two of them. He asked her in response why he should live with her at all, and said that although it is not easy to live alone, a guy with a girl under the same roof cannot live peacefully without thinking about it. The elf said that this was not a problem, and that in order to wash or change clothes, she could become invisible. But he answered that he couldn't do that, and that the answer to the question of why this was all for, why his house and living with him, was much more important. She further said that in this case, if he was so strongly against it, then she wanted to live at least temporarily, until they found a place that would meet her requirements. And she won't be able to find anything at night and doesn't want to sleep on the street. After everything she told him, he allowed her to stay the night, but nothing more. He also set the condition that she must find another place to live the next day, to which she reluctantly agreed because she liked living with him. Then he went out onto the balcony and thought about what had just happened. Everything happened so quickly that he didn't really understand anything. And besides, he wants to ask her about many more things. About zombies, elves, magic, and he doesn't know where she comes from. But in the end, he decided to leave the balcony and not worry about it, because the next day there would still be time to ask about everything. And now it's much more important to understand that you need to sleep with a girl under the same roof, and he didn't quite understand how that would be. As soon as he entered the apartment from the balcony, the elf told him that if he did not close the balcony, then all the cool air would come out of the apartment and asked him to close it, because the air conditioner was working for a reason. But he didn't like her instructions. He asked if she was in a position to worry about this, and if nothing else bothered her. He also said that no one allowed her to take chips or turn on the TV without permission. She replied that it was still quite early to sleep. She also said that they could watch TV together, but he insistently ordered her to turn it off and not to use anything without permission. To which she asked in response whether his behavior had changed too dramatically. Meanwhile, the necromancer was lying and bleeding in the middle of the street in the city, and did not understand how Ma-sun could make such a deep cut, like from a dagger, by only lightly touching him, and causing him to die in an alien world, which cannot be allowed. And at the same moment, when there seem to be no other options, he takes out some of his things, and hopes that this is his last chance to survive, because he has not yet done so much that he should have. And he tried to do something with this thing. He bet everything he had on this option, just to make sure it worked. But something didn't quite go according to the plan he had. The option didn't work out the way he wanted because of Ma-sung, for which he will never forgive him now. Meanwhile, Ma-sung woke up in the morning and noticed that it was very cold in the apartment, and he tried to understand why this was so. He thought that even though he was without a blanket, it was summer now, He was unhappy with this temperature. Then he looked at the air conditioner and realized that it had been working all night at maximum power and became furious, thinking that it was the elf who taught him a lesson. Meanwhile, she had just prepared breakfast and offered him something to eat. He got out of bed and started shouting if she had taken food from the refrigerator again without asking, to which she first told him her name Melona, and then wanted to say something else, but he continued screaming. He said that even if her name is Macarona, it doesn't matter to him, and he asked not to go off topic again. She further said that she used products that would spoil very soon. She further added that he doesn't even know how much food could have gone bad if she hadn't kept an eye on them. Having spoken further, she sighed and said what a relief she felt at the moment of preparation. She went on to say that it really hurt her to remember all the food he kept in the refrigerator while he was eating stupid instant noodles, and it was because of this that she could not take that food, but it was so delicious. After listening to her, he asked her if it was dangerous to use food with an expiration date, to which she told him to be silent and eat, because in her opinion, it was not at all dangerous. Sitting down at the table and starting to eat the cooked food, he said that it was not so bad, and even more than normal, to have breakfast in the morning. He also asked her if she prepared traditional Korean food or if it was something else. Then, without waiting for an answer, he also said that she was from a fantasy world, so there was nothing to be surprised about. Melona told him that she had been living here for quite some time and had already gotten used to the local food. She also warned Ma-san that every time he goes grocery shopping, he should first consult with her and should not buy any kind of beach packs. In response, Ma-song agreed with her proposal. But after thinking a little better, he asked her what she was talking about. And he reminded her that they had agreed only for one night and also told her to stop talking to him. But his remarks were suddenly interrupted by a knock on the door. She looked at the door and wondered who it was that came on Saturday, so early. Ma-song continued and said that she shouldn't care and that he hadn't finished yet. But Melona went to check who was standing near the door. She looked and got scared. Seeing her fear, he himself became interested in who was there and what was wrong again. He also said that you shouldn't raise him over trifles in order to distract him from his statements. But looking through the door peephole, he himself was scared. In appearance, he reminded Ma-san of the psychopathic necromancer who killed him just recently. He even wondered if they really had a whole gang, and they were now on a real hunt for him and would not rest until they completely destroyed him. Chu-yul knocked, called, and asked if anyone was at home. Meanwhile, Melona asked what they should do, because he looks like an accomplice of that dangerous man. Ma-song answered her that he also does not know and has no idea who it is and what they should do. Ma-song wondered after this why this man came, for revenge or for something else. And he doesn't even remember what happened then, and if the situation repeats, he doesn't know what to do. After that, Ma-song said decisively that he decided that the best thing to do now was to just pretend that no one was home and see what he would do if they didn't answer. Meanwhile, Chu-yul scanned those behind the door with the device and discovered 2 mana signatures, one of which belongs to an ordinary person, and the other is suspicious. Ma-song listened and heard nothing. In his opinion, it seemed to be quiet. Melona told him to be careful. After which, Chu-yul said that he knew about the 2 present, and that he just wanted to ask a few questions. He asked to kindly open the door and not complicate anything. Melona wondered how he knew. She now knows for sure that he somehow determined that there were 2 of them here, but she said that they should not open the door for him. She further thought that if they continue to hesitate, then no one knows what might happen, and so she suggested that Ma-sun just run away. Ma-song asked, "Where will you run away to? There's nowhere to run." Seeing that Melona ran to the window, he asked her if she was really going to fall out of the window, and if she knew what floor they were on, to which she said that she of course knows this, and that this is not a problem, because with the magic of flight, everything is possible. But she was met at the window by the same Chu-yul, who said that, of course, she was clearly not from here, and asked her if she belonged to the elf race. Melona asked in response how he knew this. Ma-song asked if he was outside the door. Chu-yul said that they might be worried, but he had no intention of causing any inconvenience to any of them. After which he entered the apartment from the balcony. He asked just to give him a little time. Before entering, he even took off his shoes, which pleasantly surprised them. Ma Song wondered who this guy was and what was going on. Meanwhile, Chu Yul began to explore every centimeter of the apartment. Ma Song, watching him, wondered if he was putting things in order. I also thought that he looked like a man of etiquette and even bothered to take off his shoes before entering. He further addressed them and said that he understood that it was a violation of etiquette to enter someone else's house without permission, but this was a government matter, so he hoped for their understanding. Malona asked how they could trust him, since he was wearing the same clothes as the necromancer, and they could not know his true intentions. She also added that Ma Sun alone dealt with the necromancer, so it was better not to mess with him. Ma Song asked Malona why she was dragging him into who knows what, but Chu Yul said that since the necromancer was wearing the same clothes, he now had no doubt that they had encountered Lissereg, and it was very likely that he was trying to cause harm. He also said that he also dealt with 2 employees from their task force without any problems, and Ma Song was suddenly able to fight back. He said in surprise that it was a miracle that they were alive at all, but to force them to retreat, this was new. And he added that it is very difficult to believe. Malona went on to ask what the big deal was and whether he would prefer Ma Sun to kick his ass first in order for it to be considered convincing. Ma Song asked Malona if she was trying to start a fight. Chu Yul replied that if this was possible, he would like to personally verify their words. Ma Song told Malona to look at all this because he was really going to fight right in the apartment, to which Malona replied that she was just bluffing. Next, Ma Song thought that he didn't remember at all what happened the day before, and had no idea how to fight this guy. They were already preparing to fight, but suddenly they were interrupted by a sound, and Malona said that she had cooked a couple of eggs. Ma Song asked Malona if they still had scrambled eggs. Malona replied that she preferred steamed eggs. Meanwhile, Chu Yul was very surprised by this. Chu Yul also said after that perhaps he was too harsh by disturbing them during the meal, and asked whether it would be more appropriate if they finished breakfast and then returned to their business. Malona asked if this was possible. She also added that in this case they would prefer to finish breakfast, because the food will not be as tasty if it gets cold. Ma Song asked in surprise how she could continue to think about food in such a situation. They sat down at the table, and Chu Yul watched. Ma Song thought that it would be hard to swallow when someone unknown was watching him. Meanwhile, Malona said that the soup was perfectly seasoned, but she forgot to add a flavor enhancer, and without it the taste is not as rich. She also asked Chu Yul if he wanted to have a snack, since they still had rice. Ma Song told Malona not to try to gain trust through food. Chu Yul replied that he had to respectfully decline, and that he did not have breakfast. He also said that he doesn't even want to think about eating food with monosodium glutamate, a flavor enhancer. Malona asked what was wrong with it, because it was delicious. To which Chu Yul replied that the essence of food is its benefits, not its taste, and that he doesn't like it at all. Ma Sung asked Chu Yul if it was difficult for him to sit on the floor because it bothers him when someone looks down on him. Chu Yul answered him that he prefers not to sit idly. Ma Song said that no one doubted it. Next, Chu Yul, noticing that they had finished breakfast, asked them if they had already eaten, then if they could listen to him. He further said that his name is Ha Chu Yul, and that he is part of the Alpha team of the Kanso branch, better known than Underworld. He further added that, as the name suggests, they are responsible for handling any incidents and accidents that involve other worlds, namely worlds that are different from theirs. He also said that beings from other dimensions sometimes cross interdimensional portals, and they often pursue those beings who do it illegally and take care of them properly. Malona asked how they were taking care of them. Chu Yul also said that they also accept those who seek asylum and deport back those who do not belong in the human world. Malona was delighted by what she heard, and Chu Yul continued that sometimes they have problems. And he said that the problems are that sometimes uncontrollable criminals appear, namely robbers, murderers, organized gangs, and other rabble, and that no legal system can cope with pacifying these criminals. According to him, they are the ones who guarantee that they will receive the punishment they deserve. When asked whether the necromancer was a criminal, Chu Yul answered positively. And after that, he said that Lissereg is a class of criminal who was rejected by each of the parties, and the reason why he had the same clothes was because he appropriated the things of their agent who was killed by him. Melona asked why he needed clothes. Chu-yul replied that their clothes are made of a material that reduces magical damage, is also immune to tracking magic, and also increases the speed of mana recovery. Melona said after that it made sense. Ma Sun, meanwhile, asked if there was any reward for the capture of Lysereg, to which Chu-yul replied that he would like to know in detail about the events that they experienced because of him. He also asked for rudeness, and said that some things were hard for him to believe, after which he suggested making some assumptions based on the story they had already told him. Ma Song said that he had rice stuck in his nose. After removing the rice-clogged nose, Chu-yul continued and started with the topic regarding Ma Sung's abilities, because in his opinion, he still lived like an ordinary person, and no matter how you look at it, there are only two options left. He further told Ma Sung that either he had come under the influence of another world or had somehow discovered a hidden ability within himself. Ma Sung answered him that he was sure that he had never learned this and that he only learned about other worlds from him. He also added that he has no idea how to use this ability, to which Chu-yul said that in his opinion, it is worth testing this ability using various methods to check what it really is. He also said that although it would be a violation of etiquette, this test could harm Ma Song's health. Seeing Chu-yul's attitude and posture, Ma Song asked if he understood correctly, and if he was right, that he wanted to hit him as a test. Melona said that in her opinion, this is exactly what Chu-yul is talking about. Ma Song said after that he did not want to, and that he did not understand why he should stand and wait for the beating. Chu-yul said after that he did not ask for his consent to this. He went on to say that he was simply warning him of what was about to begin. Ma Song asked with irritation whether he really wouldn't even have the right to choose. But a little later, he said that he didn't care and that he was already used to fights. Ma Song also said that he was called to fight many times, and for that matter, he warned Chu-yul that if he defeats him, then he shouldn't blame him for all this. After that, Chu-yul, without calculating a little force, hit Ma Sung. Melona asked Chu-yul after the blow what he was doing and why it was so unexpected. Chu-yul replied that it was a physical attack to test Ma Sung's abilities. Melona asked for a more detailed explanation, and Chu-yul began to tell that, according to her, Ma Sung's body was first hit with a blade, then the magic of becoming an undead, healing, and resurrection, and he also fell from a height, and that in total it turned out to be 5 impacts. He also said that it was likely that he distributed the damage from the fall to Lysereg, and returned the spent healing magic to her. Although, according to him, in general, he could return the damage from a blow with a dagger, along with damage from a fall. Melona asked what he was trying to say, and Chu-yul said that there is a high probability that Ma Song has reflective type magic. Melona asked if that meant he didn't use magic on his own, to which Chu-yul replied that these are just his assumptions and he is currently only testing his theory. Meanwhile, Ma Song said that it was very painful and that he did not hear anything from what Chu-yul told Melona. Ma Song also told Chu-yul that he understands that he is not so simple, but he is surprised. After that, he also asked if this was all the force he could put into a blow. Melona asked if he was okay. Chu-yul thought about the high pain threshold. Further, Mason said that in his opinion, he easily adapts, although he had previously fought only with ordinary guys. He further added that it was quite exciting to finally meet a skilled opponent. Chu-yul told him in response that to be sure of his theory, he would have to hit him a few more times. To which Ma Song responded with a question. Did he say that he would just stand and allow himself to be beaten? And he began to deliver his blows. During the blows, he asked Chu-yul what was wrong with his face and whether he expected such blows. He also said that it doesn't matter to him whether he is a member of some kind of fashion club, because in any case, in his opinion, he is the same person as himself. Watching what was happening, Melona thought that Chu-yul looked like one of the strongest warriors she had ever seen, and that Ma Sun was fighting him on equal terms. She always thought that humans were a weak species, but they surprised her. Even during the battle, Ma Song told Chu-yul that he said that all he did was take him by surprise. To which Chu-yul replied that there was no such thing and stopped the blow. To which Ma Song said that in that case, he is saying it now. Meanwhile, Ma Song, seeing the stop blow, thought that Chu Yul had a very powerful grip. After some thought, Ma Song told Chu Yul that at least he should repay him, after which such a powerful blow occurred that Chu Yul did not expect. Chu Yul, flying away from the blow, wondered what it was all about. Ma Song barely applied any force to his hand, but the blow was very heavy, and he remembered his very first attack, in which he miscalculated his strength and hit Ma Song very well. Then he began to jump back and forth, and Ma Song asked him why he was doing this. Next, he also told Chu Yul to just let himself be hit once because it wouldn't hurt. Chu Yul said that he is now confident that they did not make up the story, and that he was able to confirm that Ma Song reflects all the damage done to him. Melona, surprised, asked if he hadn't believed her story all this time. Next, Chu Yul asked Ma Sung that if everything is as he thinks, then if this time he can also reflect the damage from magic, and Chu Yul began to prepare a magical blow. But Ma Song decided to calm him down and convince him not to do this. After which Ma Song told Chu Yul that this was too much, and although he was as curious as he was, he asked to treat everything prudently, and despite the check, he was forced to politely refuse such an offer. Chu Yul told him that he would take his refusal into account and still continued to prepare a magical blow. Ma Sung asked Chu Yul if he could even hear what he was saying. Chu Yul also said that, to be honest, using magic against ordinary people is considered against the rules. Ma Sung then asked Chu Yul if he respected the rules he was talking about, and he wondered if he had provoked him too much. He also asked how hot the fire he was preparing to strike was, and how powerful the lightning was. Next, he thought that even though he had not yet come to his senses, Chu Yul was going to continue no matter what. And suddenly, at some point, Melona stood up for Ma Sung and told Chu Yul that this was enough, and that she could not allow him to continue to harm Ma Sung, and that this was no longer a simple test. She also asked what he would do if his expectations were not met, because Ma Song might get hurt. She also asked if it was really necessary to go that far, and if it was better to use light magic. She also said that until now, all Ma Song has done is face situations that he cannot even understand. After which she also asked Chu Yul if he didn't think he was too harsh and didn't have a drop of sympathy. She further asked both of them to stop all this. Ma Song told her that he didn't do anything wrong, to which she reminded him that he fought with Chu Yul and deliberately irritated him in order to provoke him, and in her opinion, this is very bad. Next, Melona, after talking with Ma Song, told Chu Yul that she had changed her mind, and that he could burn it and generally do whatever he wanted with it. Ma Song suddenly began to ask for forgiveness, which once again surprised Melona. After hearing Ma Song's request for forgiveness, she said that if they both already fully agree with her, then in that case, she asks to shake their hands with each other. Chu Yul agreed with Melona and said that he really crossed the line. He further said that in this case he should leave for now. He also promised to look for other methods that could be used to verify the verification. After that, they shook hands, as Melona asked. While shaking hands, Ma Song told Chu Yul that he didn't look very good in his opinion and asked if that was true. Chu Yul told him that he could say the same about him. Melona said that guys always become friends after fights. Ma Sung told her that he didn't really want to be friends with Chu Yul, and at that moment, Chu Yul felt something similar. This was another charge that even Ma Song himself did not expect and did not want, but nevertheless, it worked out. Seeing this, Melona asked Ma Song what he had done. Ma Song told her that he didn't do anything. He was simply squeezing Chu Yul's hand, and suddenly Chu Yul flew away from him due to the uncontrollable charge that suddenly appeared in his hand. In flight, Chu Yul thought that it looked like reflection magic, but in his opinion, this could not be, because this is much more than Ma Song received from him. He further thought that it might be that Ma Song had also absorbed the damage from the fall. Melona ran up to the fallen Chu Yul and asked if he was okay. She also said that she seriously didn't want this to happen. She also added that she knew that Ma Song was a stingy fool, but she didn't think that he was also so vindictive. Ma Song told Melona that even if he is stingy, in any case, he did not do it on purpose. Chu Yul answered her that Ma Sun was really not to blame for this at all, and that the blame was entirely on him because he was careless. And then they had unexpected guests. A guest came from the roof and said that they were not paying attention to their surroundings at all. Next, he turned to Chu-yul and said that they had not seen him for a long time and reminded him that he was just a newbie working without a partner, and also left his weapon. Then another guest appeared and said that he was disappointed and asked Chu-yul if he really was not capable of anything. Meanwhile, Ma Song saw them and thought that their appearance was not human-like and that they spoke strangely. After their words, they began to attack Chu-yul. One of them said that this was the ideal place, in his opinion, to take revenge on him for everything that he once did to them. He also said that it looks like the super rookie from the Other World squad, Chu-yul, is not that good. To which Chu-yul said that he really hadn't seen them for a long time, and asked if they had been watching him all this time while he hadn't seen them. One of the guests told him that they were just waiting for the perfect opportunity, although, in his opinion, one of the three is enough for him. But according to him, he is patient and likes to eliminate even the slightest risk, and offered to cripple him. Another said that he was stronger and that they would become very famous after defeating the squad. Malona, surprised, wondered how a goblin, an orc, and a troll, representatives of these three races, ended up in the human world. It shouldn't be the same. Ma Song asked who they were, also with such a strange skin color. Malona replied to Ma Sung that all this might not have happened if he and Chu-yul had not been so stubborn and if he had listened to her much earlier. Ma Song asked Malona why he blames only him, because in his opinion, this would not have happened if she had not been at his home. Next, Chu-yul said that it was better for them to run away, because these guests are quite dangerous for everyone. One of the guests leaned over Chu-yul and told him that he was funny and that he should not worry about others, because they had come to him in order to repay him for all these years. Another guest asked Ma Sung if he was just going to stand and watch all this, and also asked if he was his friend. Ma Sung replied that he only met him today, and also asked if he saw him fight with Chu-yul. Ma Sung also said that if it weren't for them, he would have kicked him himself. But since everything happened like this, then he has more important things to do. And after that, they went from the balcony to the apartment. On the way, Ma Song told Maloney that even at first glance, all these animals are dangerous, and if they disturb them, then no one knows what will happen to them next. And therefore he said that first you need to get out of this place, and then call for help. But they were not even allowed to reach the balcony. One of the guests said that he did not believe them. Ma Song said it looked like the guests realized they just wanted to run away. Malona said that from the very beginning she thought that there was no way they would succeed. Malona then turned around and said that even though they were both from other worlds, she couldn't allow them to harm people. And in response to the charge that flew past them, she created her own magic projectile and sent it towards the guests. Then one guest noticed that she was a sorceress. Another asked if he should help, to which the first one said that it was not worth it and that it would be unnecessary. Malona asked the second one, who said that she would even let him help the first one. After her words, she made a triple magic missile. The third guest said that not everyone can do a continuous stream of magic missiles, and that in his opinion, it is not as simple as it seems. Seeing that the guests were too fast and that even a magic projectile could not catch up with them, Malona got scared, because after the triple charge, there was almost no mana left, and the beast, saying that she should have just stood aside, began to attack her. But Ma Song suddenly stood up for Malona and asked the beast if he really wanted to stab the girl with a screwdriver, as well as with a knife, and that he would just stand and watch it. Malona asked Ma Sun if he had seen the charge behind the beast. The animals, meanwhile, were glad that the order of the victims had changed and that Ma Sun had flown very far away from them. One of them said it was called home run. Someone was even happy and shouted that a goal had been scored, as if he were at a football game. One of them said that Ma Sung seemed to be an ordinary person who was holding a position against Chu-yul, but it was better for them to play it safe and finish him off for sure first, and he sent many stones after the flying Ma Sun. He went on to say that undoubtedly, getting it from the two of them was already enough, but falling from such a height with a pile of stones on top would kill him with no options for survival. Another said that these two had nothing to do with the detachment. Meanwhile, Chu-yul was able to break free from the bondage spell, but the animals did not understand what he was going to do in this state. because even being in perfect shape, it would be very difficult for the three of them to resist.
Chu Yul answered him that even if that was the case, he would do everything in his power to save the innocent. He further told Melone that he would buy her some time. After which, Melona ran in the opposite direction from the exit.
One animal told the other, watching her, that she was too stupid because the exit was not where she ran. Meanwhile, Melona told Chu Yul that she would heal him and began the process, and also asked if he would kill them all if he was okay. But one of the animals stopped her, saying that at such speed she would not run away from him and that he would not allow Chu Yul to be healed. But suddenly Chu Yul, being slowed down due to injury, was still able to attract all the attention to himself.
At this moment, Chu Yul told Melona that while the beast was distracted, let her leave. She said that in this case, she would not be able to heal him. But another beast suddenly attacked her and said that she could not use magic on him. Indeed, she had to install a magical shield above herself while the beast's hammer was flying at her. She also asked to delay for at least a second, but Chu Yul, seeing her, said that it was too late and that he should have run away much earlier. She replied that she was trying to help him, to which he told her that by remaining in this place, she would only be in the way. Melona understood that she had very little mana, and that for this reason, her magic shield would not last long.
Chu Yul tried to save Melona and told the beast that he was no match for him anyway, and if he was distracted, he could deal with him alone very easily. To which the beast told him not to talk nonsense, because it infuriates him. The beast also added that no matter what happens, it is better not to interfere. Chu Yul asked the beast what he thought he was, and what it meant not to interfere. The other animal thought that both were idiots, and could not be trusted to finish the job. After that, he also asked why they still had not dealt with these people and the elf. And he said that his magic destroys the environment, so the longer they stay in this place, the more attention they attract to themselves.
And while Melona's shield almost burst, Chu Yul was fighting with another beast. Ma Song appeared and asked why they had set up a garden on the roof. He further said that the elevator broke down and he had to run to them on his own 2 feet. Everyone was surprised by his appearance. Melona asked Ma Sun if he was alive. He replied that he was, and asked her if she was okay. But suddenly, one of the animals interrupted them and said that this couldn't be true. After all, he fell from such a height, after which ordinary people generally cannot survive. Ma Song replied that he was not as weak as they thought. The beast replied that he was going to beat him again. To which Ma Song replied that last time he got him only because he caught him by surprise, but now the situation has changed very much. He ran and touched the beast, but nothing happened, and suddenly a little later there was an explosion, from which the beast flew away. And Ma Song thought about how to use his ability, which does not always work when he would like.
Another animal next to Chu Yul said that after falling from such a height, Ma Son could not survive, and he asked Chu Yul whether Ma Son was as strong as a tank or not, because an ordinary person cannot be like that. Chu Yul replied that he had no desire to understand what he was saying. Meanwhile, Ma Song ordered Chu Yul to take over the Blue Hulk while he took care of the Yellow Dwarf. Chu Yul got angry and told him that he was not the commander here. While Ma Sun was approaching one of the animals, he, in turn, understood and said that it was only necessary to prevent him from approaching him, and he began to destroy the house. Seeing this, Ma Song asked not to destroy his apartment because the price would go down.
Melona, surprised, asked if he was the owner of the apartment because she thought that he was renting it. He, in turn, asked her in response why she decided to ask this in such a difficult situation and at such a difficult time. The Yellow Dwarf told Ma Sun that since he had tried to save the elf from the very beginning, he would first take care of her. Ma Song thought that since he couldn't help her from where he was standing, then he had to take care of the dwarf. After that, he pointed his hand at the dwarf and said that the magic would come out. But suddenly he realized that he still could not control his ability. The animal saw this circus and asked if he had been dropped as a child.
Ma Song answered him that he thought that he could use the ability, but before he could finish speaking, he was immediately able to fire a charge from his leg, which allowed him to throw back the beast and stop it for a while.
Ma Song really didn't understand how it all worked, and at some point he even thought that everything was happening exactly as if he was playing a game without any training.
The third beast asked Chuyul if the two of them had already been taken care of. Chuyul corrected him and asked the beast if he understood correctly what he wanted to say, that two of the beasts had already been taken care of. And in that case, what is he going to do? To which the beast replied that this was disgusting, and that there was no choice, and that the only option left was a tactical retreat. Watching this, Chuyul asked him what kind of tactical it was, because in his opinion, it did not look like tactical at all. Chuyul also said that this beast knows how to piss you off until the very end. Melona asked Chuyul if he was okay. After this question, Chuyul spat something out of his mouth. Seeing this, Ma Song asked if he decided to take a breath. Ma Song went on to say that, to be fair, they had a hard time overcoming this situation. Melona said she wasn't sure, but the first blow did cause a lot of damage to him. Ma Song asked if he could help him. Chuyul ordered Ma Song not to approach him. When Ma Song asked why he couldn't come over, Chuyul replied that he had taken so much serious damage, such as a magical charge, a blow with a sledgehammer, or falling with stones from above, that he could die. Ma Song remembered and said that he really hadn't thought about it. Chuyul told him to stay away for now. Ma Song replied that even if so, he still doesn't know how to control this ability of his. Melona asked if he could try touching unwanted things. Ma Song asked if she was proposing to destroy the place where he lives. Chuyul further suggested that he go to his headquarters, because he partially understands his abilities. He also said that their specialist could help figure it out and give advice on what to do. Melona asked where this place was. Ma Song asked what to do in this case with those three animals. Should they call the police, and will they be believed?
Ma Sung had already started dialing the police number, but Chuyul suddenly stopped him and said that everything related to other worlds should be reported directly to their department. But while he was saying this, Ma Song blew up his phone.
Ma Song went on to say that it seemed like there was one less charge of energy. Chuyul said that it seemed like there were only 2 charges left. Ma Song asked Chuyul if it was impossible to say this earlier because the phone was new and expensive.
Meanwhile, the story moves to the animals. One of them woke up and wondered how long he had been out. Looking at the others, he asked them if they were still passed out, after which he tried to awaken them by all means.
But one of them could not be awakened because he seemed to be already dead. But Lisareg appeared next to him and asked where Chuyul, Ma Song and Melona had gone. But seeing the dark mana, the beast asked who he was. It turned out that they did not know each other.
Lisareg replied that he did not find anyone in the apartment and, sensing something strange, found the 3 of them. After that, he asked what happened. The beast asked him if he was a lich and if he had absorbed the life force of his friends. Lisareg told him that he definitely shouldn't worry, because the same fate awaited him. The beast tried to stop and asked if he wants to find out what happened here, then how will he find out if he kills him, because he is the only survivor. Lisareg answered him that he had said that he definitely shouldn't worry about this, because he would figure everything out without his answers to the questions. And Lisareg then absorbed the life force of this beast, killing it thereby.
Entering the headquarters and touching the door to open it, the door flew away from him. Meanwhile, he said that another charge had been used up. Melona said it looked like she was the last one left. Chuyul said that it was the energy of the fall. Ma Song said that he was already afraid to touch anything, and swore that in his opinion, this was some kind of curse. He also asked how this could be fixed. Chuyul replied that, unfortunately, he did not have an answer to this question. Next, Chuyul suggested just entering first. Ma Song said that in his opinion he didn't even have a plan. Then Soso came up to them and said that not a day goes by without a commotion and asked Chuyul if he knew about the budget. She recalled that they have a very limited budget and have nowhere to get money for repairs. Meanwhile, Melona was delighted by the very wonderful-looking cupcakes, but she was interrupted by Soso, who said that she had not seen elves for a long time. Melona asked that if she said that, then she had already seen elves. Soso told her that she had seen a lot of people through her work and asked if she would like something to drink. Melona asked if it was free. Soso replied that there was no point in making her laugh because their budget had already practically blown away. Malona said that in this case, then she was forced to refuse. Chu Yul asked where Ha Yun was. Soso told him that he was waiting for him downstairs. Chu Yul asked to follow him. Ma Song asked Malona if she was still hungry for food after everything they had been through. Malona asked if it wasn't natural to be hungry, considering they didn't have a chance to eat lunch. Approaching the doors leading to the basement, Ma Song asked Chu Yul if they would really have to go down to the basement, because it seemed to him that this was a government institution. But at some point, they saw a dwarf in front of them after descending into the basement. The dwarf told Chu Yul that he looked like he was back from hell, and later added that he was a weakling. Chu Yul answered him that there was a skirmish with races from another world, but he was interrupted by Ma Son, who said that something was clearly wrong with the dwarf's body.
Melona replied to Ma Son that he was a dwarf, and it looked like someone from her world was part of this organization. The dwarf went on to say that he had already heard that someone gave Chu Yul a good time and shook hands with Ma Sung. Before Ma Son had time to warn the dwarf that he should not be touched so easily, and before Chu Yul had time to warn him about the same thing, another, in Chu Yul's opinion, the last charge was released. Ma Song was not happy that this happened again. Ma Song said that it seemed like the energy from the debris falling on him. The dwarf told him that he liked his style of greeting, and that it was just like him. Ma Song didn't quite understand what he was talking about, and asked Melona about it. Melona reminded him that he was not a human, but a dwarf. The dwarf told Ma Son that he had made a good first impression, and invited them all to come and settle down. Meanwhile, he wondered where Ha Yun had disappeared to again at such a time. The dwarf asked Soso to arrange the drinks and said he wanted beer. At the same moment, Ha Yun came out and told the dwarf that he was tired of saying that he couldn't drink at work. And suddenly he was very surprised to see a real elf. He examined her in detail and said that there were practically no other differences from an ordinary person, except the difference in the shape of the ears, and asked if this was true. Chu Yul told him that it was rude and asked Melona for forgiveness, because Ha Yun is new. The dwarf said that he could not believe that they accepted such a newcomer. Chu Yul told him that Ha Yun still has an excellent level of intelligence, and after all, they usually hire employees based on their fighting skills. Chu Yul turned to Ha Yun and said that he should pay attention to Ma Sung. Ha Yun agreed with him and proceeded to say that he has a very ordinary appearance. His body proportions are also quite ordinary, and that there is nothing very unusual about him. Next, he wondered in surprise how such a person could repel Chu Yul, to which Ma Song replied that he himself did not know this. Ha Yun then said that if he had cooperated with Chu Yul right away, the dangerous situation would not have arisen. Chu Yul turned to Ha Yun and said that it doesn't matter anymore. What is important in his opinion is how to help Ma Sun manage his newly acquired ability, which in some situations can be very destructive. Ha Yun replied that he knew this, and that he had already gathered some information. After reviewing and analyzing the data from Chu Yul's camera and from the moment they entered the headquarters, he conducted a more detailed scan and can already draw a conclusion. He said that he could only conclude that Ma Sung was under a curse. Ma Sung in turn got scared and began to ask questions. What, who, when, and why. What he did wrong. What kind of curse he was, and many other questions he also asked. Ha Yun replied that he does not know all this, although at first glance he thinks it is a gift or ability, but the reason why he cannot control the energy surges is because it is a recent activation of the curse, although the curse is old. Chu Yul asked Ha Yun if Ma Sun could get rid of him, since it was just a curse. Ha Yun replied that he would try to explain everything in detail in the briefing room. Moving further into the briefing room, he began his explanation. Ha Yun said that usually the effects that Ma Sun can inflict on another person are buffs and debuffs. Although they act diametrically opposite, they still follow the same principle and do not last as long as we would like. He also said that these buffs and debuffs can be removed using Dispel Magic. The nature of the curse, according to him, is completely different, and it can be removed only if the person who imposed it wants it, or certain conditions must be met. When Chu Yul asked what the conditions were, he replied that in most cases it was impossible to find out, or they were practically impossible to fulfill. But in fact, there is another way, the surest.
Ma Song interrupted him and asked what other method this was. Ha Yun replied that this could be the death of the damned, in which all one has to do is simply die. But Ma Song himself clearly did not like this method and had to be reassured by Malone in turn. Ha Yun meanwhile continued to say that based on the scan results he received, there is some source of magic inside Ma Sung, which is the curse. He also assumed that because of him, he could not die. Malona said that in this regard, it doesn't sound so bad and is actually quite useful. Ma Song answered her that if she liked it so much, then it would be better to curse her, because he doesn't really like it when there is something uncontrollable in him. Ha Yun asked the dwarf, addressing him as the president, if they should check something. The dwarf thought and went on the attack. The dwarf's attack on Ma Song was very powerful. The attack was so powerful that Ma Song was pressed into the wall, damaging it. So, being on one of the higher floors, did not understand what they were doing there in the basement, that this was causing the entire building to vibrate. At some point, even the phone rang and she was scared, thinking that it could be the owner of the building. As it turned out, rescuers arrived. They were asked if they should tell them what was going on first, to which they replied that they had come to check because of the noise and shaking, because it sounded as if there was an earthquake. They went on to say that the locals were scared half to death and were complaining, but they were still not allowed in. The guard said that since this is a government matter, they cannot allow outsiders into the area until the investigation is completed. The rescuers were surprised that this was a government matter and told the guard that he did not look like a police officer and that by putting on a suit, he did not become someone like the CIA. Another of them added that maybe it was a terrorist attack or a bomb exploded. Next, the guard asked permission to show them his ID, after which he showed it. They looked at the ID and realized that everything was really secret here. The guard further said that there was only a pop of gas. He further added that although part of the building was destroyed, the danger had already passed. The guards understood everything, remembered it, asked to let them know when they were finished and left. The guard agreed to this and thought that he was also interested in it. He also thought that it was difficult to restore order when it came to the other world detachment, and when it was unknown how long a particular mission would last. Then he returned to the building and was asked who came and why. The security guard asked if additional personnel should be called. Then he said that it was necessary to hurry before the media found out about everything. He further said that they were not warned about this, and that they urgently needed to call for reinforcements. Then Lisareg came up and said that there was no point in calling even more people here, because there was no point in unnecessary attention. He further ordered the undead to take care of the guard, and he, with thoughts of food and his hunger, went to the guard. Meanwhile, the company president attacked Ma Song and told him to grit his teeth because it would take some time. Ma Song thought, has the dwarf really gone crazy? Because he cannot dodge any of his flying blows, and this is strange. Meanwhile, Chu Yul asked Ha Yun if it was safe. Ha Yun told him that this test would show whether it was dangerous or not. Melona said the elder dwarf beat him impressively. She thought that Chu Yul was very strong, but this is not at all the same. Chu Yul said that he had never seen Captain Ram use his full power, but had heard many wild stories about it. She then asked if they had any free snacks. Ha Yun replied that there was some chocolate lying around. Chu Yul wondered if she hadn't recently been worried about him or this nervous hunger. Meanwhile, Ma Song asked Captain Ram why he was beating him, to which Ram answered him that he himself did not know what the reason was, and also added that it was not his concern to waste his brains, because he was simply doing what he was asked to do. Ma Song further said that before this he had at least tried to dodge, after which he asked Ran what he would achieve without even allowing him to move. Ran asked why he snaps even after beating, because this only makes him like him more. Melona said that Ma Song doesn't look injured at all after all this. Ha Yun said that it was expected. Chu Yul asked Ha Yun what he was checking this time. Ha Yun told Chu Yul that he could try to guess. Ha Yun further said that he wants to know the answer to the question, if Ma Song collects all this energy without the ability to throw it out, what will happen if it remains in him for a long time? Chu Yul asked Ha Yun if he was just going to hold Ma Song. Melona asked Ha Yun if they guessed what would happen. Would they get a reward for it? Meanwhile, Ha Yun looked at the screen and remained silent. And after some time of observation, He suggested watching Chuyul and Melona as well. He said that if you pay attention to the scanner of the injuries that occurred on the body, then Ram's blows that hit his limbs hurt him less.
Chuyul saw this and asked if these numbers were counting down. To which Ha-yun responded positively and added that at first he thought that there should be a certain threshold of damage, but then he noticed that the numbers gradually began to decrease. He further suggested that if the numbers reached 0, then all the energy he was unable to release would remain in his body and he would suffer actual damage or simply explode. After everything she heard, Melona was surprised and frightened. Ma Song himself was also frightened, having heard and understood that he would receive all these blows at one time at some point. He said that it was not necessary and that he did not want to die like that. He also said that now he was beaten much worse than the Hulk. Ha-yun told him that today they were just trying to test his limits, so he could only stand still and wait. Ma Song said that he did not want to stand and wait because his life depended on it.
He asked to be let go because some time ago he had released energy not only with his hands but also with his legs, after which he put his leg towards Ram. Ram asked if he should immobilize Ma Song's legs. Ma Song told him to get away from him altogether. Melona said that Ma Song might be right and that it was risky. Ha-yun said that Ma Song looked pretty good and asked if it would be better to have another round. Chuyul said that he would like to see what happens next. But he also said that it is impossible to conduct tests on civilians, and no one gave their team special permission to do this. So in his opinion, an alternative method needs to be found. Ha-yun said that he was annoyed.
Ha-yun went on to say that he wanted to give back to Ma Song all the pain that Chuyul experienced. Melona heard this and wondered if this had been his goal all along.
Captain Ram asked what he should do next and whether Ma Song should return it all to him, because he always wondered how strong his blows were, and therefore he wanted to know how his enemies felt. Then So-so came in and said that they were in trouble. She further said that now is not the time to engage in this nonsense, because the location of the headquarters has been compromised. Then they all went up to the entrance doorway and saw the undead there. Captain Ram saw this and asked if he was not from the cleanup team. Ha-yun replied that that person became undead, but he didn't understand who could do it. So-so also said that 2 of their agents had disappeared from contact, and they were already in the building.
Melona asked why the undead were standing in the doorway and scratching the air, because there was no door there. Ha-yun said that this is due to the fact that the barrier that limits the safe area has turned on.
He further said that this barrier creates a space isolated from the outside world, preventing any contact from any side. So-so asked Ha-yun when he managed to install this barrier. Ha-yun replied that he did this to secure everything outside the room while checking on Ma Song, and this dead guy doesn't even see that there is a door in front of him. So-so said that he could have warned about this because she was afraid.
Chuyul said that this dead man used to be his colleague, but now he is an otherworldly creature, and he also said that he will deal with him. Ha-yun reminded Chuyul that he was injured and asked Captain Ram about it. Captain Ram asked if he really wanted him to do this. After thinking for a while, Ha-yun changed his mind and said that it's better not to do this, because he doesn't know who else might come to this place, so it's better for him to stay where he is.
Chuyul told Ha-yun to raise the barrier, and that now is the right time to do so. In his opinion, civilians should not be allowed to come under attack. Ha-yun agreed with him and raised the protective barrier. Meanwhile, Ma Song asked if he could be freed before leaving, and he also thought that they had turned him into a time bomb and left him. Then he noticed something strange and wondered what was going on. An orc also came to them, and they could not understand why there were so many otherworldly creatures in one place. A little later, they realized that he looked like a zombie.
Ha-yun, seeing the orc, said that it is logical to assume that someone is behind this appearance of the undead. Melona said that she could guess who it could be, and also said that it should be a necromancer named Lisareg. Capitan Ram said that he had a lot of impudence, and he did not understand how he dared to show up at their headquarters, and also said that it looked like he would have to show him who he had contacted. Ha-yun said that these are undead, and if they bite, it will be bad.
Looking at some book, he said that he knew how dangerous it was, but nevertheless, he decided to shake up the old days and asked the runic prism to give him strength, after which he was wearing combat equipment. Before leaving, Ram said that although the equipment was a little cumbersome, it was better than being bitten by these undeads, and he asked to remove the barrier. After removing the barrier, he went out to the orc, and the orc went on the attack.
After the orc's attack, Ram asked him if this was all he could do. He further said that with such attacks, he should have been ashamed to show up to them.
Having attacked the orc, he suddenly remembered that this is exactly how a blow should feel. Otherwise, he didn't understand anything when beating Ma-sun, because he had the feeling that he was hitting a sponge.
Meanwhile, Soso was hysterical and screamed that he would destroy everything and they had no money for repairs. Ha-yun asked her if she should lower the barrier since she was so worried. Meanwhile, Captain Ram had already dealt with the orc and asked him why he was able to defeat him so quickly, because they had just started. Next, he asked for diligence to make it much more interesting. And suddenly, at some point, the beast approached Ha-yun from behind and said that the barrier should not let him in and asked him to lower the barrier while he asked him to do so. Ha-yun agreed to the condition and lowered the barrier.
Ram noticed this and asked why this was so. Chu-yul approached him and said that they were late and that it was a trap. He added further that they, the fighters, were lured outside. They divided the detachment and penetrated inside. Then Lysereg showed up in the building and asked why they were hiding in such a place. Melona did not recognize him in the form in which he appeared and asked him who he was. He replied that he was not surprised that she did not recognize him in this form. Melona guessed that it was Lysereg and asked what happened to him and whether he turned himself into an undead. Ha-yun asked if he was a lich and told Melona that he was definitely not an ordinary undead and assumed that he had undergone a ritual to become an undead sorcerer.
Ha-yun also said that he couldn't believe that he was seeing one of the rarest and strongest races, but Lysereg asked where Ma-sun was. Melona remembered that he was in the basement and said that she didn't know. He said that he already knew where he was and went to him.
Hearing that someone was coming, Ma-song was glad that they were returning to him. He also thought that he did not know what was happening upstairs, but asked to untie him. But upon discovering the dwarf, he suddenly realized that something was wrong and he shouldn't be here. Meanwhile, Lysereg asked one of the undead to bite Ha-yun in order to turn him into his property. Ha-yun said that he hasn't played through so many games yet and hasn't learned many things, so he doesn't want to become an undead just yet.
Next, he wondered whether it was possible to forget about fatigue and sleep if he became undead, and he would be interested in finding out. Soso asked him in response what he was talking about, what kind of game. After this, Ha-yun was bitten and became undead.
After biting Ha-yun, Lysereg did not quite understand what happened to his consciousness. Commands to go down came into his mind, because those present still did not pose a threat. Next, Ha-yun sent a command to do as he was told.
After the beast left for the basement, Ha-yun thought that this was incredible, because after zombification, he retained the ability to communicate. He also asked Lysereg if his abilities got better after being converted. He didn't understand the question. Ha-yun explained that he wanted to ask if it was possible to maintain independence while being his follower. Soso asked Ha-yun if he was serious now. And at the same moment, Ma-song, who was chained, came to them from the basement.
Lysereg, seeing the cut-down animals, said that it seemed that he had already begun to get used to it, but they had already been cut down. After knocking out the animals, Ma-son realized that there was still quite a lot of energy and wondered who to release it on. Lysereg was surprised to see Ma-son, and Ma-song said in turn that he found one and that he looks like a real stereotypical villain. Lysereg told Ma-son that he would never forgive him for causing him to become this way. Ma-song told him that it was nothing personal and that he was just in a bit of a hurry. Lysereg asked what kind of nonsense he was talking about, and after his question, he sent a wave of souls at Ma-son, to which Ma-song said that this somehow did not impress him and he wanted more. Seeing that the wave of souls had no effect, Lysereg wondered how this was even possible. Ma-song replied that since he attacked first, then in this case, his conscience would definitely not torment him for what he would do next. And he began to strike back, having said before that he would now return everything to him with interest. Watching them, Melona asked if he really uses his abilities against his will, because it looks completely different. Ha-yun replied that it doesn't matter now. Melona asked why.
Ha-yun replied that this is because the Lich's body is just a projection, and physical attacks cannot do anything to him, but Ma Song swallowed a magical attack. He also added that dark magic will be useless against the dark race, and it's like putting out a fire with gasoline. Lisareg, meanwhile, said that it was the same magic as last time, and that it would no longer work on the body. Ma Song asked in surprise what the last time was, and whether he had met him before. Then he remembered and asked if he was the one who stabbed him with a dagger because he looked a little similar. Lisareg replied that yes, and he manages to piss him off. Next, Lisareg, clutching Ma Song's face with his hand, said that he would make sure that until his very last breath he felt nothing but pain, and used the magic of life depletion after his words. Ha-yun, watching this, said that this is exactly what Ma Sun can no longer stand. He also added that he could be wrong, but Ma Sun's body will not neutralize the damage forever, and if the impact is non-stop, then anything can happen. Melona asked him to speak more clearly. Soso said that it was necessary to turn off the barrier as soon as possible, and also said that the screen was completely broken, and it would not turn on. Ha-yun said that there is a manual switch in the basement for this purpose. Meanwhile, Lisareg continued and asked how it felt. He also said that he was still far from the pain that he had to experience. Ma Song wondered what it was, because his head hurt so much as if it would burst at any moment. Ma Song also realized that his consciousness was gradually leaving him in the same way as recently. And suddenly he remembered that he felt like this long before all these events. And this happened in his early childhood, when he was very small. Then he was walking across the field, and his mother approached him. She said that he was a poor thing, and that his father had done terrible things to him, and that at that moment she could not help him in any way, but she must train him to such an extent that he could not die. She also told him not to worry and that he would not die. She said that she would only push him to the point that he could not die, and asked if this was better than saying goodbye to life. And she had a hand in the same way as Lisareg. At some point, Lisareg disappeared. Melona, seeing this, asked Ma Sun what he did, because he did not have the ability to damage him. Ma Song replied that he did not know, because he, feeling that he could not do anything, concentrated on his head. After hearing about the head, Chu Yul said that he was surprised that Ma Sun could release a charge through his legs, but to do it through his head is also something new to him. Lisareg did not understand how Ma Song managed to cope with him and became even more angry. After defeating Lisareg, Ma Sun asked how he could finish off the second bespectacled man. Ha-yun asked him in response which second glasses guy he was talking about. Ma Sung, meanwhile, wondered if the second bespectacled man was Chu Yul. Melona told Ma Sung that Ha-yun said that physical attacks would not work against Lisareg, and that magic, especially sacred magic, was needed here. Ma Song asked her to express herself in the language of his world. Melona replied that she spoke it. Ha-yun told Ma Sung to think of it as solids and gases, and that physical attacks can destroy solid objects, but cannot affect gases. Ma Song said that it seems that this has already dawned on him. Next, Ma Song thought that it turns out that he can't do anything and everything that Ram had hammered into him, he had already released. Ha-yun said that he just needs to hold out for a while he and Soso escape and manually remove the barrier. Ma Song asked how he could hold out if he had nothing to beat him with. Lisareg, meanwhile, said that they would not be able to remove the barrier, because he would not allow this to happen. Melona asked Ma Sun if he thought that she would just stand aside, and after her words, she began to attack Lisareg. Ma Sun asked Melona why Lisareg was dodging her attacks, to which she said that this is because magic is needed to completely defeat Lisareg, and she has already talked about this. She also added that it would be difficult for her to inflict significant damage on this type, because she has quite a bit of mana to do this. Lisareg said that her ability was only enough to tickle him, and after his words, he sent a wave of souls into her. Melona told him that she was not going to lose to someone like him, and sent a magic missile in response. At this time, Ma Sun came between them and absorbed both powers, which he can now use against Lisareg. Next, he stood next to Melona in the direction of Lisareg, and told him that before he was scared, because this was all new to him. He also added that if you get used to all this, then it's not so bad.
Lissereg said that he understood that Ma Sun was not so simple, but he still did not understand why his attacks did not work. This remains a mystery to him.
Ma Song said that he himself does not know the answer to this question. He also said that they explained something to him, but he still didn't understand anything. But at the same time, there is one thing that he is sure of, and that is that he will not walk a single step for him.
Lissereg told Ma Sun not to make him laugh, because in his opinion, someone like him cannot do anything to him, because his body is much more powerful than that of a simple necromancer, and he tasted death itself in order to become the strongest undead. He further said that he would make him regret the words that came out of his dirty mouth, and after his words, he used the crown of thorns against Ma Song. Ma Song, meanwhile, said how much longer you can hit this crown.
Lissereg asked him what it was like to feel agony so intense that he was ready to beg for death. Ma Song replied that the crown of thorns showed a little, and then asked if he had anything more impressive.
Lissereg told Ma Song that he was an arrogant fool, and since he wanted to play seriously, he decided to organize it, and he activated the decomposition zone. Melona noticed that the floor and the entire floor were decomposing. Ma Song, having seen and felt all this, said that it is difficult to explain the sensations when it is both hot and cold at the same time. Next, he asked Lissereg if that was all, or if he had something else. And Lissereg said that there was no point in this. He also said that this was the highest magic for a lich, and he does not understand how it can be that it did not work on Ma Sun. Ma Song, surprised and delighted, asked if this is really all he can do. Further, Lissereg thought that this was unthinkable and that Ma Sun was only a man, but at the same time, such a strong pressure was felt from him, as if there was a giant in front of him.
Meanwhile, Captain Ram tried to break through the protective barrier over and over again, but after some time of attacks, he noticed that it did not even budge. Chu Yul told him that he had already told him that it was useless.
He went on to say that it was impossible to enter until the barrier was removed from the inside, and they would not even be able to see what was happening there. Ram wondered who could have attacked the other world's office. Chu Yul asked not to attract attention.
Ram further asked Chu Yul what happened to the reinforcements from the others. Chu Yul replied that with the exception of the Gangbook branch, their request was ignored, and they said that they would be there in about an hour. Ram asked which of them could fight. Chu Yul replied that it is reliably known that there are at least 2 fighters in Gunbook, but there is no information about who exactly is rushing to their aid. And at some point, they saw that the barrier suddenly began to completely dissolve. Ram said that they would finally be able to look at who attacked them and asked Chu Yul if he was ready. To which Chu Yul replied to Captain Ram that he would immediately follow him.
Seeing that the barrier was being removed, Lissereg told Ma Sun that he would wait for him and that he would not forget today's shame. Lissereg promised Ma Sun that he would pay for this another time. Ma Song asked where he was going to go. Ma Song told him that he was crazy and should just give up, and reminded him that he deserved the same pain. Lissereg added that he managed to piss him off until the very end, and then disappeared.
Ma Song also asked him not to leave, but it was already useless. At that moment, Ram and Chu Yul came in, and Ram asked where the enemies had gone. Chu Yul asked who it was. Melona replied that it was Lissereg, whom they had recently encountered. Ram approached Ma Sun and asked if he was okay, while extending his hand to him. Ma Song shouted back at him not to touch him. Ram said that he need not worry and that this would not take him. Ma Song answered Ram that he definitely couldn't bear this, because at the moment there was such an amount of energy in his body that could lead to dozens of deaths, and if he didn't release it, he would have to keep it inside himself. After that, he wondered how he could have gotten to this point.
Meanwhile, 2 men arrived at the spot. Bu said that apparently the attacker was sure that this was a great opportunity to look into their hideout, but according to his assumptions, in the end, he could not get anything from it. Another said that he was not worth attention from the very beginning and asked why they were so worried about it then. Du said that since this is Lissereg, being from another world, he is as capable as his partner.
His partner asked him if he considered himself better than him, and if he was looking for a fight, to which Due responded in the negative, and said that it was the other way around, and that it would be impolite to others if his humble race were to compare their skills. The partner replied to Due that modesty and him were incompatible. Due, in turn, said that he was interested in someone and that someone was the elf, because it seemed to him that he had already seen her before, and he almost never forgets faces.
The partner asked why that was and if he was a pervert. Due replied that he did not expect him to see him like this, and also said that more mature women were certainly the best in his opinion and could not be compared with younger ones. The partner then told Due that it was time for him to stop talking, because he was pissing him off. Due agreed with him and asked what they should do, whether it was worth continuing to monitor the detachment. My partner said he could do it himself. Meanwhile, Melona fed Soso something very tasty, and Melona thanked her for the treat. Soso told her that she should thank Chuyul for this, because he was the one who paid for all this with his own money. Melona went on to say that it's incredible because everything looks as if nothing happened. Soso replied that everything was returned to its original state at the moment when the barrier completely dissipated, but the owner still got her. Ma Song replied that after being beaten so much, he felt how it worked. Ha-yun told Ma Song that although he has the ability to learn, he is still far from being like Chuyul.
Ma Song said that there is no difference, because there is a problem. He further said that he needed a place where he could release the energy absorbed from that corpse. Ha-yun got scared and told him to be careful in the office.
Ma Song told Ha-yun that he need not be afraid of him, because he already said that he can now control the emissions. Melona asked Ma Song if he could go to the river or to a deserted mountain to release it all there.
Ma Song replied that if he is careless, someone could get hurt or even die from this, and he really doesn't want to allow all this to happen. He just wants to let it all out, so he won't be afraid to be around people. And then Ha-yun attacked Ma Sung and said that it would be a waste. Ma Song asked why. Ha-yun replied that he was talking about the high-level magic that lich used, and this was a very rare opportunity that he should not miss. Next, Ha-yun told Ma Sung not to worry about the side effects, because he repeated the scan and can now say that the risk of an accidental explosion of the accumulated energy is minimal, because the timer is running very slowly.
After hearing about the explosion, Ma Sung asked Ha-yun if he thought it was a bomb. Ha-yun replied that he will work hard to find a way to release his pent-up energy in a beneficial way, and therefore asks him to just trust him and hold out. Ma Sung didn't really want to trust Ha-yun after he heard from Ha-yun that their goal was his death, and all Ha-yun needed was his death, since this, in his opinion, was the only way to get rid of from his curse. Melona asked where Chuyul is now, because she wants to thank him for the food. Ma Song said that he didn't believe her, and that she would most likely ask him to buy her more food. Soso replied that he had gone out for the whole night, and there was no point in waiting for him yet. Before leaving, Chuyul said that overtime was not part of his contract, and he was going to adjust his daily schedule. Ram said that he needed to be able to rest not only with his body, but also with his soul. After his words, he went for a drink.
Ma Song asked if he should do nothing for now. Ha-yun replied that he would make a plan by tomorrow, and also added that they had more than enough time. Soso said that they should all go home because it was too late. On the way home, Ma Song said that he was very tired, and besides, he was also very hungry, and his clothes looked like a homeless person. Melona asked him why he did not eat with her. Ma Song replied that he did not have any money with him. He also said that he doesn't know how to beg the way she does, and asked where she was going anyway. Melona replied that she was going home. Ma Sung asked whose house she was going to. Melona replied that she was going home to him.
Ma Song asked why. Melona answered because it was night. Ma Song asked how many times he should repeat the negative answer to her so that she would understand. Melona said that he himself told her that she could stay until they found her a place to live.
He said he didn't remember that, and instead only remembered that he said he would give her 1 day. Melona replied that so much had happened today that she wanted to ask him for a few more days.
But before she had time to tell him anything else, she suddenly disappeared. Meanwhile, a couple passed near Ma Sung. The girl told the guy that he did not need to accompany her all the way home. The guy told the girl that it can be dangerous at night. The girl told the guy that it would be a long way for him to go to his home. The guy told the girl that it would be worth it if he could stay with her a little longer. Ma Song said that they left and that there was no one to hide from anymore.
Ma Song said that we could go out, but Melona was no longer there, and there was no one to go out. He further said that it was time to stop being invisible and appear now, but no one appeared next to him. As a result, he went home alone. Waking up in the morning from his mother's call, he answered it, but his worried mother asked him why he did not answer the calls. Ma Song told her that he answered the call as soon as he noticed, but she meant yesterday. And then he remembered that yesterday, his phone exploded from a release of energy, and he was lucky that the SIM card remained intact. After some thought, Ma Song answered his mother that he was not in touch because his phone was broken and asked about the reason for the call. Mom said she thought something bad had happened and also said she just wanted to see if he had any money left over from last month. He told her that he would not be able to send her any money this month.
He further explained that he had so many unforeseen expenses that she simply had nothing to send, and besides, he barely had enough to last this month, let alone the next, and he also had one more mouth to feed now. When his mother asked who else he had to feed, Ma Song said that it was a cat, and that he had recently gotten one. Mom asked why he needed it in the apartment, and then told him to return it to where he got it from. Ma Song said that this is only temporary.
Ma Song also said that the cat is small. Mom asked if it's really true that if he's so small, then he probably doesn't eat much. He had nothing to answer to this. After that, she said that then let her somehow hold out for this month.
The connection was cut off, and Ma Sun thought that he might be going crazy, and it looked like he would now have to survive on beach packs. He also thought that no one could tell his mother that he did not live alone.
Not seeing any traces of Melona's presence, Ma Song thought that she had clearly not appeared since yesterday, and perhaps now he would finally begin to live a normal life, and he decided to go have breakfast with whatever he would try to find. Looking at the glass of something unfinished, he remembered that he numbered all his food in order to track how it was lost. But now, it seems there is no need to worry about it anymore, because everything has returned to normal. But from somewhere he had a feeling of emptiness, and even if Melona lived with him, being invisible, he wondered if he could subconsciously sense her presence. And suddenly someone knocked on the door. He ran to open the door.
Opening the door, he asked where she had been all night, but he saw Chu Yul after the door was fully opened. Chu Yul asked if Melona was in the apartment. Ma Sung asked Chu Yul what he forgot in his apartment early in the morning.
Chu Yul looked at his watch and said that the current time was 10 o'clock and 12 minutes in the morning, and that he had no idea who it might be early for. Ma Song thought about Chu Yul that he was somehow not normal. Walking into the apartment, Chu Yul asked Ma Song if he was having breakfast now, even though it was too late for breakfast in his opinion, and he heard the smell of quick steeped food. Ma Song replied to Chu Yul that he could bring food instead of ranting. Chu Yul asked again where Melona was. Ma Song replied that he did not know and that yesterday she had become invisible on the street and had not appeared since then. He also asked Chu Yul why he was asking him at all, since she lived with him without his knowledge for a very long time.
He also told Chu Yul that if he needed her, he could look for her himself. Chu Yul thought and said that it looks like he really will have to find it himself. Ma Sung asked Chu Yul if he could find her. Chu Yul replied that there is a chance if traces of her are found in the place where she was last time. After this, Chu Yul asked Ma Sung if he knew the exact time and place of her disappearance. Ma Song replied that it was parking near the house at night. But there was no need to look for anyone, because Melona had already returned and said that she really wanted to eat, and asked Ma Sun if there was anything for breakfast. Chu Yul was happy when he saw Melona and said that she had returned. Having seen quick noodles for breakfast, Melona said that she was sure that there was something better in the refrigerator and said that she would quickly cook something. Ma Song asked why she suddenly disappears, and also suddenly appears, and asked not to pretend that nothing happened. He asked her where she had gone. Melona replied that he himself kicked her out, and asked if that was true. He looked surprised, as if he didn't understand. Melona asked Ma Sun if he really didn't tell her to find another home. After that, she said that she walked around and tried to find somewhere to live. She went on to say that he shouldn't be worried about her disappearance at all, because he himself kicked her out, and now he's pretending to be worried. Further, she also asked whether to ask his permission to leave the house on the street, or if that was also not allowed. After Melona spoke out, Ma Song asked her if she had found another house. Melona told him that she hadn't found anything to her taste yet. Next, Chuyul told them that the noodles were getting cold and asked if they wanted to finish talking after eating.
Ma Sung agreed with Chuyul because cold food is not as tasty. Chuyul also told them that they would need to return to headquarters after they finished breakfast. Ma Song and Melona agreed with Chuyul, although they didn't quite understand why.
After arriving at the headquarters, Ha-yun met them and said that he was waiting for them, especially Ma Song. Ma Song asked why he needed to return to headquarters. Melona asked if anything happened during the night.
Ha-yun said that he promised that he would find a way to control Ma Sung's curse, and he also recalled that he said that one day was enough for him and gave Ha-yun a pill. Ma Song asked if he did it all night.
Ha-yun replied that not sleeping is now a common thing for him. Ma Song asked if he should take the pill he received orally. Melona asked if the pill Ha-yun gave to Ma Sung was tasty. Ha-yun said that the time has not yet come for him to take this pill orally. Ma Song asked what to do with this pill in this case.
Ha-yun replied that he would need to take the capsule in his hand and concentrate the absorbed energy from yesterday into it. Hearing this, Ma Song decided to proceed, but Ha-yun stopped him and said that he had prepared a certain place for this.
After going to the place and asking what kind of place it was, Ma Sun heard in response from Ha-yun that this was their testing room and that it was intended for testing magical items, but was also used for sparring their agents.
He also added that any impacts, explosions, and other impacts in this room are well suppressed. Ma Sung thought this thing was dangerous, and he said so. Ha-yun replied that this is just a precaution, because they don't know the result yet. Ha-yun also said that any experiments are best carried out in safe places, but this did not reassure Ma Sung. Ma Sung looked at the capsule and wondered if it would be of any use, since it looked like ordinary medicine.
Despite everything, he still decided to try to release a charge into the capsule, and began to think about what kind of charge it would be. He was wondering whether to release one of the spells the Lich was using, namely Crown of Thorns, or try something else.
Meanwhile, Captain Ram approached Ha-yun and asked Ha-yun how everything was going, and if everything was okay. Ha-yun told him that they had just started. Ram further asked if it was possible to observe this, to which Ha-yun naturally agreed.
Next, Melona asked Ha-yun if he had any chocolate lying around like last time. He replied that he needed to check. Meanwhile, Ma Song had already started trying to release the Crown of Thorns spell into the capsule. Ram was impressed by the sight he saw and said that this was a real spell. Ha-yun added that he had already seen it in action, but he still couldn't believe that the very idea of storing magic with the possibility of using it later worked. After firing the charge into the capsule, a joyful Ha-yun walked into the testing room and said that it was a success and that he wasn't sure. But it actually worked. Ma Song asked what it means he was not sure, and also asked if he gave the capsule without knowing the consequences. Ha-yun gave a positive answer and added that it worked, no matter what. He went on to say that in order to use the magic in the capsule, he would only need to swallow it when needed. He also added that this is how he can use it without storing the energy in the body for a long time.
Ma Song said that in order to swallow it, everything was clear, but he was interested in other options and further asked what would happen if he accidentally crushed it, to which Ha-yun replied that this remains to be seen. But Ha-yun suddenly fell down. Ma Song in turn then wondered what happened, why he fell, and whether it was connected with what he had done. Ram came in and replied that it looked like Ha-yun simply passed out due to overwork, because he worked without rest. He also told Ma Sun that if he had any questions, he would have to ask them a little later.
Ram then asked if it was his turn now. Ma Song, scared, asked if he was going to hit him again, because this time he said that he would not just stand there and get hit. Ram replied that he should not worry so much.
Ram further said that he just wants to suggest something. Ma Song asked Ram what exactly he wanted to offer. And then Ram in response asked Ma Song if he would like to join the detachment and extended his hand to him.
He also said that this also applies to the elf girl. Melona asked if they were talking about her. Ram replied that frankly, they are now severely short-staffed and have been asking for more staff for several months now.
But all this, according to him, has no result, and that is why he has no choice but to look for personnel on his own. He also thinks they are competent enough to immediately begin working as agents. He also said that, of course, they would need to gain experience. Ma Song said that he was still studying and there was no talk of any work. After his words, he remembered the words of his mother, who told him to hold out for this month. After this, Ma Song asked Ram how much he would be paid and whether the payment was hourly. Ram replied that it would be better to check with Soso. Ma Song went with Melona to Soso and asked her about payment. Soso replied that she did not know how to answer this at all. Ma Song asked who could answer their questions then. Soso sighed and said that she didn't know why she was doing all this. Further, going to the computer, she said that she would now look at what and how, but usually, according to her, they would have to discuss everything with an intermediary, who, in turn, would have already directed them. Melona asked Ma Song if he really wanted this. Ma Song answered Melona's question positively and added that he had not been sent money for the month, so he needed to do something about it, and besides, this also concerned her. Melona asked what she had to do with it. Ma Song told her that she should have paid for food, accommodation, and utilities, because she had been at his house long enough and therefore she could feel that she had been given an ideal opportunity to pay the bills. Chu Yul further said that it is difficult for him to agree with this. Soso asked why, since he complained most about the lack of staff. Chu Yul replied that no matter the workload, they couldn't just let everyone work in the department. According to Chu Yul, they should first be given a test for professional aptitude and given a probationary period. Soso asked if he would be stubborn knowing that they needed help. But suddenly Soso discovered an alarm signal and said, hearing this, Chu Yul said that he didn't even have time to finish his cup and asked where the alarm came from. Soso replied that it was not that far and that we needed to get out right now, and then she would guide us through communications. Chu Yul said to call Bravo Team if things didn't go according to plan and ran. Melona asked what was going on. Soso replied that there was no point in distracting her now because she had no time for them right now, but a little later she asked if they would go with him. Soso further added that if they prove themselves at the scene of the incident, they will have a good chance of getting additional bonuses when concluding a contract. Ma Song agreed and ran to Chu Yul and called Melona with him. Melona, meanwhile, said she had not made any decision yet. Soso asked her if she was going to continue to sit on Ma Song's neck and whether it would be better for her if she could live and eat at her own expense. Melona, after thinking a little, answered Soso that she was right because she would be able to afford any food she wanted, including even first-class beef. She also said that all this wonderful food was already standing before her eyes, and she ran. Meanwhile, Soso thought that she was just thinking out loud, and that she even felt a little awkward because she was so easy and simple to convince. Meanwhile, the story moves to grandfather walking through the forest. According to this grandfather, there is nothing better than walking on weekends. He wondered why she decided to stay home when he invited her with him. His thoughts were suddenly interrupted by a shaking that shouldn't have happened. He wondered if construction work was going on nearby, even though there were no residential areas nearby. Next, he thought about an earthquake, because he had heard that they might be in their country. But this time his thoughts were interrupted by Chu Yul. Chu Yul told his grandfather that he immediately needed to go down the mountain because there was a huge landslide not far from them, and he had to leave this place immediately. Grandfather asked what he was talking about. What kind of landslide? This is impossible with such an inclination. Later, Ma Song ran after Chu Yul, who told his grandfather to leave immediately because there was a dangerous criminal further away. Grandfather asked who the criminal was, but there was no one to expect an answer from since both Ma Song and Chu Yul ran away. Later, he saw that the landslide was indeed already overtaking him, and at that moment, Melona approached her grandfather from behind and said that ghosts were roaming in this place. Grandfather looked around and saw no one, and thought that perhaps it really was a ghost. Having put all this into a single picture, that there were landslides, criminals, and ghosts roaming around here, Grandfather very quickly ran away from that place. Melona wondered if she really understood that there were no other people in this place besides her grandfather. Having arrived at the place, Chu Yul contacted Soso and asked where he should go or run next. She told him that the destination was 10 meters away from him and asked if he really couldn't see. Chu Yul said that he only felt a slight tremor in the ground.
Next, Melona and Ma Song approached Chu Yul. Ma Song asked Chu Yul what he was doing and where the bad guy or monster was. Melona said to wait for her. Chu Yul in response asked them what they forgot in this place and why they ended up near it.
Without waiting for an answer from Melona and Ma Song, he followed Soso's prompts and went for 2 hours, walked another 5 meters, and found nothing, being already at the epicenter. Ma Song wondered if they were too late, since there was no one in sight.
When Soso said that the destination was just below him, he realized that the gate was in the ground, and that he would not be able to seal it if it was there. Then he told everyone to quickly move away, as he realized that now everything would rise along with the ground.
And Chu Yul was right, because a monstrous golem crawled out of the ground. Melona and Ma Song wondered how something like this came into this world. Chu Yul said that it looks like he has no choice, and he deployed a security zone.
Ma Song asked what it was. Melona replied that it was a barrier similar to the one at headquarters. Soso told them through communication that the principle of the security zone is the same, but this is a completely different matter. Soso further added that a simple security zone does not completely isolate from the external environment. Rather, it makes a copy of space and moves those within that safety zone into that copy.
Melona asked what copy and what space we were talking about. Ma Song asked Melona if she was talking to someone. Melona remembered that Soso gave her 2 micro earphones, and she handed one of them to Ma Song in her hand.
Ma Song took it and asked if this earpiece was for communication. Putting it in his ear, he asked if he could hear him. Soso replied that they can consider today as an entrance exam, and if they don't show themselves, then they can definitely forget about work. Looking at the golem, Chu Yul said that his body was completely made of stone and that he had read about such things, but this was his first time meeting them in person. After that, he wondered how to fight it. At that moment, Ma Song came up and told Chu Yul to move away.
Chu Yul said that rookies are not allowed to go to the front line recklessly, and he will only become a liability if he gets injured. But despite everything, Ma Song decided to take on the golem and reminded him of his ability to reflect everything. He further said, walking forward a little more, that he was already accustomed to using his abilities, and the thing he received would help him cope with this even better. He further told Chu Yul to just stand there and watch what was happening. Melona approached Chu Yul and said that it was really better to take a look because Ma Song said that he wanted to test his strength, but Chu Yul didn't really want to believe it. Ma Song approached the golem and asked where they would start. He went on to say that it would be cool and that a super darkness spell should do the trick. After his words, he launched a decomposition zone. Chu Yul decided to approach, but Melona said that he should not approach. She further explained that this magic destroys everything within its radius. Ma Song asked the golem how he felt, if it was refreshing, even though he was ashamed of nature. Melona noticed that the golem was fine. Ma Song asked why the spell didn't work. Chu Yul said that if you think about it, it's obvious that it's because of his stone body. After that, Ma Song said that since it didn't work, the capsule would help. Ma Sung remembered that Haiyun said that he could use the spell left in the capsule if he ate it. After these thoughts, he ate the capsule and said that the second round was beginning. And he launched the Crown of Thorns, but it didn't work.
Chu Yul turned to Ma Sung and said that he used the absorbed magic of the Lich, but decay and pain are useless against an inanimate creature. After that, he asked Soso if there was information about the target. She replied that there was little information, but she was looking. All Soso could find was that it was Haiyun's work, but he was passed out. Next, Chu Yul turned to Melone and asked if he understood correctly that she recognized the monster. She answered positively. Chu Yul asked if she could name his weaknesses or vulnerable points. Melona replied that she only knew about him from pictures and stories. But he seems to be highly resistant to magic, and physical attacks are needed here. Chu Yul replied that he had guessed that before, and it looked like she would be of little use, and said to try not to interfere while he dealt with him. Melona said that sounded too cruel. Chu Yul further said that it was likely that elemental magic and standard attacks would not be able to do much damage. Melona asked how she would deal with the stone. Chu Yul replied to just watch.
Chu Yul saw how the golem tore out an entire living tree and thought that he was quite slow, and if this was his maximum speed, then he could easily deal with him. He also realized that his weapon would not be particularly practical in a battle with a golem.
Despite this, Chu Yul dealt with the golem so quickly with his sword that Melona did not even have time to watch him. It was much faster than when he fought Ma Song, but whether this is of any use against the golem is not clear.
Having destroyed one of his legs, Chu Yul thought what a relief it was that he was not as strong as he had feared. Melona asked if he was specifically focusing on eliminating one of his legs. Chu Yul replied that yes, because immobilizing the attack would be easy. Next, Chu Yul planned to attack the golem with magic, which would take some time to prepare. He further told Melona that she could be hit by shrapnel, so it was better for her to keep her distance.
Next, Chu Yul used a gravity hammer, which he used to smash. Melona, watching this, thought that this was high-class magic that simply shredded the golem's body to pieces. But Chu Yul said that this is not the end. Melona thought that Chu Yul only uses magic to support weapon attacks, but this level of magic is very high. After all this, Melona told Chu Yul that she did not expect him to grind him into powder. Chu Yul replied that it was necessary.
Next, Chu Yul asked Melona to come and look. She approached and saw that there was a cavity underground. Chu Yul told her that she understood everything correctly and that a gate had formed in this cavity. Melena went on to say that she understood.
Next, Melona asked Chu Yul if anything else would jump out of these gates, to which Chu Yul said that something else could appear at any moment, and therefore you need to have time to seal the gate before anyone else passes through it.
Having found the necessary seal for this size in the book, he roughly calculated that it would fit and threw it towards the gate. Melona asked if the dwarf had used this same notebook before, and what it was even capable of. Without answering the question, Chu Yul, on the contrary, even asked his own. He asked her if she could use magic when the piece of paper with the seal reached the gate. Melona replied that she would do it without any problems, since he asked her to do it.
After launching the magic projectile, Melona was surprised to see a spider web on the gate, and asked if it was closing the gate by fixating on its borders. Chu Yul replied that as far as he knows, it also neutralizes the distortion.
Suddenly, at some point, Ma Song came running and asked Chu Yul and Melona where this mountain of the stone golem was and whether he had escaped. Melona replied that he could return earlier. Chu Yul added that they had already taken care of him.
Ma Sung asked why they interfered, since he promised to look into it. A little later, approaching the gate, he asked what kind of hole it was. Melona noticed the disappearance of the gate. Chu Yul said that it seems their energy level doesn't match their size. Soso tried to contact Chu Yul and ask what happened. Chu Yul told her that the gate was closed and that they would return soon. Soso tried to say something about Ha-Yun, but the connection was not stable, and Chu Yul asked to ask. And then Loam came to meet them and told Chu Yul that he was indeed a super newbie of the squad, and was also very impressed that he had dealt with the golem single-handedly. He thought he would have problems with the golem.
Melona asked him who he was. Ma Sung asked Chu Yul if he knew him. Chu Yul said that it is impossible to penetrate the security zone unless someone was inside when it was created. Loam replied that everything was correct and that he specially created this gate to summon the golem and test his skills. Chu Yul said that he seems to have seen him before and that he is a wanted Class A criminal.
Loam replied that he was indeed honored to be classified as Class A. Chu Yul said that if he remembered correctly, he was on the most wanted list. Loam said that he clearly overestimates him, and he is at most a B+ class. Loam further told Chu Yul that with such skills, he is clearly no match for him, and that is why he wants to offer something. He wanted to take the elf. Melona asked why he needed her. Loam said he was just curious.
Loam also added that she looked familiar, but he couldn't remember and asked if they had ever met. Melona replied that she had no idea and she didn't understand why she would date someone like him.
Ma Sung asked Chu Yul who this guy was, and if, according to him, he was a criminal, then what did he do? Loan told Ma Song that interrupting was considered rudeness, and also said that he just liked the girl. Loam also said that they can call him another worlder, since he is of a different race, but he has absolutely no idea what kind of dream he has committed in order to be called a criminal. Chu Yul thought why such a lump appeared in this place. Chu Yul said that even if we do not take into account the fact that he is an illegal criminal and has committed kidnappings, murders, and body snatchings, there is no point in him pretending to be an innocent lamb, and they have had evidence for a long time.
Lowen told Chu Yul that he understood what he meant and would not deny anything, but he asked to say when a predator kills its prey, is it considered a crime? Melona asked if he meant cannibalism when he talked about taking her. Lowen told Melona that it wasn't that bad, and he meant that he just wanted to drink some of her blood. Ma Song asked what kind of blood he was talking about, whether he was talking about vampirism. He also added that lately you haven't met anyone. Chu Yul asked Lowen what would happen if they decided to resist. Lohan replied that it would be completely unwise to make such a decision. Ma Song asked why they were even listening to Lowen and asked if it would be easier to fight him. Ma Song also told Lowen that he just needed to discharge what he received from the golem, and, in his opinion, he would be great for this. Lowen asked if he was a new employee and added that it was true what they say about young hotheads. Ma Song said that he hasn't even been hired yet, and that when he defeats him, he will be hired. Lohan replied that talking to such a brat was a waste of time, and after that, Lowen threw Ma Song as far away as possible.
Melona said that she didn't even notice how he appeared there, and that it was even faster than Chu Yul. Meanwhile, during the battle, Ma Song realized that Lowen was strong, and that his blows were no weaker than Ram's. Melona told Ma Song that he was flying again. Next, Chu Yul told Meloni to use invisibility and not to get out, but to wait until the security zone disappeared, and after that, he would wait for her at the headquarters. Melona said that she understood the order and became invisible. Lowen heard all this and said that he could not allow this, after which he asked his servants to turn invisible and find Melona. Chu Yul noticed this and asked why. Lowen replied that if the refraction of light from their magic was at the same level, then they would be able to see each other and everything would be much simpler if he agreed to his proposal. Lowen also told Chu Yul that he would even like to make him a member of their clan, because it would be a pity to waste such talent in vain. Chu Yul answered him that he was not interested in such proposals. Chu Yul thought that he had never encountered anyone of this level, and that he would have to give his all to have at least a chance. Having landed, Ma Song thought that it didn't seem to hurt, but every time he lands, his consciousness becomes cloudy, and he wanted to kill Lowen. But suddenly, he noticed that everyone had disappeared somewhere, and something was happening in the air. Meanwhile, Lowen was already fighting with Chu Yul, and asked him if he had been limiting his potential all this time, and later said that he was quite capable of not being inferior to him in speed, and this impressed him. At that moment, Chu Yul thought that he was moving at the limit of his strength, and every second his muscles were aching more and more, and he would not be able to hold it back for long. Next, Ma Song stood up and turned Lowen's attention to himself. He told Lowen that he should stop messing with Chu Yul, because it would be much better to fight him. He also told Lowen that he shouldn't ignore him. Lowen pointed out that even after his blows, Ma Song is still fine, and apart from the fact that he is a beginner, he has good stats. Ma Song told Lowen that he was grateful to him, because after all, the stronger the opponent, the higher his skill would eventually be. Ma Song also called him the guarantor of his salary. Lowen was surprised that he had already been named a salary guarantor. Ma Song said that suddenly she will depend on how he fights with him, but if such a chance is presented, then she should not miss it. Chu Yun asked Ma Song if he still hadn't realized what situation they were in, and that it was dangerous for them to even try to detain him. Lowen asked Chu Yul if they hadn't even discussed the salary with Ma Song. Lowen also asked Chu Yul if they really use such a talented guy for pennies, because if this is so, it means that their office is completely broke. He further said that Ma Song is fine despite all his attacks and has good potential. Ma Song asked Chu Yul if he could see that even Lowen understood this. And after that, something unimaginable happened. Chu Yul thought at that moment what it was, and did he really manage to attack both of them almost simultaneously? Chu Yul also realized that he could not follow Lowen's movements, and it seemed that before that, he was not moving at the limit of his speed. Lowen, meanwhile, said that, as expected, his intuition did not let him down, and he was able to block his attack. Chu Yul told Lowen that it looks like he has become faster, but in his opinion that is not enough. Lowen replied to Chu Yul that he was not talking to him. Ma Song asked Lowen if he really thought that he would let him just attack him like that again. Ma Song also said that blocking is not that difficult if you concentrate a little. Chu Yul asked Ma Song if he saw Lowen's attack. Meanwhile, he himself thought that this could not be, because even he barely had time to react due to experience.
Lowen went on to say that it's funny, and in that case he's willing to increase the difficulty slightly. Meanwhile, Chu Yul mentally wondered how ready he was to become even faster. Ma Song told Lowen that this was crazy.
Ma Song also asked Lowen if he would let them breathe after so many attacks. Chu Yul wondered if Ma Song was blocking all attacks, because just recently he did not have time to react even to the attacks of Captain Ram.
Lowen said that this was very surprising, because he thought that with this ability, he would be able to break through his defenses at least once or twice. He went on to say that he was starting to want him more and more.
Ma Song asked Lowen what it meant to desire and whether he planned to devour him too. Lowen replied that he had already said that he did not have the habit of eating people, and he was talking about a different meaning, because people with talent and potential are a valuable resource.
Lowen then told Ma Song that he wanted to invite him to join their family, after which he asked what he would say to that. Ma Song asked if this offer was a job offer. Lowen said that it could be understood that way.
Lowen further told Ma Sun that he could surpass human limitations in lifespan and body abilities, and he could also become a race that was far superior to his original one, although he would have to experience discomfort.
Ma Song replied that he doesn't care about all this and just wants to know how much he will pay him. Lowen replied to Ma Sun that this is not a problem because they pay in cash and there will be no receipts or taxes.
Ma Song told Lowen that it was great to hear that. After that, he told Chu Yul that Lowen wanted to hire him and asked him if their office could offer him more money, since such competition had occurred. Chu Yul replied that it was beyond his jurisdiction, but if he was still alive by the time he returned, he could give a definite answer from the person authorized to do so, and after his words, he began to run away. Chu Yul also told Ma Sung that he would help Melona, and let him hold out as long as he could, and let him try to get as much as possible from Loan for now. Ma Song asked what exactly to get, better conditions or something else. Next, Ma Song thought about what he understood, and if so, then first it means he needs to stall for time. Lowen told Chu Yul that since he dared to throw everything at another person, it meant that he had no responsibility. Ma Song asked Lowen if it was possible to postpone his valuable proposal for now, because he wanted to hear the other side. Lowen replied to Ma Sun that he was speaking too informally and asked if he could not see, at least from his appearance, that he was at least 10 years older and that it was not customary in this country to respect elders. Ma Song replied that there is such a thing.
Next, Ma Song asked why he should make excuses at all, because Lowen is at least a criminal, and if he doesn't like something, he can go into his own world. Lohan replied that it was better to get civility into his head than to listen to disrespect.
Ma Song thought that Lowen had become even faster. Lowen told him that before he had attacked from one side, but now he would not block his blows so easily, and asked how he would deal with it now. Ma Song realized that he was attacking from two sides.
Next, Ma Song wondered if this was possible. But a little later, I noticed that there was still a small gap between attacks, but he was moving so fast that he wasn't even visible.
Lowen said that as expected, when he fights someone of such a low level, the difference is felt the most. He further said that even in his organization, no one is capable of developing such speed. Lowen also asked Ma Sun if he thought he could defeat him after blocking several blows. And he also said that the higher his speed, the more powerful his attacks and the damage from them increases proportionally. Lowen also asked Ma Sun if he would be more polite now. Ma Song asked what kind of organization it was, and also said that he was not just a criminal, but a member of a gang, and also asked if opening gates between worlds was part of his work. After the attacks, Lowen told Ma Song that he still couldn't believe that even though he was only human, he had such an amazing body that was tempting. And he also told Lowen Ma Sun that he noticed that he was untaught in politeness. Ma Song told Lowen that apart from his speed, he doesn't seem to be anything special, but he guesses that he has something that can surprise him. Ma Song also said that his blows are no worse than tickling, although he can't keep up with them.
Ma Song also asked Lone if he was capable of more. Meanwhile, he himself felt a strange sensation and thought that it was as if it was filled to the brim and damage was already oozing out of it, and that it was necessary to return it to Loan as soon as possible. But Ma-sun did not know how to keep up with Loan. Meanwhile, Loan told Ma Song that he had changed his mind and that he wanted him to realize the difference in their abilities so that it would convince him to join their family, but his patience would not be enough. Loan went on to say that it was better to first force him into a subordinate and then teach him manners. Ma Song, meanwhile, thought that this was great, because for this, he was probably going to get closer to him. Next, Ma Song thought that the angrier Loan was, the higher his chances of hitting him. Loan further said that he didn't think it was that resistant to damage, and asked Ma-sun if he was willing to test it. Ma Song thought that Noel could pretend to be tough as much as he wanted, because he would still get hit. Next, Ma Song asked Noel if he was sure that he would not regret it. Ma Song also thought that this was great, because he would pay him back in full. Loan replied to Ma Song to think of this strike as his last, so that he can strike without regret. Ma Song said that he himself asked for this, because he would not retreat, after which Ma Song began to strike. After the unsuccessful attempt, Noel said that he only said that he would allow him to be hit, but did not say that he would allow himself to be hit. Ma Song thought it was a very cheap trick, but after that, Loan bit him. Next, the story moves to Melona, who became invisible and began to run away, followed by Loan's assistants. She asked them not to approach, but they did not listen to her. She tried to attack them with a magic missile, but it didn't work. There were too many obstacles in this forest, and Melona did not believe that Ma Song was blocking the attacks here. Loan's assistant said that such simple magic did not pose any threat, and if she surrendered without resistance, then they would not harm her. Melona asked what kind of surrender without resistance can we talk about when bloodsuckers are chasing her, and she is already anemic. Loan's assistant said that only the master decides who can become part of the clan, so there is no need to be afraid. Another asked the first why they couldn't drink her blood, because he was so interested in how tasty elf blood was. Melona, hearing this, said that they should not try to deceive her, and began to run away even more. One asked if they scared her even more. Another said that she was too stubborn, and he hoped it would work out in an amicable way. And then he suggested catching her, and then thinking about what to do with her next. Further, one of the assistants said that since it was so difficult to catch her, then most likely she had lived in a forest area for a long time, and therefore suggested splitting up. Another supported him and told him which way he would run. The other wanted to go in the other direction, but they suddenly heard Chu Yul calling Melona. He asked where she was and if she was okay. One of them further realized that it was the same annoying guy from the squad. Another asked if he should be taken care of. The first one said that the master should have dealt with him, but in that case, why he was here, he did not quite understand, and said that he did not know what happened, but in his opinion, they should deal with him first and then return to the master. Next, one of Noel's assistants wondered why Chu Yul suddenly stopped, and if he noticed them. Then he thought that most likely these were the abilities of their clan, but all his 5 senses indicate that he is an ordinary person. Then they got closer to him, and he wounded them with his sword. And then he asked Melona to get down from the tree, because she could already do this, since Loan's assistants would not do anything to her anymore. Melona came down from the tree and asked how he saw her, because she was completely invisible. Chu Yul answered her that the reason is that the glasses have a built-in thermal imager, and accordingly, it makes no sense to hide only visually. Melona went on to say that she didn't even know what it was, and asked if he was deliberately pretending not to see her. Chu Yul replied that he would explain everything in detail later, but now they should return to Masung. Melona asked if he was in trouble now. Meanwhile, Ma Song started talking about his mother. Loan said that the process of becoming one of them is similar to death, and is accompanied by mental suffering, but he is not a small child, and added that he is completely disappointed. Ma Song said that he was wrong, and that he won't do it again. Loan told Ma Song that even if he asked for forgiveness now, he would not be able to turn it back. Ma Song asked to stop now, and asked if she really wanted to kill her son, and what if he reported her for child abuse. Loan didn't understand anything, but Ma Song suddenly realized that it was probably a dream. Ma Song further said that this has been happening a lot lately, and he doesn't want to remember it. Lowen, meanwhile, asked what happened because he performed the conversion ritual, but Ma Song is still conscious, and this should not happen.
Next, Ma Song already asked what happened, and then remembered that Lowen tried to drink his blood like a mosquito. Next, Ma Song asked if he was a vampire now. Lowen answered him negatively.
Lowen also told Ma Song that if he were part of the clan, he could feel a mental connection, but now something else happened. Ma Song told Lowen that he did not understand what he was talking about, and whether he had made a mistake. Ma Song went on to tell Lowen that he thought he was moving fast, but it seemed like it was all for nothing. Ma Song also asked Lowen if there was any chance of turning into a vampire, or if he was not good enough.
Lowen also told Ma Song that there is no such thing as respect in his vocabulary, and since this is the case, it seems that he has no choice but to grant him death.
Ma Song asked if he really had to use such flowery phrases, and said that he would beat the crap out of him. Otherwise, it would seem like he had 8th grader syndrome. Lowen said he shouldn't have opened his mouth without permission. Ma Song saw Lowen dodge the attack, and said that he was too slow. Lowen replied that it was his high-speed attack, and thought that it was a blow at maximum speed, and that perhaps it was an accident. Lowen went on to say that there was no one in the clan who could compete with him. Then I thought that at such a distance, not everyone could see his attacks. He further told Ma Song that he was only a human being. Ma Song asked if he was sure about this.
Ma Song also asked Lowen if the level of his organization was really that low. Lowen, meanwhile, thought that Ma Song was watching him without losing sight of him at all, and in addition, he was carefully watching his every movement. At some point, Lowen even thought that Ma Song was closing the distance. Ma Song asked Lowen if he really ate something wrong, and why he was constantly running around in circles. He also asked Lowen if he was making fun of him. Further, Lowen thought that this could not be, because he had not slowed down during all this time, and in his opinion, Ma Song was so fast that he could catch up with him. At some point, Ma Song asked Lowen to slow down at least for a second, because if he continued to rush around like that, then he could not vouch for himself. Lowen thought that Ma Song had a strong grip and was generally as strong as his clan members. Chu Yul told Melone that the safety zone was disappearing and asked him to use this opportunity to return to headquarters. Melona asked what to do with Ma Song in this case. Chu Yul answered Melona that even if Ma Song does not defeat the enemy, it is not possible to inflict any damage on him. Next, Chu Yul promised to return him safe and sound to headquarters.
And then a girl appeared and told Chu Yul that he didn't have to do this, because she had been waiting for so long for something interesting to happen. Melona was surprised when she appeared, because she had not noticed her.
Chu Yul was surprised that the department head appeared in this place and asked her about it. Melona asked Chu Yul how such a child could be the head of the department and if she was on their side.
The head of the department asked Melona if she thought that prejudging someone's age based on appearance was quite irrational. After that, she said that she belongs to the forest race. Melona said that she understood everything. The leader then turned to Chu Yul and said that Soso said that communication with them had been interrupted, and therefore she came to find out what happened. Next, she asked where the newcomer they were checking was.
Ma Song, after defeating Lowen, saw Chu Yul, Melona, and the leader, and asked them if they had finished here too. Then he said, without waiting for an answer, that it looked like everything was in order now. Chu Yul asked Ma Song how he defeated Noel. Melona asked Ma Song if he really did it. Overpowered, Noel said that it couldn't be that the boy who was absolutely helpless just a couple of moments ago overpowered him, and asked Ma Song who he was. Ma Song replied that he was an ordinary high school student, and that a lot had happened recently, and if I told about everything, the story would be very long. Next, Ma Song asked Lowen who he is, a vampire who came from another world, or the afterlife, and why he even came here and arranged all this. The head of the department told him that he was Baron von Lohenheim. She also added that Lowen is a high-ranking criminal who came from another world from the Nosferatu species, which is a class of vampires. But at the same time, Lowen is a little different from vampires. Ma Song asked everyone around whose child this was. The head of the department replied that it was impolite to interrupt when senior people were speaking. Ma Song was very surprised to hear about the elders,
but the head of the department did not explain to him about the age. She continued to talk about Noel, that at the very beginning, after being reincarnated as a child of the night, he was almost incapable of anything, and unlike other vampires who had an advantage in strength, he was reborn beyond his capabilities.
Then, according to her, Lowen defeated the vampire lord and freed himself from oppression, and this is only what she knows about him. Meanwhile, Noel said he was as highly regarded as ever. The manager went on to say that this was not bad for a newbie. She also said that she was surprised and that Ma Sun could be useful. Ma Song asked the rock leader who she is to judge others, because at best, she looks like an elementary school student.
Chu Yul ordered Ma Sung to watch his language, because the head of the department was standing in front of him. Melona said that she looks just like a child, but it looks like she is even older than her despite her appearance. Next, Ma Song asked if she smelled of something sweet. Melona, a little confused, Ma Sun thought that perhaps she had soiled her clothes while eating a candy bar, but that was not the point. Ma Song said that he could not resist and that he really wanted to drink a little, just a little. And he began to head towards Melona, and at some point, Chu Yul realized what was going on and told Meloni to stay away from Ma Sung. Seeing Chu Yul, who was blocking Ma Sung's path, Ma Sung told him to move away now and not spoil his appetite. The department head looked at it and said that just as she thought, it looks like Ma Sung is infected. According to her, it seems that it is different from what she has heard about vampires. After her words, she sat on the fallen Ma Sun. He said that this little thing annoys him. The manager told him that he needed to tone down his ardor. Ma Song noticed that he could not move at all. The leader turned to Chu Yul and ordered the arrest of Ma Sun. Chu Yul began to carry out the order. Ma Song also thought that it was as if he was being crushed by a rock and wondered how much this girl weighs. Then he asked her to get off him, because it was hard for him. But she didn't listen to him, and Chu Yul eventually brought him and put him behind bars.
Ma Sung asked Chu Yul, while behind bars, what they were doing and why he was thrown into this place and what he did in general. Chu Yul asked Ma Sung if he really didn't understand what happened. Ma Song answered in the negative. Chu Yul told Ma Sung that he was turned into a vampire and became extremely hungry for human blood. Ma Song remembered something and asked if he wanted to bite Melona when he was very thirsty. From another cage, Noel asked Ma Sung if she smelled sweet. Ma Song replied that it was true and that at that moment he felt a sweet and fragrant aroma. Noel said it's called bloodlust. Noel further told Ma Sung that when a person becomes a vampire, he begins to feel this thirst that does not go away, no matter how much he tries to quench it. But once he gets used to it, he can control it. Noel went on to say that despite all these symptoms, he doesn't think the ritual failed, but something didn't quite go according to his plan. At that moment, Ha Yun approached and asked Noel if he was interested in the question of why Ma Sun did not obey his orders. Next, Ha Young decided to block the sound for the sake of privacy. Ma Sung asked Ha Young what he did. According to Ma Sung, nothing has changed due to Ha Young's actions. Ha Young replied that since the sound was blocked, the sound no longer comes into Noel's cell, and this was done in order to talk to him about his abilities in more detail. Ma Song asked if he understood correctly that, apart from the same grill between him and Noel, there was no glass wall or anything that could block the sound. Next, he asked Noel if he could hear him, but he did not answer. Ha Young replied that he didn't see it, but Noel was imprisoned in the security block. Ma Song asked what it was, and if it looked like a barrier. Ha Young replied that it is a safety zone that moves the space to a completely different place. As an example, Ha Young cited the concept of copy and move in computers. Ma Sung, thinking of Ha Young as an enthusiast of explanations, asked him to finish here, because in his opinion, it was unlikely that he would understand anything else from what he heard. Ha Young said that this is just the beginning. At this moment, Chu Yul interrupted him and asked why Ma Sung, who absorbed all the powers, was turned into a vampire after being bitten. Because now this is what is important, and not what Ha Young said about the sound and the zone. Ha Young asked if he didn't listen to the department head because she said that Noel is not a vampire. Noel belongs to a class of vampires called Nosferatu. They are quite similar, but there are differences in abilities and lifespan between them. Ma Sung, tired of listening to this, told Ha Young to wake him up when he finished.
Next, Chu Yul told Cha Young that he should skip the less important information. Ha Young was surprised and said that this is all very important. Ha Young went on to say that it appears that most of the effects that negatively affect Ma Sung's body are absorbed, and the healing and enhancing effects are accepted as they are in their original form. Chu Yul asked Ha Young if this means that turning into one of the representatives of the vampire clan is a positive effect. Ha Young replied that it leads to a colossal increase in the body's capabilities. Ha Young further said that there are also negative effects, such as vampire instincts and complete submission to the one who turned him. After hearing this, Ma Song approached Noel's cage and asked how his new home was, and whether he really couldn't hear anything. Ha Young said that he doesn't think it has any impact. Chu Yul asked Ha Young if he could repeat about the effects. Ha Young replied that there was no point in this because there were only advantages left.
Ha Young also said that Ma Sung looks like he still has vampire instincts. Chu Yul said that this is why they isolated him. Next, Ha Young wondered if he should let Ma Sung bite him. Ha Young liked vampires more than zombies, but Chu Yul interrupted him and asked him to talk about the matter. Ha Young said that he could check something else and asked Ma Sung if he still had the capsules he gave him.
Ma Song replied that they seemed to have stayed. Ha Young asked Ma Sung if he could put the powers he gained after being bitten by Loen into a capsule. Ma Sung asked if he could add anything to them since they tasted strange.
Ma Song put forces there and said that it was too easy. Ha Young meanwhile said that if you look at the scan results, it looks like the vampirism effect has disappeared. After that, they released Ma Song. After leaving the cage, Ma Song said that when he was asked to join them, no one told him that they simply lock people up. He then turned to Noel and said that he was finally free and said goodbye to him. Even when parting, he told Loen that thanks to him, negotiations about his salary should go well. When he did not hear an answer from Loen, he realized that since there was no answer, then he must really not hear him. Meanwhile, Loen was actually controlling Ma Sun, but no one saw it anymore. Ma Song asked if what he had done was not enough, because it seemed to him that he had already done a great job. He also asked how much he would be paid. Chu Yul said that first he needs to see the head of the department. Ma Song asked if it was with that child. Chu Yul recalled that he asked him to watch his language. Ma Song said that he understood everything. Noel thought further that his attack seemed to have completely worked. But even so, it was quite difficult to pretend that he himself didn't hear anything when he was called a narrow-eyed bat.
Then they knocked on the manager's door. The manager said they could come in. Chu Yul entered and said that he had brought Ma Sung. The manager replied that this was wonderful and told Chu Yul that he could go and do business.
Turning to Malone, he asked if she was here too. Malona said yes and asked if he was okay. Ma Song asked what she was talking about, because there wasn't a single scratch on him. He went on to say that she seemed to smell like something sweet.
Malona asked if he was still in this state. Ma Song asked her if she ate all the sweets that were given to her, because she smells incredible of sweets. Then the head of the department interrupted him. She told him that she heard that he did not have breakfast, and therefore decided to recommend taking one of the treats and handed him a jar. But Ma Song said that it was empty and there was nothing in it. Malona said there wasn't much left. The supervisor went on to say that she received a sample report from the staff and asked if he would like to join the squad. Ma Song said that this would only be possible if they could agree on a salary. The head of the department said that students must study and there can be no talk of any work. She also added that although their department does not have enough staff, this is not a reason to hire a minor civilian. Ma Song replied that with such an appearance, the words did not sound very convincing, and if so, then he didn't really need it, and he called Malona with him. The head of the department said that they had already accepted Malona into the team, and she did not need to go with him yet. Ma Song asked if Malona was accepted, then why couldn't he be accepted? The head of the department replied that she makes decisions here, and she is not obliged to explain to him why she made such a decision. Ma Song was persistent and told the head of the department that if she did not accept him, then she should tell him the reasons, because this is some kind of racial discrimination. Malona asked for forgiveness and said that she had not yet accepted the invitation and somehow didn't really want to join alone. The head of the department told Maloney, since she says so, then nothing can be done about it. Malona then said that this does not mean that she refuses. The department head approached Ma Sun and said that she would hire him with Malona, but he would be hired as a freelance intern and asked if that would suit him. Ma Song said that he does not agree that Melona is a full-fledged employee, and he is just an addition. The head of the department said that it was difficult for her to make even greater concessions and asked if he accepted her offer.
Meanwhile, Soso asked Chuyul what about Melona and Ma Sung, whether their merits were enough. Chuyul replied that everything was not so bad and even much better than he expected. Overjoyed, Soso asked if they had finally passed. Chuyul replied that the decision still rests with the head of the department and he has already expressed his opinion. Soso further asked Chuyul what his assessment was. Chuyul did not have time to answer when they were immediately interrupted by 3 who entered. One of the guests said that since they were chilling, then why was there that urgent call? Another told Soso that they had not seen each other for a long time. A third asked if they had handled the emergency. Soso said they arrived quickly. One of them asked what they expected from people sent on a business trip to the central department. Chuyul finally greeted the Sunbanim. The woman said that they already had a lot to do and asked if anything had happened to them. Chuyul said that it's not that it happened, but there is something. Then the woman went into the manager's office and heard Ma Son, who shouted that the little one could not control lives. After that, she told Ma Sun that she hired him. The woman also said that they had already received news on their way here. The man asked if they were new employees. Another man asked how useful they were. He was very interested. Melona asked if she and Ma Sun are new employees. Then who are they? Squad members or not? Ma Song asked what kind of staff shortage there could be if he saw so many people in front of him.
The short man, surprised, said that he had not met elves for a long time and asked when she got here. Ma Song asked who this other short guy was.
Ma Song said that based on the mustache he saw, he looked like a dwarf, like the captain, and asked if that was true. Melona replied that it was a hobbit, and that it seemed to her that there were quite a few non-local people on the team.
The woman asked if they were hired. The man told her that based on what Ma Song said, it seemed so. The woman said he was so energetic and asked if they, as elders, should give him a kind of dedication ceremony. Chuyul turned to the Sunbanim and said that now Ma Sun is not in the best condition after the previous fight, and perhaps it will be possible later. The man asked if he was on the newbie side.
He further added that Hansu also always took his side, and if he overprotects him, then won't he become like Hansu? Next, the woman turned to Ma Sun and told him to follow her to test his skills. Ma Song asked how many more of these checks can be done, and who Hansu is anyway. Soso replied that he was Chuyul's previous partner.
Melona asked Soso what happened to Chuyul's previous partner. Soso replied that he died on a mission and that no one was to blame. Chuyul interrupted and said that it was because he was incompetent. Soso agreed with him. Next, Melona asked Soso if these people were strong. Soso replied that the people from the Bravo team were already experienced veterans, and after that she began to talk about each of them. About the woman, she said that her name was Miran Oni, and that she was a former military specialist and martial artist, and if a strengthening spell was cast on her, she could kill a bear with her bare hands.
Next, she introduced Melona to Mr. Bill, a thief who came from another world and specialized in firearms loaded with magic bullets. Even further, Soso talked about Hyunwook, who is a healer who uses healing magic. He used to be a mafioso, but he had already retired and turned to religion. He is multifunctional, so can be used as a tank, damage dealer, or healer. Soso also said that if you put aside individual abilities and look at their teamwork, then even here they would not yield in a fight, even with the captain. Chuyul said that she didn't lie here.
He further added that they had simply never faced such an opponent before, and he could not believe that they lasted so little, and it was surprising. Ma Sung told them that he thought they weren't that bad, but he just had some pretty strong opponents lately. He further recalled that they promised to recognize his abilities if he held out for at least 5 minutes, but 10 passed.
Bill said that he couldn't stand it anymore and loaded his pistol with magic bullets, pointing it at Ma Sung. Chuyul asked him to stop as soon as possible. Ma Sung didn't quite understand what to stop, and Bill decided to check this further. After the shot and the bullet hit, Ma Sung tried to understand what happened, whether it was a real bullet, and whether he had absorbed it too. He later realized that the impact site was a pocket containing a capsule.
Seeing that Ma-sun had withstood the bullet, Bill asked to be pulled out of the room with Ma-sun. Malona, meanwhile, asked Chu-yul if he would continue to just watch what was happening. Chu-yul replied that Sunbai set a timer before entering the room, and until the time expired, the door would not open. Meanwhile, Ma-song told Bill that he was the one who treated him easily, but he was annoying him, and then asked if he wanted him to finish him off. Bill told Ma-sun that he would not miss him again, and that this time he had already loaded a full clip of deadly bullets, and now he would kill him. But Ma-sun dodged absolutely all the bullets.
Chu-yul said that these are incredible reflexes, and his speed can be compared to Lone's speed. Meanwhile, Ma-song told Bill that, to be honest, he was also very surprised, because it all felt like it was in slow motion. Bill said he couldn't believe it, and that it wasn't possible. Ma-song reminded him that he wanted to kill him, and asked if he wanted to surrender. He also asked Bill if he knew that if he didn't kill him, he would die himself. Bill asked not to approach, and Miran-uni came to his aid, who told Ma-sung that being a tank, she could not sit back and just look at her colleagues. So first, he will have to defeat her.
Ma-sung told her that even if that was the case, she didn't look that strong. Miran-uni, meanwhile, did not understand why she could not move Ma-sun, and thought that he looked like a boulder stuck in the ground. Ma-sung said that he was already tired of all this one-sided beating, and he was also hungry, and asked if they could finish right now. Malona asked Ma-sung not to do this, and in the meantime Ha-young came in and asked why they were making so much noise, preventing him from concentrating on his research. Malona replied that there was trouble in the test room.
Malona also asked if there was really another way to open the door other than a timer. Ha-young replied that there is a way, and it involves pressing the emergency button, after which the door will open. Malona heard this and told Ha-young to press her. After opening the door, Chu-yul told Ma-sung to take another capsule and seal his powers in it. Ma-sung said that he was just going to repay them. He went on to say that he would only control himself because he saw Chu-yul. Chu-yul further told the Sunbainim that he should have stopped everything from the beginning. Miran-uni said that everything was fine and they wouldn't have listened to him anyway, and said that she would talk to the other two.
Ma-song asked for forgiveness and said that he still cannot fully control his body, so he asks for understanding. He went on to say that he seemed to be unable to control his emotions due to some effect. Miran-uni asked Chu-yul what happened to Ma-sun and where he even caught such an effect. Chu-yul replied that it was a long story. Next, Soso gave Malona some clothes. Malona asked her if she would really give it to her for free. Soso replied that she did not talk about free. Malona reached Ma-sun and asked how he was and whether these clothes suited her. Ma-song asked if this is the team uniform. Then where is it? Soso replied that it was in her bag and told him to take it when he left the headquarters.
Malona said she felt very uncomfortable wearing the same clothes every day and was trying on something new for the first time in a long time. She went on to say that she wished there was a skirt. Soso asked Malona if she wanted to run around the battlefield in a flowing skirt. Chu-yul said that they had finally become full-fledged members of the team. He went on to say that there will be a lot of ups and downs, but he hopes they work out. Ma-song said that it seems like there will be a lot of things that he will have to do, so he doesn't even know. Shaking his hand, Chu-yul asked Ma-sung if his grip was still strong. Ma-sung responded by asking Chu-yul if his grip had become weaker. Miran-uni said that a lot of new workers is of course good, but the bad thing is that they don't have much time to adapt. Chu-yul asked her what she meant. Ma-song asked if they decided to dump all the work on them. Miran-uni replied that everyone in the central department is going crazy right now, because this is the biggest incident since the founding of the team.
Meanwhile, Captain Rem reported back to the central office with all the information they could get from their department in Kanso-gu. The head of the Gangbuku department couldn't believe that Ma-song had dealt with Class A criminals single-handedly.
The head of the Gangnam department said that she recognized Ma-sung's abilities considering he was able to capture Loen alive, and praised Ram that they made a wise decision in hiring him for the team. The head of the department in Kandong-gu asked via voice communication if it was a happy accident. Because Loen was wounded, they attacked him with the whole team, and then they simply rigged the results to make the picture look better. The head of the Gangseo-gu department asked if he meant that they did everything the same way as the Gangdong-gu department, because their department only made a small mistake in preparing the progress report. The head of the central department said that one should not look back at the past, but think about the future, and in his opinion, the capture of a wanted criminal is a great achievement. The head of the Gangbuku department said that Ma Song is one of the best executives in the other world, and is capable of not only gathering and organizing forces to fight, but also cleverly evading persecution. The head of the central department said that they hoped that the search for Loan could lead them to the head of the group, and added that he was counting on their cooperation until he was brought to the central department. The head of the Gangso-gu department asked the head of the central department about the other world group if he thought they could move forward with the Wander Association case. The head of the Gangnam department said that Ma Sung was very important to them and asked if it would be too dangerous. The head of the Gangbuku department asked if they didn't have 3 more high-quality performers left. He also added that if they throw all their forces into the raid, it will be too difficult for the department in Kansogu, given the number of their personnel. The head of the Gangso-gu department mentioned support, but the head of the central department asked her if she knew that each department had a problem with understaffing. He also added that due to the expansion of the Great Gate, the central department is now in particular need of personnel, even more than other departments. And by the way, a new Dragon Prophecy recently appeared. The head of the Gangso-gu department said that if we consider the well as a gate, then the words about the huge well refer to the Great Gate. But could the words about the dragon be about a real dragon? Next, the story moves to Malona. On the way from the headquarters, a girl wanted to take a photo of Malona. After the photo was taken, she told Malone that she looked exactly like an elf and that her ears were just like real ones. Malona replied that she tried. Next, the girl asked what work this character was from. Malona replied that it was just an original character. Next, the girl asked for an email address where she could later send the photo. Malona named it. Then the girl left, and Malona told Ma-sun that she said that everything would be fine, and that everyone would think that this was cosplay, because a cosplay event was taking place today. Ma-song thought even while taking the photo whether this should be the case. Ma-song then said that it was strange that she knew about this, and asked if she really had mail. Malona replied that there was a time when she lived in a computer club, and that's when she created the mail. After walking a little more, Ma-song asked Malona if she would go to his house today. Malona asked Ma-song if it wasn't obvious. She further said that she would have to be patient until they started paying, and asked if he wanted to receive rent. Ma-song replied that they would discuss this later, because he was too tired. But to be clear, he said that he agreed to live with her until one salary, and that later she would not receive anything from him. Malona agreed. Ma-song said that her consent was not credible. Ma-song also told Malona not to even try to fool him. Malona asked if he thought she could only talk, and then offered to sign a contract. Ma-song asked under what conditions. Malona said she didn't know. Malona went on to say that the contract still means that both parties have obligations, so then he will also have them. Ma-song asked how she knew all this. Entering the apartment, he found his mother at home, who asked him where he had been. Ma-song asked her when she managed to arrive, because he called her in the morning. Mom told him that in fact, at the time he called, she was already in Korea, and wanted to surprise him. Next, she asked Ma-song if he had eaten anything yet. Ma-song replied that thanks to her, he has to buy his own food, so he eats only ramen. He also asked if his sister had arrived. Mom replied that she was alone, and that she urgently needed to sort out the documents. Ma-song thought it was good that Malona managed to hide. Next, my mother asked if he had come alone, because she heard someone's voice. Ma-song said that he was alone, and that he was just talking on the phone. Mom said that it was not his voice, but some kind of woman's, and she asked Ma-song if he had a girlfriend. Ma-song answered in the negative. Mom asked to let her pass. Walking past Ma-song, pushing him a little and looking out the door, she didn't see Malona standing right in front of her, and thought it was very strange. Ma-song told her that he didn't have any girlfriend, and she might have just heard it. Then, going back into the apartment, my mother wondered if she had really run away so quickly. She went on to say that she likes that she is so athletic, but not that athletic. Ma-song asked to just take his word that he has no one. Mom further asked who he was trying to fool, because she looked in the refrigerator and there was a lot of excellent home-cooked food,
and asked if he could cook it himself. Ma Song replied that his friend gave it to him because he had prepared a lot.
Next, my mother told him not to make her laugh and asked who folded his clothes so neatly, or whether he himself had already learned to fold his clothes so evenly. Ma Song wondered when Malona even managed to do all this.
Ma Song told his mother that this had simply become a habit. Next, Ma Song thought that it was only at the moment when he was revealed that he realized how much of a slob he really was and mentally asked Malona for forgiveness.
Mom said that if this is so, then let him fold his clothes in front of her, and she will believe him only when he folds them exactly the same way. At that moment, Ma Song thought that he had only driven himself into a corner more until this moment, and that any lie had a limit.
Ma Song thought that if it had already come to this, then he should counterattack. After that, he turned to his mother and said that he hit his head hard when he was a child, so he remembers almost nothing from that time. Mom asked Ma Song, so what? She went on to tell him not to even try to change the subject. Ma Song continued and told his mom that she told him back then that his dad did something bad to him.
Mom asked if she really said that. Ma Song said yes, and he definitely remembered it. Then he corrected it a little that she seemed to say that he had to become stronger so as not to die, and asked if she did something to him then.
Mom said that she was very absent-minded and that she almost forgot that she had an appointment and began to run away from the apartment. Ma Song said that they didn't finish speaking and asked why she was leaving so quickly.
Mom replied that she had wanted to see his face for so long, but she suddenly remembered that she was already late for the meeting and also said that they would talk about it later.
Ma Song said that he seriously wants to talk about this. Because of this, he has been getting into trouble lately. Mom said that she will explain everything when the time comes, because now it's too early.
Ma Song told his mother that he wanted to tell her one last thing. Mom interrupted him and said that it was great that he had a girlfriend in the house, but he was still too young for something serious, so let him wait until graduation. Ma Song asked his mother what she was talking about. She said that today she would spend the night with her aunt, and tomorrow she would leave, so they would see each other next time. She also said that she would call him. He told her to wait because he didn't finish. He also asked about living expenses, but it was useless since his mother was no longer there. He further said that again she does what she wants, and he can't even get an answer to his question. Malona asked if all this was because of her. Ma Song told Malona that he was not sure, but since he was under suspicion, she should find a place to live as soon as possible. Malona agreed with him. Meanwhile, some guy looked at the house and said that it means he lives here.
However, this guy is very angry that he had to do something so secretly and that everything was complicated because of Lowen's impatience. At the moment of his thoughts, Ma Sun's mother had already come out of the house and said on the phone that she was on her way. She also said that the journey would not take much time, namely, it would be about 10 or even 5 minutes, and that this time she would not be late. The guy paid attention to it, but didn't understand what it was, because he already seemed to know the smell.
Next, he thought that he couldn't remember where the smell came from, and planned to think about it later, because his head was already ready to explode from how much work he had to do tomorrow. While driving in the car, Ma Sung's mother told someone on the phone that she was almost there and that he would see her very soon.
Meanwhile, near the Great Gates, which are under the jurisdiction of the Central Department, 2 people stood and watched, including one of them, an elf. The man said that the size of the gate had increased noticeably. The elf said he was right, and he added that in recent years, the species that came from another world through the gates have become stronger and more diverse. The head of the Central Department asked the elf if he thought the creature could pass through a gate of that size.
The elf replied that he thought that this was still not enough, because the size of the dragon, by the standards of this world, could be comparable to the so-called dinosaurs, and it was even larger than the Tyrannosaurus Rex. The head of the Central Department asked what if the gate continues to expand at the same pace. The elf replied that then quite soon this moment will come. The head of the Central Department said that their ability to prevent the gate from expanding was also limited, and they should prepare for the worst outcome.
The elf said that he was surprised when he found himself in this world, and the weapons created through a scientific approach are truly amazing, but this is not enough to subdue the dragon.
According to him, at least the city, or even more likely, about half the country will be burned to the ground if we take into account all the possible damage. The head of the central department said that if he says so, then this is truly a disaster that goes beyond their fears. He also said that he didn't want to check, but he won't believe it until he sees Ma Sung with his own eyes.
The next morning, Ma Sun woke up Melon and told him that he needed to get up, have breakfast, and go to school. Ma Sung replied that in recent days he had somehow overdone it and now his whole body was aching. Melona reminded him that he went to bed early yesterday. Melona also told him to quickly wash his face and go eat. Ma Sung replied that he would just skip breakfast and sleep longer. Melona said that in order to have strength, the day needs to start with a hearty breakfast, and she will not allow you to go without it.
Melona also told him not to even think about skipping breakfast as usual and going to school with boogers in his eyes, and asked him to get up faster. Ma Sung stood up and said that even his mother doesn't bother him like that. And suddenly he noticed something.
Ma Sung looked at Melona and asked what kind of clothes she was wearing. Melona replied that Soso gave it to her and said that it had gone out of fashion, so she no longer wears it. Ma Sung asked if it was really free.
Melona responded that Soso asked for half the store price when she received her salary, and things are almost like new. Ma Sung thought that usually, if he doesn't wear some things, they go to the clothes container. Then, Melona said that she even packed a backpack for him, and she also folded the team uniform and asked him to take it when leaving. Ma Sung asked why. Melona replied that he would immediately be ready to move out after the call. She also asked him not to forget to wear a signal bracelet. Ma Sung said that he already regrets that he woke up and that he should not have gotten the job. Melona reminded him of the lack of money for living expenses. In response to this, Ma Sung said that he could eat less and buy fewer things, and he also feels that he will have a lot of problems due to work. Melona asked why he changed his mind when only a day had passed. Melona also said that buying less is the opposite of eating less. Ma Sung replied that these were just thoughts out loud and asked her to stop.
After breakfast and leaving the apartment, Melona followed him out and told him that after school he should not go home, but straight to the office, because she would already be there waiting for him. Ma Sung said that he heard and understood everything, after which he left for school. Ma Sung looked at the signal bracelet and thought that it looked the same as a wristwatch and wondered whether his monthly salary would cover the purchase. Then he thought that since it was so noisy in the morning, he would wake up quickly.
He also thought that no one was in a hurry at such a time. However, he realized that it looked like he was still exhausted, so he would have to get some sleep at school. Driving past him, Lowen's assistants noticed him and decided to act.
At some point, Melona noticed that she had forgotten to give Ma Sung spare capsules and was very scared.
Lohan saw the head of the department come with Captain Ram and said that it was a great honor for him to be interrogated by her personally. Captain Ram told him not to try to play around and just answer questions. He further asked whether he needed to answer on behalf of the representative of the Wanderers Association, because the association has 4 co-founders, including him, and whether all problems are discussed at the general meetings of the participants, regardless of their ranks.
Captain Ram told him not to fool them, because it couldn't be that they didn't have a leader who was in charge of this whole bunch of street kids. The head of the department said that was enough.
She further said that no matter how many times they ask, he still won't tell the truth, and they still have a lot of time, so sooner or later they will split him. And at that moment, Lowen proposed a deal. According to Lowen, the essence of the deal is that they will take turns exchanging information about the people they are interested in, and that the deal will be concluded only with their consent. Meanwhile, the Sunbenim met the guy who was following Ma Sung and saw his mum, and he was not alone. Miran Oni asked why they were here, and were there really no other places to drink coffee. Bill asked if they had come to surrender. They said that this place was very noisy, and asked if people go to coffee shops to drink coffee, and if they get into fights with customers. And they also asked who the manager was.
Soso thought that these were wanted A-plus class criminals, namely the werewolf Caracal and the warlock Rospel. She further thought that they needed to call for reinforcements, but with the current number of people there wasn't much to call. Caracals asked Rospel if it was time to start. Rospel replied that he could finish his drink first, because he got up earlier than usual, so he still wouldn't wake up. Miranoni told Bill to rest while she did everything. She also said that she could settle everything alone and without his intervention. Bill asked who she thought they were that they couldn't be helped. Next, Miranoni turned to the criminals and said that even if they were the most wanted high-level criminals from another world, she couldn't believe that they decided to start a fight right in the department and asked them not to even think about leaving. Miranoni also told Soso that it was time to install a barrier. Caracal said that he was glad that he could not hold back and that he would have such a great opportunity to test their skills.
Caracal further said that she had heard that this was a fairly famous establishment and asked her not to disappoint. Meanwhile, Miranoni said that Caracal was different from all the petty criminals they had encountered before.
Next, Miranoni asked Bill and Hyunwook to give their best, just not like they did at the initiation ceremony. Bill said that less talk and more action is better.
Bill was glad that he finally had the opportunity to use the bullets he had saved. Miranoni told Caracal that she would crush her with her blow.
Captain Ram, meanwhile, wondered what those sounds were. The head of the department said that it seemed that they had uninvited guests, and it looked like the barrier had already been installed, and at that moment, they were called upstairs.
Hearing this, Captain Ram said that it looked like there was something serious up there. The head of the department told Ram to go and check first, and she, in turn, promised to come soon too. And after that, Ram went first.
The head of the department approached Lone and asked if his colleagues were the cause of this mess. Lone replied that he couldn't believe it was already so late, because they had been talking for so long. He also asked who her teacher was, because her gait was familiar. Lowen then asked if they had studied with the same teacher and addressed her as a sister mentor. The department head asked Lowen why he thought she was older than him. Lowen replied that it couldn't be any other way.
Lowen further said that when he decided that he had already adopted all his knowledge, he took the life of the teacher with his own hands and accordingly realized that there could be no students younger than him. Lowen went on to say that he was originally going to challenge her and fight her, but the plan changed a bit when he unexpectedly met someone really talented. The head of the department asked if arrest was in the plan. Lowen asked that even if he let his guard down a little, she thought he might allow some newcomer to get the better of him. He further said that if he had not given his all to the point of exhaustion, everyone's lives would have hung in the balance. Caracal asked Bill if he would continue to shoot forever. She also said that it might work on someone, but not on her. Bill asked if she thought that was all he could do. Miranoni interrupted him and told him that he could rest while she took care of Caracles. Having struck, she said that this blow was like a shot from a cannon and that it could not be compared with bullets. Caracal agreed with her.
Caracal said that despite all this, the jokes are over. Miranoni wondered why only some monsters appear, and when she saw that Caracal had broken the titanium alloy bracers with her bare hands, she was a little scared.
Caracal told Miranoni that she was so scared that she even started hitting a little harder. Miranoni said that she shouldn't be scared here. But suddenly, Hyunwook grabbed Caracal from behind.
Hyunwook further told Caracal that no matter how physically strong she is, there are some things she cannot withstand. Caracal asked Hyunwook if he was disappointed, but he mentally wondered why she was like a stone. Seeing Miranoni's dagger, Bill said that she had said that she no longer carried weapons with her. Miranoni replied that this is not something to worry about right now. Hyunwook is surprised because he hit the vital points.
Caracal asked Hyunwook if he was done because she was already getting bored enough.
Meanwhile, Ma Sung received a signal on his bracelet, and the class started asking who was being called during class. Ma Sung apologized and replied that he had just bought the bracelet yesterday and had not yet really figured out how it worked. Meanwhile, he wondered why the alarm sounded so suddenly and wondered whether they really wanted him to come to headquarters right away.
At the headquarters, meanwhile, Hyunwook used the holy shackles, and Bill launched a grenade and said that the power of this grenade was approximately comparable to 4 fireballs, and that even a tank would not survive after it.
Chu Yul thought that he was too self-confident, and he did not notice all the influence that he had from the praise of others, calling him a super rookie, and that it does not matter how humble anyone is, because everyone can be convinced of anything. Next, he asked himself whether he was developing quickly, whether he had outstanding talents, and what was the point of it. He further thought that he had failed when faced with the huge difference between ability and competence.
He also realized that all this was not enough, despite the fact that he seemed to have done everything possible, because the result speaks for itself. He further thought that he would not show such scenes again.
He further thought that something more was needed than mere effort and punishment. He also thought that he was thinking too much and should clear his head. After training, he suddenly saw that he seemed to be called to headquarters. He also remembered that he asked not to call him on his days off, but at some point he saw that it was an emergency call with a red threat level. Next, he called Soso, but didn't get through because he realized that she had no connection. Next, he thought that he had a bad feeling and that he must hurry. After these thoughts, he ran to headquarters. On the way, he thought that he couldn't believe that he would go like this without showering after training. Meanwhile, the battle continued at the headquarters, and Caracal asked when they would finally finish. Bill said he couldn't believe it didn't work out. Miranoni asked what answer she wanted to hear. Further, Miranoni also told her that nothing is over until they defeat her. Caracal asked what they were waiting for then, because there was no point in waiting if they had something more powerful in store, and said further that now it was her turn. Hyunuk, seeing that Caracal was heading towards him, asked her if she had decided to get rid of him first, and also said that she had made a mistake in choosing a target, and that it was impossible to ensure the protection of his teammates if he could not protect himself.
Having almost defeated Hyunuk with one blow, Caracal suddenly noticed that Miranoni was approaching her, and told her that she had said that now it was her turn, and no one should interfere with her, but it seems that someone did not listen to her.
Bill, seeing that Caracal could not be defeated, decided to finish off at least one of them, namely Rospel, but at some point he noticed that the bullets had disappeared somewhere and tried to understand. But while he was trying to understand this, they flew to him.
Soso, seeing that all three criminals were killed so quickly that they could not even gain time, she noticed that Caracal said that there was only one more left and looked at Soso at that moment. Soso told her that she was not a non-combatant.
Soso also added that she doesn't even know how to fight. Caracal asked if this was true, and what does it matter at all? Because she is in this place for entertainment and the destruction of everyone without exception.
While Soso was wondering where the reinforcements were after the alarm was sent, Captain Ram had already come out from the basement and asked what was happening here. Also, seeing everything that was happening, he said that they had completely lost their fear, showing up like that.
Seeing Captain Ram, Soso was glad that all attention would turn to him. And Caracal was also happy, because finally there was a person with whom she could compete. Ram asked Soso if they treated Bill, Hyunwook, and Miran this way.
Soso replied that it was all really them. Caracal corrected her that she did it all herself. Soso asked if it was Rospel who dealt with Bill. Caracal replied that it seemed she was right. Captain Ram said stop making noise. Then Ram, putting on his uniform, said that he would make them pay for what they did to his subordinates. Next, Captain Ram Dolso also asked Caracal how many pieces he should cut it into. Meanwhile, at school, already at recess near Masun, one of his classmates said that he was really looking forward to the holidays because he was already dying at this school. Another reminded him that he plays all the time at night and sleeps it off at school.
And Ma Song wondered what it was all about and whether it was an emergency call. Then he thought that since it was written in red, it meant something serious. Then he thought that they had agreed to start the working day after school. He didn't understand what he should do in this case, but suddenly he saw a car through the window and wondered what kind of car it was and thought that few people park right in front of the school. Next, Ma Song thought that this was all so depressing that he couldn't stand it and decided that he should just leave early, after which he actually left school right at that moment.
The girl driving the car told someone over the phone that there were no problems and that the message was sent by mistake. She further promised to organize the relevant information and send it later.
Then she thought that she was bored because everyone got such interesting missions while they had no idea what they were doing near the school.
Then she turned to someone lying in the car and said that she knew that it was difficult, but he needed to be patient a little, and asked who made the mistake in drawing lots. But suddenly she noticed that Ma Song had come out after all.
Ma Song, after leaving school, wondered if he should change into a uniform, because most likely, if he was called so urgently, then it probably wouldn't matter much. But suddenly, he saw someone get out of the car.
Approaching the girl, Ma Song asked if she had anything to do with him because he was in a hurry, and he also asked if she would talk to him about some kind of pseudo-religion. The girl replied that he looked completely different from what she thought.
She further asked if he really defeated Lone. Ma Song asked in response if she was from his gang. She replied that she was really on the same side with him and added that he was quite funny.
She also said that in this case, he should have already understood what exactly she had to do with him. Ma Sung noticed the box in the girl's hand and said that this thing was similar to the one that Chu Yul used, and he saw the activation of the security zone.
Ma Song further asked that if she activated the security zone, does that mean that she wants to fight him right in this place? And at that time, I thought that he had never fought with a girl, and this was something new for him.
Next, Ma Song thought that one cannot judge by appearance alone, because before that he fought with a zombie magician, and after him with a vampire, so this time there must be something unusual. The girl said that the preparations were completed.
Then the girl told someone that he could go out, and after that, a creature that did not look like a human came out of the car, and Ma Song realized that there could be a lot more in the car besides the girl and him.
The girl told the animal that now it can enjoy the sun and breathe clean air. When Ma Song saw this animal, he realized that it was much taller than even 2 meters and looked the same as a reptile, after which he said that he understood. Ma Song also added that now he sees how big a deal she has with him, and that most likely it is useless to ask for detailed explanations. Next, he turned to the animal and asked him to come to him in order to end this quickly.
He further asked him what he was doing and said that he was standing too far away. Ma Song also asked him if he had any complaints against him. The girl said that the lizard asked him to come to him first.
She also said that he understands human speech, but cannot speak himself. Ma Song asked the girl if she was a translator. The girl answered positively. She went on to say that she thought it would take a long time.
Seeing that the girl sat down and started playing games on the phone, he remembered the situation from the very beginning of this story, when he said that he was engaged in battle for the last time, and his watching friend told him that he had already said this many times.
After the memories, he wondered why he was surrounded only by such strange people. He further thought that this was similar to his destiny. Next, he asked the lizard if he was here to beat him. Next, he asked the lizard if he was going to just stand there. The girl said he replied that that was exactly the case, and that he would just stand there. Ma Song asked what he should do then, since this is the first time he has seen someone like this. Then he thought that he would just eat the capsule and deal with it, and putting his hand in his pocket, he thought that he needed something moderately tough. But he didn't find any capsules on him, and wondered if he had really left them at home. Then Malona saw that there was an alarm signal on the bracelet, and thought that she had just taken a shower, and was about to sit down and watch a drama while she was in a good mood. But then this emergency call was at the wrong time. She thought that she could get some rest while Ma Sun was at school, but she was in no condition to just ignore the alarm and do nothing about it.
She further thought that she had stopped at the most interesting place, and had been waiting for the opportunity of the next episode for so long that she could not miss it. She also thought that if she didn't watch it now, she would have to pay to watch it.
She also thought that when she got paid, the first thing she would do was buy a phone, so she could watch anything even when she was going somewhere. After some time, having dressed in uniform, she still headed to the headquarters.
On the way to headquarters, she wondered if she would be given lunch if she came. She further wondered if she was told to buy her own food. What would she do in that case, since she had no money for lunch at all? She further noticed that she was being followed even though she was invisible. Then she thought that most likely she was just screwing herself up, and therefore she just needed to hurry up, because this could just be a coincidence.
Malona also thought that they stopped when she passed by, and when she ran, they ran too. One of the watchers asked the other if he was hungry, and the other replied that he was very hungry. Malona thought that she had a bad feeling, and therefore decided to turn into the alley, because in her opinion, they should not follow her into the alley either. But they followed, and when she saw it, she thought that it was not a premonition. One of her pursuers asked why she shouldn't give up, since their sense of smell and hearing would render her invisibility magic useless. Malona replied that people from the same world should not harm each other.
Malona also asked if they knew about this. One of the pursuers replied that she was very cruel and asked whether it would be better if people from the same world helped each other. Malona replied that she didn't seem to need help.
The pursuer said that they needed help and asked if she would go with them voluntarily or if he should force her. Malona replied that she didn't like either option and told them to taste the magic missiles and fuck off.
Next, she thought that after magical projectiles, she should use flight magic. The pursuer asked why she was going to fly away from them, and then said that since she had decided so, it was useless. He further said that she shouldn't have turned into such a narrow alley and flew away, because they can also fly and do it even many times better than her, and that now she can't escape from them. Malona thought it was worth watching the drama at home after all. At the headquarters, meanwhile, Ram attacked Karakla. She told him that it would be fatal even if it stuck a little, even for her. Ram said that he would cut it in half. Soso told him that she was actually here too and that he needed to look around. Ha Young crawled up to Soso and said that they would only be in the way if they stayed here and suggested crawling into the basement. Rospel asked if he could help with anything. Karakla said that he had his own task and needed to hurry up and complete it.
Karakla asked if she should counterattack, and if she didn't do it correctly, then everything would be useless. But when she tried to attack, she thought that Ram was very strong because she even stopped feeling her hand. Ram said that it was terrible and asked Karakla what she expected with such a level of skill. Karakla replied that she couldn't see him because of the shield and asked Ram what he was up to. Then she felt a shock wave under her feet.
Next, Ram told Karakla not to move so that he could carefully cut her in half. Karakla said it looked like she couldn't escape it, but Karakla was lucky because she was able to catch and hold the weapon.
Ram went on to say that he wondered how long she would last like this. Karakla said that this was too much and she could not compete with him in physical strength. At some point, Ram still managed to hit Karakla.
Karakla said that it seemed to her that even sparks fell from her eyes. Ram said that she was stronger than she seemed and asked her to surrender now if she did not want to remain crippled, because he wanted to cut off only a part but had already changed his mind.
Karakla stood up and told Ram that she was amused and asked that instead of hiding behind a shield and hunting for small prey, try to fight with someone much stronger. Then a creature appeared in the headquarters. This creature asked Ram how long ago he met someone who does not try to control his powers, but simply destroys everything in his path. Ram said that he forgot that she can sometimes turn into a lycanthrope. Karakla said that she also sometimes forgets about this. Ram said that he was having a little fun earlier, but now that he sees this form of her, he is delighted. Ram further said that although he is now an ordinary civil servant, this reminds him of the times when he went on a rampage and hunted for all sorts of trash on the continent. Karakla replied that she was very similar to him. Ram further wanted to have fun. Next, Lowen asked the head of the department if she needed to go upstairs, because it seemed to him that her subordinates were now having a difficult time. She replied that someone would still come down for him, so it was better for her to wait near him. Lowen also asked her if she really didn't care about the fate of her subordinates. She replied that defeating them was not as easy as he thought. Lowen said that he was very sorry, because it seems that this time he has no chance, and therefore he will continue to wait. The head of the department said that it seemed that he did not quite understand what his situation was now. Lowen said his colleague had already come to pick him up from here. The head of the department was surprised by the portal inside the security zone.
She said it wasn't possible. Lowen answered her that for his comrade it was possible on their side. She asked him to stay and said that she would not let him leave. But it turned out that the portal only led to another part beyond the cell. And the head of the department, entering the cage and running after Lowen, found herself locked in the cage, and Lowen found herself in the place where she had been before, and calmly talked to him, not suspecting anything of what could happen.
While free, Lowen told the prisoner head of the department that he shouldn't have come so close, addressing her as a mentor sister. He also added that the plans included a unilateral massacre, but everything became more complicated. Warlock Rospel told her that when the deed was completed, he hoped she would appreciate the results. She asked Lowen if he had been counting on Rospel all this time. Lowen asked if that wasn't impressive because it was unexpected. Rospel said that there is nothing more pleasant than the surprised face of a person who unexpectedly finds himself in an unpleasant situation. Lowen added that it would be great if the organization's members did not hide anything from each other. Lowen went on to say that Caracals seemed to be having a lot of fun and asked Rospel if they should go upstairs now. Rospel replied that this was not worth doing for now.
He also said that 2 rats escaped through an underground passage and he would go take care of them for now. Lohan agreed with his plan. Lowen then told the head of the department that he also needed to go.
He said that he plans to slightly reduce the number of its employees. She asked him to stop, but of course he didn't listen to her. Watching Ma Sun run out onto the roof and jump off it, the girl wondered what he was doing, telling them to wait a little before doing so. The lizard said something to the girl, and the girl answered him that she understood that he was bored, but he needed to be patient a little. Next, she asked the lizard what else they could do with their task.
The girl further said that Ma Song caught Lowen, and therefore she wanted to find out what was so special about him that made him able to do this. But she came to the conclusion that there seems to be nothing like that in Ma Sun.
Ma Song ran to them and said that he was ready and they could start. The girl said she hoped they would actually start. Ma Song asked if he told him to hit him. The girl asked Ma Song how he understood this.
Ma Song asked if he should tell her. He went on to say that it was written on his face. Further, having prepared the blow, he said that he would put so much force into this blow that it would be worth the time of their long wait and told him to receive it. When struck, he asked the lizard how he liked the blow. Meanwhile, I thought that this blow contained the power of 3 falls from a height, and that this should be quite enough. But he noticed that the lizard didn't feel anything at all. Next, Ma Sun thought that he could not calculate the damage, but there was clearly more damage here than after the blows of the captain or that narrow-eyed bat. The girl asked if that was all, and translated the words of the lizard, who asked what next.
The girl then asked if they needed to wait again. Ma Song asked if they would wait. The girl replied that they had time left. Ma Song said that he had had enough and asked what their purpose was. Next, Ma Sun asked that if the lizard was able to repel the attack, then is it not his turn to hit now? Because if he has already received a blow, he must hit back. After all, this is not some kind of game. The girl asked if he really thought that way.
The lizard hit him so hard that he flew far away. The girl translated his words that he said that he had made his move, and that now it was Ma Sung's turn again. Ma Song said that he already approximately understood this without her. Next, Ma Song thought that it was just a click, and the damage was the same as what he had done to him before. He further wondered in his mind whether it would be futile to attack him again with the same force.
He also mentally wondered how he could strengthen his attack so as to inflict significant damage on him, because it was clear from his muzzle that no provocation would affect him, and he also thought that the expression on his muzzle was easy to understand.
Next, the girl heard that Ma Sun was approaching her and asked what he needed and whether he was going to take out his anger on her. Ma Song asked if they were stalling for time. He also said that he doesn't know why they need this and doesn't understand the point of keeping him. The girl replied that she was not obliged to answer him. After these words, Ma Song snatched and broke her phone. The girl asked why he did this, because she still needs to pay off the loan for this phone for a long time. Ma Song told her that she pisses him off because she makes others fight while she plays games on her phone, and he also said that he always hated people like her. The girl said that even her patience has a limit and struck.
The girl also asked if he thought that they were here watching all his antics, simply because they had a lot of free time. Ma Song saw something in her mouth and wondered what it was.
As it turned out later, this is a fire breath, and she used it on Ma Song. The lizard stopped her. The girl told the lizard that she knew that she should not interfere, but she had no choice, because he pissed her off. Ma Song said that he took her out just like that, just in case, and he also said that it turned out a little hotter than he thought, after which he thanked her for the fire, because he received it in full.
The girl was very surprised that Ma Song was completely fine after her fiery breath and said that this couldn't be true. Ma Song said that he would like to ask to use it on him again, but for a start, this will be enough.
Next, Ma Song asked if he remembered correctly that it was his turn. After that, he said that they should try it, and launched a fiery breath at the lizard. Next, the story moves to Malona with her pursuers.
One of Malona's enemies asked Malona whether she would go with them in a good way, or if she still wanted to do it in a bad way. Malona asked why they were trying to take her somewhere. She wants to find out the reason from her words. She was told that they did not know.
One of them went on to say that they were just following the boss's orders, and if she didn't decide quickly, his partner would most likely tear off or eat his arm or leg. Malona asked what was wrong with all of them and why they all wanted to harm her.
His partner said that he wouldn't eat it because the restaurant nearby served pyohajangguk on Mondays, so he was going to eat it. The first enemy said that if this was true, then they should hurry up.
My partner said it had a lot of meat and was also cheap and good value for money. Malona asked where the restaurant was. He replied that it was not far, and it was located on the back side of the neighboring house. A girl approached them and said that the restaurant had recently changed the cook and changed the amount of meat, and the taste was no longer the same as before. Malona remembered that this was Ma Sun's mother, who did not leave as she promised yesterday. Next, Malona thought that it would be better if Ma Sung's mom didn't get involved and just left and decided to become invisible again, so that she wouldn't see her. Malona's enemy thought that if the person interfered, there would be trouble. Next, he asked Ma Sung's mom who she was. She told him that this had nothing to do with him and that it was better for them to go on with their business. He told her that he was just chatting with his friend and asked her not to interfere. Ma Sung's mom said that this concerns her. She further said that Malona is her son's girlfriend. Malona mentally wondered if she really saw her then, because she shouldn't know what she looked like since she was invisible.
Malona's enemy asked Malona if she had any acquaintances among the locals, because it seemed like Ma Sung's mother was not going to back down. Meanwhile, he thought that now it would be difficult to get rid of this lady, because the boss ordered only Malona to be brought.
He then asked Ma Sung's mom, why don't she come and pick her up herself? He also said that it would not be good if she asked someone for help or reported to the police. Next, he wondered whether she was going to run away or not.
She answered him that it seemed that she had no other choice, and unfortunately, she was forced to do this, because there are people here who simply need to straighten their brains, and picking up a mop, began to walk toward them in the alley.
She further told Malona to stand still while she taught these guys a lesson and saved her. Lowen's servant thanked Ma Sun's mother for walking into the trap on her own, and now she could not escape. Ma Sung's mom approached Malona, who became visible, and asked if they had time to wound her, and asked them if they wanted to take her hostage. One replied that they were not doing anything like that, and the other decided to attack. Ma Sung's mom said that the alley was quite narrow, and it would be difficult to avoid. The enemy said it was too late to regret. Ma Sung's mother said that this had nothing to do with her, and after that she began to fight with them.
After the victory, Ma Sung's mother approached Malona and asked her name. Malona replied. Ma Sung's mom said that she has a beautiful name, and her face is also cute. She also praised her food as delicious, just the way she likes it.
She went on to say that she really liked the very evenly folded things. Malona thought about how she noticed all this and how hard it was to pretend that it wasn't true. Meanwhile, Malona's enemies woke up. One of them asked what this disgusting smell was. Ma Sung's mom replied that he seemed right, and it looked like the mop was used to clean the toilets. Another told her that he would kill her. He further said that it looked like she was not an ordinary inhabitant of this world, and asked if she thought that having learned a couple of self-defense techniques, she could run into someone like them, and said that he would chew her limbs well. Ma Sun's mother, seeing the lycanthrope, said that she had not seen such a person for a long time, and that this was not surprising, and given how obsessed he was with bones, she concluded that wolves and dogs were really good.
Then she repelled all the attacks, and said that if he did not understand, then they were in a losing position, and there could only be one direction of attack, so it was simply impossible to miss.
She also said that this kind of attack is their limit in these conditions, and they will not be able to defeat her in such a tight space. In response, he told her that he would stop beating him with this mop, because he had already gotten enough. Seeing that the lycanthrope was not going to get out of the way, she asked him how long he would remain stubborn, because she seemed to tell him to get out of the way and whether he needed to repeat it twice. He whined a little and flew away.
Next, Ma Sung's mother told them after them that they did the right thing by getting out of the way, because that's how good boys should behave. After that, she and Malona left the alley. Malona, meanwhile, mentally wondered who she was.
She also thought that it seemed like Ma Sun's mom knew a lot about the other world, and it seemed like she could now guess why Ma Sun was not an ordinary person. After exiting the alley, they saw no one else. Ma Sung's mom told Malona she could go. She also said that she would like to see her off, but she has other things to do. Malona thanked her for her help. When saying goodbye, Ma Sung's mother told Malona that what had just happened must be hidden from Ma Sung. She asked her to keep it a secret from him. Malona agreed to fulfill her request and went. Ma Sung's mother thought that she would like her daughter to be at least a little like her. And suddenly those enemies with whom she fought called her, and one of them said that he had something that he forgot to tell her. They told her that if she wanted to eat Pyohai Jangguk, she should go to the Kamjathan restaurant across the street. They also said that it's 1,000 won more expensive, but they vouch for the taste. At the headquarters, meanwhile, Caracal was tearing the tower shield into pieces, as if it were a piece of paper, and Ram was surprised that she had such nails. Caracal also said that some piece of tin would not stop her. Ram said that if so, then the best defense is attack, and he began to attack. Caracal said that he had gone seriously wild, and that the fame of the king of the Ironstone mercenaries turned out to be more than just rumors. Ram asked her where she got this information from. Caracal replied that this no longer matters, because it seems to her that he is no longer as good as before, because leaving the battlefield to live in this calm world is not good. But despite all this, in her opinion, he is still full of energy, and he surpasses her in strength, even when she is in wolf form. Ram replied that most likely she was just a weakling pretending to be strong. At that moment, Lowen appeared and asked if he could help. Caracal replied that they were not finished yet, so he needed to wait a little. Ram was surprised when he saw Lowen, not expecting to see him free at that moment. Ram asked Lowen how he got out of the cage, because the head of the department remained with him. Lowen asked if he wanted to ask her this directly, if he was so interested in it, or if this was not possible now, because they were separated forever. Caracal told Lowen that he should not interfere in their battle, because she wanted to fight him alone. Lowen said that they had already taken too much time, and if they delayed even a little longer, they would be driven into a corner. Lowen further told Caracal that it was her fault that she had not yet dealt with Ram. Ram meanwhile wondered if something had happened to the head of the department. He also thought that it was difficult to fight with Karaklar alone, but there is nothing new in the fact that Lowen was also added. In his opinion, it is similar to the times when he was constantly on the battlefield. Lowen asked Karakla if their enemy was preparing with all his might while they were just chatting. Karakla replied that it was certainly not her fault. After that, they all began to fight together. Lowen decided to help anyway in order to finish it faster. Lowen, having discovered that Ram had strengthened his body with steel, realized that it would be difficult for them to cope with him in such a state. Ram asked Lowen if he was giving him a massage and agreed with him that it would be really hard. Ram said that all their attacks do is tickle him and that he likes the massager better than their attacks. Caracal realized that even her claws were not bringing any results and wondered whether Ram's body was stronger than armor. Caracal was very sorry after her attack because she broke all her claws. Ram once again repeated that all their attacks were useless. Ram told attacker Lowen that he was aiming and striking fairly accurately, but that was also useless. Ram also asked Lowen if he thought that hitting vital points would change anything, because he felt like a mosquito. Lowen asked Ram if he was sure he knew his intentions. He also thought that they were calling him names again. Lowen thought that first it was called a slant-eyed bat, and now it was called a mosquito. He also thought that it was hard to keep up with his speed, even with such armor. After that, he said that he could not do anything. Lowen also said that he did not want to resort to this, but he would have to use his abilities. Caracal asked what she should do in this case, and whether he wanted her to join him. Ram said that a quarrel between colleagues does not lead to anything good, and asked how they then plan to attack in a coordinated manner, if they cannot agree among themselves what to do and how to attack. Lohan told Ram that he had no idea, but at that moment, Ram Ha-young clung to Ram's neck and asked to save him. Ram asked Ha-young what he was doing and asked him not to disturb him and leave. Ha-young said he doesn't want to. Next, Ram's iron body disappeared, and Ha-young said that the muscles at vital points were not so strong. Lowen said that this is not surprising, since Ha-young voluntarily joined their clan. Ha-young asked for forgiveness and said that there were no hard feelings,
because a small force majeure just happened, and he simply becomes different under the control of the master. He went on to say that he was usually so weak, and he didn't like it very much.
Meanwhile, Ma Song said that he felt strange and that his mouth felt like he had eaten something spicy. The girl asked how he used the same breath as hers.
Then, seeing the wings, Ma Song asked if they had really blocked it, because it was not as scorching as it looked. Even he said that Mr. Lizard's hand smells very tasty, and it looks like chicken. Ma Song then asked whether such a burn was really just a trifle or not. The girl replied that he was almost right. Ma Song said that if so, then now it was their turn, and that before that, the attack was not bad, and asked if there was something stronger.
Further, Ma Song said that they can change, namely, if he struck, then he took the blow. He also said that they must follow the rules and asked if they really had nothing else in stock and that this was all they were capable of.
Lizard Zack wanted to hit Ma-san on the head, but the girl stopped him and told him not to let himself be fooled by him. Ma Song wondered how the girl stopped Zack with one hand. How is this even possible?
The girl told Zack that if he hit, Ma Song would play with him as he pleased. Ma Song thought that even if his click was powerful, then how strong his blow should be. This was very interesting to him.
Next, the girl asked Ma-san who he was and how he copied magic and where he got the ability to use all the attacks inflicted on him. Ma Song replied that he did not want to tell her about it.
Ma Song realized that the girl had already guessed everything, even though he was trying to play the fool. He went on to say that she was much stronger than Zack and asked if she wanted to continue. The girl asked what time it was.
Ma Song promised to look, but said that it seemed to him that it was already past noon and asked why she was asking. The girl said that then they would end it there, because enough time had passed, and she and Zack left after that.
Ma Song followed them and asked if they really wanted to end it suddenly, because now it was their turn, and they had to return to him all the damage that he had caused them before. The girl asked what he was trying to achieve.
She also said that initially they didn't know what to do with him. They were just trying to keep him in one place, and they achieved their goal, so there is nothing more for them to do here. She also asked if he wanted to defeat them, and if this was his goal.
She also asked if he had to run errands. Ma Song replied that that was exactly the case, and that he had received an emergency call, which is why he was in a hurry. But he did not quickly get to where he was called because of them, and asked to be released as soon as possible. The girl extended her hand, and said that she agreed to let him out. Ma Song asked if he needed to shake her hand, and why he needed to do it now. The girl asked if he was unhappy with something, or if they would hang around in the security zone.
After these words, he shook her hand, and noticed that the safety zone was disappearing. He was very surprised by this. The girl said that they needed to leave before no one noticed them. Ma Song asked if they would really just leave.
The girl replied that he shouldn't irritate her further, and that he should leave as soon as possible, because she was very angry right now, but was trying her best to restrain herself. Ma Song thought that he was somehow uncomfortable, and it seemed really better not to disturb her. Next, Ma Song thought that, as she said, he needed to run, but at the same time, he looked and realized that his school uniform had turned into something very bad, in which it was no longer worth going to school. Then he ran after the car.
He shouted a request to the girl that she compensate the full cost of his clothes, or at least pay him to repair this one. He further wondered if she deliberately intimidated him in order to escape, since school uniforms are expensive.
Next, Ma Song thought that he shouldn't come to the office dressed like this, and so he decided to go home first to change clothes, despite what Malona told him. But at some point, he remembered that she put clothes for him with myself. Meanwhile, Chuyul hurried to the headquarters, thinking at the same time that he was somehow uneasy, and that while he was getting there was no connection at all with the headquarters. Having reached the place and entering the headquarters, Chuyul saw Captain Ram not in very good condition. Chuyul asked Captain Ram what happened at headquarters, and why he looked so bad. Then he saw Miranuni and the rest of the Sunbeam. Captain Ram said that the story of what happened during his absence would take a long time to explain.
Captain Ram further said that first he wants to sleep, and after waking up, he will definitely tell about everything. Chuyul wondered if Captain Ram had been attacked, and who, exactly, if indeed someone had attacked. Next, he tried to find Soso and Ha Young. Chuyul called them without detecting them visually. Soso came out and asked if the attackers had left. Chu Yul, without answering this, asked her if she was okay. Soso continued to ask if he saw anyone in this place at the moment. Chu Yul asked who she was talking about, and what actually happened at the headquarters. Soso replied that they were performers from the Wanderers Association. Chu Yul didn't understand what she was talking about. Soso said everyone tried to stop them, but it didn't seem to be enough. Chu Yul asked Soso if they tried to free Loen. Soso answered negatively. Meanwhile, Soso remembered Karakla, who said that she came to have fun and promised to destroy everyone who was in the headquarters. Soso went on to say that she thinks that there is more to it than that, and that she would almost be the same if it weren't for Ha Young. Chu Yul asked Soso what Ha Young did that saved her from very possible death or injury. The story then moves forward to the moment when Soso and Ha Young were found, and Loen and his performers found them. He clearly smelled the rats and led the performers straight to the room where Ha Young and Soso were hiding there. Rospel told Loen if he smelled it because the team had poor hygiene or if he was talking about lab rats. Loen replied to Rospel that he himself said that 2 rats escaped. Rospel asked when he said that. Loen replied to Rospel that he did not want to talk about it now, because this had already happened many times. Soso, who was meanwhile under the table in the dark, asked Ha Young if they were talking about them, and if they had really been discovered. Ha Young did not answer her question, and asked her to come up with an 8-digit combination consisting of numbers and English letters. Soso asked why this was. Ha Young asked her to just quickly come up with a password and not tell it to him, and let him enter it. Soso agreed to the condition, and entered her invented password on the screen. Meanwhile, Loen asked if they would come out voluntarily, or if he should approach them. Ha Young replied that he noticed them right away, and asked if it was thanks to his sense of smell or hearing. Ha Young further said that he was really interested in this, because it was such a convenient and useful ability. Loen asked what he was trying to say. Ha Young answered Loen that he himself understood perfectly well what he was asking him about. Next, Ha Young told Loen that he also wanted to become part of the clan, and very convincingly asked him to bite him as gently as possible so that it wouldn't hurt. Loen asked Ha Young why he should do this at all, and what it would give him as a result. Rospel said that it seemed to him that this would not be so bad, because if you think about it, it would be good to have at least one assistant who knows the work of the team from the inside, and since the doctor did it voluntarily, then there should be no problems. Loen went on to say that in that case, he could offer a deal that would involve them turning a blind eye to his colleague, who was hiding behind him, protected by a mini security zone, with the ability to shut down from the inside. Loen further told Rospel that his ability allows him to penetrate the security zone and take Soso. Rospel asked if it would be better to leave at least one survivor safe and sound. Lohan completely agreed with him. Loen approached Ha Young and asked him if he was sure he wouldn't regret it. Ha Young said that he definitely won't regret it, because this is how he can get closer to the life he's been dreaming about for quite a long time. Loen told Ha Young that he was asking for his forgiveness, because this would be a little different from what he imagined about this life, after which he bit him and turned him into the same vampire as himself. After hearing the whole story told to him by Soso, Chu Yul said that he realized that Ha Young was trying to protect her. Soso said there may have been a little sincerity in it. Chu Yul asked where the department head was. Soso answered Chu Yul to this question that she had not seen her since she and the captain left to interrogate Loen. Then, after this answer, Chu Yul headed to the basement, because according to his assumption, if the head of the department is not upstairs, then she is there. Entering the basement and seeing the head of the department inside the cage where Loen had previously been, Chu Yul asked her why she was there instead of Loen. He went on to say that either way, he was glad she was okay. The head of the department asked Chu Yul what the current situation is and how many survivors they have after all the events that happened. Chu Yul told her everything that he managed to see and learn from Soso as soon as he arrived at the headquarters. The head of the department said that everything was fine and that she did not blame him for anything. Next, she asked first to get her out of the cage. Chu Yul agreed and decided to ask Ha Young for the password, but a little later, he realized that he could free her without him. And he understood this because the access code for the head of the department was already there, which he asked her for.
She called the code 1234 ABCD. Chu Yul told her that she shouldn't use combinations that were so obvious that they could be easily tweaked.
Chu Yul further said that if someone starts something evil, it will play a cruel joke. But before he could enter the access code, he noticed something upstairs. The head of the department asked Chu Yul what he was doing and why he didn't release her. Seeing that he began to leave, she told him that he should not be so reckless because it was already too late. Chu Yul answered her that everything was possible if he hurried, and he also said that judging by the tracks, the enemies left here not so long ago. Approaching and finding a container of darkness with a book of vice, Chu Yul asked the department head if she had notified the central department that they had found it. She told him that he was not ready for this yet, because the book would eventually take over his soul. Chu Yul answered her that he knows this, because that is why this book is sealed. After that, he took this book with his hand and said that he had no other choice, because he did not want to again just helplessly watch the suffering of his colleagues. The department head told Chu Yul that what happened to Hansu was not his fault, and what happened now also did not apply to him. Chu Yul said that it is not too late to change everything and put the book back in its place. Chu Yul further said that regardless of the cause of the events, he does not want to feel the same helplessness again due to the inability to do anything. The head of the department told him that this was an order, and he needed to stop. Chu Yul went on to say that he set a timer that would disable the security zone so she could leave. She told him that he shouldn't do anything he might regret. Chu Yul did not want to listen to her and turned off the sound so as not to hear her. After Soso saw Chu Yul coming out of the basement, she asked him where the head of the department was and whether she was in the basement. Chu Yul replied to Soso that the department head was safe and that she needed to take care of some things before she would leave. Chu Yul further asked Soso if she had contacted other branches. Soso replied that she sent a request for reinforcements, but it appears that it was cancelled, as the response was an error message, which made her very annoyed. Chu Yul said that you need to be prepared for anything and began to leave the headquarters. Soso asked him where he was going at the moment. Chu Yul answered Soso that he would be back soon and said, turning over the pages of the book, that probably one of them would be suitable. Chu Yul told Soso that if he forgot them, then she should have taken care of it. Soso asked if she did all this on purpose in his opinion, and said that she did not accuse him of anything, but he didn't say anything more to her. Then Melona and Mason ran up to the headquarters, and when they saw Chu Yul come out, Melona asked him what happened. Masong said that he left school early and asked if this was a violation of the contract. Chu Yul told them to ask Soso. Next, Chu Yul used magic to make black wings of darkness appear on him. Melona, seeing them, asked Chu Yul what kind of wings they were. Masong asked what it was and could he really use this type of magic as well. Chu Yul replied that he could feel this magic, but if he continued to use it with this level of mana, it would reflect badly on him. After this, Chu Yul flew upward at a very high speed. Ma Song said it was incredible. Ma Song further wondered if he could absorb something like that to also fly. But realizing that no one would give him any answer to this question, he and Melona went to the headquarters to ask Soso about the events that had occurred. Seeing Melona and Chu Yul, Soso said that they had finally arrived, because she had sent them an alarm signal quite a long time ago. Melona told her in response that something happened to her right in the middle of the road here, and that's why she was delayed. Soso further said that it was probably even better that they were late for such a large amount of time. Melona further asked Soso what happened to everyone lying there. Masong said that Chu Yul clearly could not have done anything like that. Masong also asked if all those lying in the middle of the headquarters were dead. Soso told Ma-sun that none of them died, but they were quite seriously injured. Melona, seeing that Ram was still breathing, used healing magic on him. Soso asked Melona if this was healing magic. Melona said that just like Soso said, the wounds are indeed quite serious, so it will be quite difficult to heal them completely. Melona went on to say that she thought she might be able to prevent further complications and alleviate some of their pain. Ma Song, meanwhile, decided to tell him why he stayed for quite a long time and did not come earlier. Ma Song said that some very strange guys were playing for time and trying to delay him longer so that he could not come to the headquarters.
He further asked if anyone had come at that time to rescue the narrow-eyed bat. Milona asked Soso what about the others, and if there were any other wounded besides those she saw who could be healed. Soso replied that Ha Young was taken away, and the department head was downstairs. Hearing this, Milona and Ma Sun went to the basement. Entering the basement and seeing the head of the department in a cage, Milona asked her why she was inside. Ma Sung asked why she kept opening her mouth silently and not saying anything. The head of the department asked if there were any other participants. Next, the department head told Malone and Ma Sung that the two of them had their first task, the essence of which was that they needed to catch up with Chu Yul and stop him. Ma Sung meanwhile told her that he didn't know what she was saying. Ma Sung went on to say that it seemed to him that he now understood how that narrow-eyed bat felt and thought that it was annoying. Milona, meanwhile, said that she had brought Soso, who could clearly help them. Soso, seeing the head of the department, asked her why she was locked in silent mode and decided to look on her tablet to see what could be done about it. She also remembered that Ha Young asked her to change the password. But seeing the password entry field, Soso said that she forgot it, which she then entered when Ha Young asked her to do so. Ma Song asked Soso if he understood correctly that she forgot the password that could rescue the department head. Suddenly, at that moment, the cage opened on its own, and the head of the department asked where Chu Yul had gone. Soso replied that he looked like he had some business to attend to. Milona replied that he simply spread his wings and flew away. Ma Song said that he couldn't believe that he was hiding such an ability. The head of the department said they had to stop him. Soso said they didn't have the right agents to do it, and that she had requested reinforcements, but they had cancelled them. Ma Sung asked the department head if he understood correctly that she was asking them to catch up with Chu Yul. Milona asked how they could catch up with him, considering that Chu Yul flew away as easily as birds fly. The head of the department replied that it doesn't matter how they do it, but if they cope with it, then she will hire them full-time and also guarantee 150% of their salary. Hearing this, Ma Song told Malone to go with him. The head of the department said after them that before they left, she wanted to give them something. Ma Song asked the head of the department what exactly she wanted to give her, and how exactly it would help them in finding and stopping Chu Yul. Chu Yul, meanwhile, realized that this was simply amazing, and that there was even more in the book than he could have imagined, and he also thought that he was not sure that he could handle it. Flying up to the enemies, he realized that he was approaching them, and he was surprised that they stopped. Seeing their number, he thought that there were more of them, and therefore it was better to approach them slowly, rather than go straight ahead. Meanwhile, Rospel was carrying Caracal, who had been transformed into a lycanthrope, in the car, and stopping at some place. Rospel told Caracal that they were there, and that they needed to get off right here. Caracal completely agreed with him without objection. While in the back of the car, Ha Young asked if they would just jump out. Caracal asked him, already in flight, what he was doing, because he needed to jump. Ha Young said that he was afraid because he might get hurt. Lowen told Ha Young that thanks to his new physical condition, he was no longer in danger of serious injury, and that although he was not used to it yet, he could be trusted. Ha Young asked Lowen while driving away what he was saying. Lowen, seeing that Ha Young was not even going to jump, said his opinion that he really is weak and slow. Caracal asked Lowen if she should catch up with the cargo truck and bring Ha Young here since she could easily do it. Lowen answered Caracal that this should not be done, because Ha Young's mind is connected to his mind, and that is why Ha Young himself will find them later, no matter where they are. Next, Lowen asked Caracal if she was going to continue to remain in wolf form. Lowen also told Caracal that in this form she stands out very much. Caracal told Lowen that if she turns back, she will have to walk barefoot. She also said that she would hide in the grass, so there was no need to worry about her. Then Caracal lay down in the middle of the grass and said that she would sleep before anyone came, because the air outside the city was quite fresh. But at some point she heard the smell and thought that she had recently encountered it somewhere. This smell made Caracal stand up and look for the source of the smell. Lowen said he thought it was his imagination, but it looked like someone was actually following them. Caracal asked Lowen who could be pursuing them and whether it was true.
Lowen replied that they were being pursued by team agent Chu Yul, nicknamed Super Rookie himself. Caracal asked if he was so fearless that he decided to pursue them alone, and after a while they saw him.
Caracal turned to Chu Yul and said that she did not know how he even had the courage to pursue them alone, but she promised to make him regret it. Lowen began to stop Caracal. Caracal asked Lowen not to interfere with her, because she was never able to deal with them all earlier, so she really wants to correct this situation. Lowen wondered why Chu Yul would pursue them without hiding at all.
Rospel said that he bets everything on Chu Yul. Lowen asked Rospel what he meant. Rospel replied that Chu Yul could not come to them just like that, and that in any case, he must have some kind of trump card up his sleeve for this.
Lowen said that Chu Yul would not fight with him, but with Caracal, and that there was no point in this. Rospel said betting on a less likely winner is more fun. Lowen told Rospel that he didn't like his bad habits. Meanwhile, Chu Yul was getting closer and closer. Caracal asked him if he followed them in the hope of profiting from something, and if he had already checked his colleagues, and if he knew who did all this, what happened to them.
Caracal then said that it was her, despite the fact that she was a little interrupted, and that was all she had time to do. Chu Yul answered Caracal that he did not ask her anything. Caracal, surprised, asked if this was true, because she thought otherwise.
Next, Caracal told Chu Yul that although he is trying to pretend that everything is fine, in fact, everything is boiling inside him, and asked if this is true. Then she said, without waiting for an answer, not to worry, because she could handle him too. Chu Yul told Caracal to try it. Caracal said that he can say whatever he wants, but in her opinion he cannot cope with her, because she will not even play with him, but will simply kill him right away.
Next, Chu Yul activated a small security zone. Lowen, seeing the safety zone, asked why it was so small that no one else got there except Caracal. After all, it's more interesting to watch what's happening inside the security zone. Rospel replied that perhaps Chu Yul did not want their intervention so that he would not have to fight with everyone at the same time, or there was something that he wanted to carefully hide from them.
Meanwhile, Caracal asked Chu Yul what he was doing. Chu Yul answered her that she had most likely seen this before. Hearing the smell, Caracal thought that it smelled like something very dangerous. Caracal went on to say that she had no idea what was wrong with him, and asked if he would continue to just stand there and watch. Chu Yul replied that everything that she did to the Sunbainim and to Captain Ram, he would do to her. Caracal thought that Chu Yul was very strong. She further said that they had talked enough, and it was time to get down to business, and decided to attack first. Meanwhile, Chu Yul activated the coming of the demonic deity of the Dark Lord.
Lowen then ordered Rospel to pull Caracals out of the security zone as quickly as possible. Rospel said that in this case the fight would not be fair, because not even a minute had passed since the start, and in his opinion, you need to wait a little.
Next, Rospel asked Lowen if he really thought that he was ready to lose, because he had bet on Chu Yul and was waiting for him to win. Lowen said that he was ready to lose to him in order for him to get Caracal out of there as quickly as possible.
Further, Rospel told Lowen that since he said so, then let him not deny his words later. But before Rospel had time to use his ability, the safety zone disappeared, and Lowen turned to Caracal, hoping that she was still alive. Chu Yul, meanwhile, thought that he had just begun, and his whole body already hurt, as if it were being torn apart, and as if every cell of the body was being destroyed one by one. But at the same time, he was very glad that with one finally it's over already. Rospel was also happy that he won and told Lowen about it. Lowen, meanwhile, asked if it really mattered that much. Chu Yul, meanwhile, thought that there were 2 more left, and in any case he had to grit his teeth and endure. Chu Yul also thought that he must also defeat them, even if the body then falls to pieces. Lowen asked Chu Yul what this was all about, because he had never seen such abilities in him before, and asked if he was really hiding them. Rospel told Lowen that he had some ideas. Lowen asked Rospel what his guesses were, but Rospel didn't have time to say anything when suddenly Ha Young came to them and asked how long they had been waiting for him. Next, Ha Young told Lowen that everything was exactly as he said, and there really weren't any serious injuries from the jump, and although it looked a little unpleasant, it still cost him without any bad consequences. Next, seeing Chu Yul, Ha Young told him that he expected that he would also be here, and that his appearance would be the same as he saw him, and in general, everything was exactly as he thought. And after that, he wondered the question is whether he said this before or not. Rospel told Ha Young that he didn't remember it. Ha Young further said that he had already talked about how Chu Yul would try one remedy if suddenly one of his colleagues was very seriously injured or killed, and that this thing was a book of vice.
Lowen asked if this meant what they were talking about. Ha Young replied that it was true. Chu Yul asked Ha Young what he was up to. Ha Young replied to Chu Yul that he knows quite a lot about him and can tell a lot about him. Ha Young further told Chu Yul that if one of his colleagues gets injured, he always blames himself for his incompetence and acts as if he is so important that no one will ever cope without him.
Ha Young also told Chu Yul that he came this far because he always felt that he had to do something, and now as a result, in the end, his prediction that he decided to use such a method turned out to be correct. Rospel told Lowen that he was scared. Lowen said that since the limits of this ability were not indicated, he had better stop holding back, and after that, he revealed his abilities. Chu Yul told Lowen that he was late. Lowen asked Chu Yul if he told him this, because he doesn't know such a word. Chu Yul, meanwhile, wondered if this was an illusion, because he definitely hurt Lowen. Upon impact, Lowen told Chu Yul that he was impressed by the power of his attack, which could cut through his body. Lowen then asked Chu Yul what about his speed and defense. They had also improved. At some point, Chu Yul realized that Lowen seemed to split into two. Lowen meanwhile said that this is not all, and he can attack even better. Ha Young, watching the battle, said that he was very surprised by Lowen's ability, and that he had never heard of such a thing. He further asked if he could also master this ability. Rospel answered him that, unfortunately, he would not be able to do this. After the attacks were completed, Lowen asked Chu Yul if he had encountered this before, because, in a sense, it even came naturally to him. He also said that the revelation of the ability lies in the manifestation of the desire to destroy the enemy. Lowen also said that no one has seen this ability, so little is known about it, and this ability is called the conning version of Lowenheim. And then Chu Yul realized that this was not an illusion, and that Lowen really had several bodies. Chu Yul also thought that all these Lowen bodies were real, and they could all attack. Meanwhile, Rospel told Ha Young that this ability can be obtained with a low probability under certain conditions when moving between worlds. Then Lowen realized that this was incredible, because Chu Yul did not even feel the blow, and that with such an attack, it would be difficult to inflict any damage. Chu Yul said that he had never heard of the ability, and hoped that everyone would agree with his decision. Chu Yul further said that he is not going to leave any of them alive. Ha Young told Chu Yul that it was a waste of pages, and asked him to stop before he used them all. Chu Yul said that he would chop them all up. Lowen, seeing the weapon appearing in the hands of Chu Yul, said that everything was clear to him, and asked if they could no longer hide their weapons in this case. Lowen then activated the Phantom Sword, and began attacking Chu Yul with it. Rospel asked Ha Young if he wanted to place a bet. Ha Young didn't quite understand what Rospel said. And at that moment, a truck drove up to the battle site, and Lowen said that it was a quiet road, and that he was annoyed by the truck that suddenly appeared. After seeing a truck that should not have been on that road at that moment, Lowen said that this would complicate their battle, and asked if any measures should be taken to eliminate this misunderstanding that had arisen. The truck driver, meanwhile, got scared when he saw people on the road, and tried in any way to ask them to get off the road. Chu Yul, meanwhile, became even more angry, because there was a threat to a civilian, and then he would definitely be guilty. Next, the story moves to Malona, with Ma Sun. Ma Song went upstairs from the basement, and Malona asked him what was wrong with him, and why his new clothes were already ruined. Ma Song told her that this is a very long story that takes a long time to tell. Then Soso asked what had happened, because he was supposed to receive something from the head of the department. Ma Song replied about this that he had received everything he needed, and now he could go with Malona to look for Chu Yul. Soso asked Malona and Ma Sun if they knew the laws. Malona replied that they knew, and after that they left the headquarters. Ma Song said that they need to hurry, because they must settle everything as soon as possible, and asked Malona if she knew where to go. Malona replied that she knows, because all the team's agents have trackers, and that is why it is not difficult to track the location of any of them. Melona also said that Chuyul stopped and hasn't moved for some time.
Melona further said that the distance is not that close and asked Ma Song how they would get there. And since she cannot use public transport, she offered a taxi. Ma Song asked approximately which direction they were going.
While Melona was deciding which direction they were about 10 kilometers away, Ma Sun was choosing which capsule to eat. Having never decided which capsule to eat, since they were the same, he chose one of them at random, without thinking about the properties. After eating the capsule, Ma Song realized that it felt like he had made the right choice. Melona asked Ma Sun why he ate the capsule, because at the moment he had no one to fight with. Next, he took her in his arms and chose one of the sides. Melona asked Chuyul what he was doing, and said that there was no need to grab her like that. But before she could finish speaking, they were already flying. Melona then asked if this was a flight. Ma Song replied that this is not a flight, but just a jump. Ma Song went on to say that it was a little higher than he had planned, and that the fall would take some time. While they were taking off, Melona screamed that she was scared to fly, and when they fell, she also screamed that they were falling and that she was scared. Landing on the roof of one of the houses, Ma Sun said that it was good that there were no people in this place at this moment and asked how long they still had to get there. Melona pointed in the direction and said that they were still less than 9 kilometers away.
Meanwhile, the same girl was standing in a traffic jam with Zack, who was surprised that in this place where she was standing at this time, there was such a traffic jam and said so. She wondered if it was because of the accident.
She further said that she could have found a workaround with the phone, but Ma Song decided to break it, and therefore she now cannot find a workaround since she does not have another phone. She also thought that it would be easier to get there on foot instead of by car, but they can't do that because of Zack. Next, the girl angrily asked Zack why he was so noticeable. Zack replied that he was sorry. The girl answered Zack that if he was so sorry, then next time he needed to be born as a creature of a different race. At that moment, Ma Sun landed on their car with Melona, and the girl realized at that moment that something had fallen. Ma Song, meanwhile, was surprised and said that this place was quite crowded. Melona told Ma Sun that he should jump again as soon as possible. Ma Song said that she should wait until he eats another capsule. Ma Song ate another capsule and asked Melona which direction they should jump in now. Melona showed him the direction, and he jumped with her in the indicated direction. Meanwhile, the girl in the car wondered what it was. She also had questions about what was there, and whether she understood correctly that there had just been a person on their roof. Zack told her that he heard a familiar voice. The girl asked him if he knew anyone local, but he did not answer right away. And then the story moves to Caracal.
Meanwhile, Caracal woke up in wolf form and wondered if she had really passed out and what had happened. A little later, she remembered the evil Chuyul and wondered why there was no one at the moment, and where did everyone go? Then she wondered where Loan and Rospel were and why she was alone in this place. She even thought that for some unknown reason, they decided to leave her. But at that moment, Ma Sun landed not far from her with Melona. Ma Song asked Melona if they really needed to land in this place, because he didn't see anyone around them. Melona said that Chuyul is somewhere in this place. Ma Song asked if she was looking there, and if she even knew how to use it. Melona asked Ma Sung what he meant. Meanwhile, Charicles approached them and asked what they were doing in this place. Melona asked if it was another werewolf. Caracal asked her in response what she did with those they sent. Caracal went on to say that those guys could have messed it up, but she also didn't understand what happened with Zack and Galix's mission. Caracal did not understand why Ma Sun and Melona were in this place, and she was very interested in finding out the answers.
Ma Song asked Melona if all these questions were for them. Melona asked if these questions were just thoughts out loud. Next, Ma Sun, after discussing everything that was happening with Melona, decided to turn to Caracal and talk to her again. Ma Song told Caracal that it looks like she has a lot of questions, and they need to ask her a few too. Next, Ma Song asked Caracal if an intelligent-looking guy with glasses happened to run near her, because he was interested in it.
Ma Song then said that they could exchange information that they know and asked if there was anything wrong with that. Caracal asked in response why many of the agents she met got on her nerves all day long.
Caracal further said that she couldn't do this anymore, and after that, she revealed her abilities. Malona didn't understand any of this. Ma Song told Malona that it looked like someone other than him managed to tire her out that day. After fully unleashing her abilities, Caracal activated the ability to transform into her Fenrir form, causing her to grow significantly and increase in size. Malona began to run away, and Ma Song remained to watch what would happen next.
Seeing the size of Karakla, Ma Song told Malona that she was even larger than the stone giant they had encountered before. Karakli told them that her plan now was that she would just take out all her anger on them. Until that moment, Ma Song had not seen that Malona had run away, so he turned to her and told her to move back. Malona was already far enough away at that moment and asked what he told her. Seeing Malona already far away from himself, he was glad. Next, Ma Song turned to Caracal and said that she can start because he has already absorbed enough today and therefore he is full, but since she is offering more, he has no reason to refuse. Caracal asked Ma Song what kind of nonsense he was talking about. Without waiting for an answer, Caracal decided to step on Ma Song with her big paw. But after the attack, Caracal felt a very strange sensation. After that, she was thrown away from Ma Song so that she did not understand anything at all how this happened.
Ma Song further told her that it was somehow too easy. He also said that she somehow weighs a bit too little for her size. Caracal said that this is not normal and asked Ma Song how he pulled it off, being so small against her. Ma Song then said that he changed his mind, because originally he was really going to gradually eat and use the energy of the capsules, because overeating is harmful to health, but now he wants to quickly end it and continue the conversation.
Malona asked why he was eating them again, because he said he was full. Ma Song told Malona that even if he gave all these capsules to her, she still wouldn't be able to use them, so she should stop stopping him.
Further, after consuming the capsules, he said that for the first time, he ate as many as 2 at a time. He went on to say that it was a little unpleasant. Meanwhile, Caracal did not understand him and asked what kind of nonsense he was doing and who he took her for.
Ma Song replied that judging by her appearance, he took her for a mongrel. He also mentally wondered if it was possible to use 2 abilities at once and decided to check it out, because in his opinion, he still had nothing to lose. After his thoughts, Ma Song used a jackhammer along with a meteor strike and used all this on Caracal, who was very surprised by everything that happened to her, not only during the battle with Ma Song, but also with Chu Yul. Malona, watching the event, said that this was incredible and asked Ma Song if he had finally gotten used to using his abilities. She was interested in what he received from the head of the department, and she saw it. Malona then asked Ma Song if the department head beat him to a pulp, causing him to receive several attacks from her. Ma Song replied that something like that, and I thought that it wasn't quite as she thought. And after that, Ma Song remembered that at some point, the head of the department did not stop, and that he asked her to stop, because in his opinion, that was enough for him. She answered him that he needed to be patient a little longer.
He further told her then that he couldn't even remember how many times he received from her. She replied that he could take as many abilities as he needed and then use them. Ma Song asked her to finish listening to him.
He further said that he was completely confused because he had taken it from her so many times that he had no idea what his abilities were now, and that he could not use what, when, and how he wanted.
Next, Ma Song told the head of the department that he could only put in the capsules those abilities that he remembered. She asked if it was he who had been trying to tell her all this for quite a long time throughout the battle.
She went on to say that she now realized that it didn't matter how many interesting toys were packed inside the gift, because he still wouldn't be able to take out what he wanted and play with it. Ma Song said that the explanation is a little strange, but it is also correct. Further, the head of the department said that it turns out that this is all like throwing pearls before swine and is generally useless. Next, the head of the department said that they were running out of time, and that's why she wanted to give him a few more gifts and told him to remember them well. Ma Song thought it smelled like something dangerous. This is where the story of gaining abilities ended and moved again to the battle with Karakla. He said that he prepared very hard, but he never had the opportunity to use everything he had. Caracal told him that if it weren't for her Fenrir form, his attacks could be very effective, but against such a body they are useless. Ma Song said that he is very surprised how strong the guys he meets today are.
Ma Song further said that although the situation is a little different from the previous one, there are a lot of attacks that he can absorb. He will be sorry if it quickly fizzles out. Caracal told Ma Sun that he actually managed to pull off one of the attacks successfully, but her patience had come to an end. Ma Song replied that since they are now on the same level, then from now on everything will be much more serious. Next, Ma Song thought that the strength of the attack was not a problem, but if Caracal hit him, he would be thrown back quite far. Malona, who was overseeing Carakla's preparations, said the road was reduced to a pile of rubble. Malona went on to say that it had already become too noticeable and could attract people's attention, and that is why she decided to use what Soso gave her, namely the safety zone. Seeing that the safety zone did not work, Malona got scared and began to wonder why this was so, what she did wrong, or this thing was broken. But later she remembered that she did everything as they explained to her. Caracal asked if she really didn't say that this was all useless and that it only annoyed her. Next, Caracal asked Ma Sun what the whole farce was all about, as if he was going to give out something really entertaining. Ma Song asked Caracal why she was still standing after his heavy attacks. Then he thought that it looked like this was not a pretense and that she really didn't care. Ma Song also asked Caracal what the problem was. Next, Ma Song thought that this time he used even more powerful attacks than in the battles with the Lich or the Bat. He also thought that he had absorbed quite a few attacks and used suitable ones, but it could still be due to her size. Ma Sun also realized that even if you smash a concrete wall with a blow, then on the scale of the entire building, it will be just a small hole, and that this is comparable to the same Karakla, which has such an extremely huge size. Caracal, meanwhile, realized that she has not felt her left hand since the very moment Ma Song hit it, and although she pretends that everything is normal, although in reality everything is very much not normal, because she cannot even move it. Caracal further thought that this injury was just a trifle, and there was nothing wrong with the fact that she could not use one of her hands, and said that she needed to attack, and after that she proceeded to attack Ma Sun with one hand. Malona, meanwhile, noticed and said that Caracal had dispersed again, and at this rate there would be nothing left of the road. Caracal told Ma Song that she had an incredibly strong desire to grind him into powder. Next, Malona thought that Caracal was attacking Ma Sun with great frenzy. But suddenly someone spoke to her through an earpiece, and it was Soso. Soso asked Malona what happened and if they found Chu Yul, which they should have done. Malona answered her by telling her the current situation. Soso did not believe that it was even possible for the security zone to not unfold, and that this definitely had nothing to do with service life. Next, she asked Malona who else was there. Malona replied that there was no one except her, Ma Sun and Caracal. Soso said that this means that a security zone has already been deployed nearby, and also told them to move a little away from this place. Malona was glad that she did everything right. Caracal thought that she had some very strange feeling, similar to as if she had simply dug up the earth, and at the same time there was no feeling that she had crushed Ma Sun, although she did exactly that and saw exactly that. Meanwhile, Ma Sun crawled out from under the rubble and asked Caracal if she had finished, and was this really all she was capable of. Caracal, seeing Ma Sun alive, said that this cannot be. And Ma Song said that the clothes, although new, were already ruined. Ma Song also asked if he would be deducted from his salary for damaged clothes. Caracal couldn't believe that someone the size of a mouse could survive this. Ma Song asked Caracal if he understood correctly that it was his turn. Next, Ma Song wondered if things would be different now. Caracal answered Ma Sun that it doesn't matter how many times he hits her, because the result will be the same, and that his stupid attacks don't work on her. Ma Song said that these were not his attacks, and that now he would hit her with her own weapon. Next, Ma Song asked Caracal why, given that she is so huge. After her attacks, there was not a single scratch left on his small body. Caracal replied that he was just lucky that she didn't hit him and that it was because he was too small. Ma Song said that she can make excuses as much as she wants, and in the meantime, he will happily listen to her. Next, Ma Song began to attack, and Caracal asked what it was, because this attack was not at all like any of his other attacks. Ma Song said that he had just begun, and that it was still too early to be surprised.
Then Caracal thought, and realized that this was her own attack coming from Ma-sun. She didn't understand how he was able to attack her with her own attack. Ma-song asked how she felt, and if she felt anything now.
Melona, observing that the attacks were now working, wondered if Caracle's abilities were much more useful than those he received from the head of the department. Then she thought that she would pass it on to her.
Ma-song told Caracal that simply using absorbed attacks is quite boring, and further asked if he should add something more interesting. He went on to say that it took a long time, but he chose something he could use. He also said that it was a little difficult to concentrate during the fight, but he managed and wondered if it felt like that when he used several abilities at the same time, and that it was no longer necessary.
Next, Melona noticed that Caracal was becoming many times larger. Caracal, having increased in size, told Ma-song that he would now meet his end. Ma-song also thought that she was growing up. Next, Ma-song thought that given its current size, the situation with ineffective attacks could repeat itself, and before it came to that, he decided to attack. But despite the fact that he was aiming for the head, he missed the head. This happened precisely because Caracle's growth changes very quickly upward. And then Ma-song thought that since everything had turned out this way, now there was no point in choosing attacks, and he decided to use them all together.
Ma-song used almost everything he had, and Caracal began to fall, and it just so happened that she began to fall towards where Melona was at that moment. She saw Caracle's fall and began to run away as far and as quickly as possible.
Next, Ma-song thought that it was like he heard Melona's voice during the fall of Caracla. Then he realized that it was not his imagination, because she was screaming that she was in great pain and asked to let her go. Ma-song asked what she was saying.
Melona told him that Caracal had grabbed her and that it was all because of him. Ma-song asked Melona why she was there at all, because now she was also a hostage and that she was nothing but problems. Melona said that it was not her fault and that she did not want to find herself in such a situation. Ma-song further thought that he didn't know what to do now, because he didn't even think that this could happen.
He also thought that if he attacked, he would put Melona in even greater danger than now. Next, Ma-song told Caracal to release the hostage so that they could resolve everything in a fair fight.
Ma-song also told Caracal that if she wanted it so much, he could beat her until she was satisfied. Melona asked Ma-sun if he really thought it would work since Caracal was an idiot, but Caracal let Melona go. Melona wondered why Caracal let her go so suddenly. Ma-song asked himself exactly the same question. Melona also saw that Caracal began to shrink and did not understand why she decided to shrink. Caracal shrunk to human size and turned into a human. And at that moment, Ma-song and Melona realized that judging by her clothes, this was her original form of the lycanthrope through whose body she fought with everyone. Melona said after that it looks like Caracal is passed out. Ma-song asked Melona if Caracal really grabbed and held her with all her strength while she was still conscious. He further said that now they cannot ask where Chu-yul is.
Melona replied to Ma-song that Chu-yul was somewhere nearby. Ma-song asked her how she knew this, because there was absolutely no one around. Melona replied that she tried to deploy a security zone, but it didn't work. Further, Melona said that it did not work for the reason that there is already a similar one nearby, and if her assumptions are correct, then this means that Chu-yul has deployed a security zone somewhere nearby and is now fighting there with other opponents.
Ma-song said that in this case they could only wait for the end of their battle, and asked how to pass this time. And at that moment Melona noticed and said that there were people not far from them, among whom could be Chu-yul.
30 minutes before Ma-son's battle with Caracla, the truck driver successfully passed Chu-yul and Loen fighting, and thought what it was, because someone suddenly appeared on the road, and it looked like he just fell asleep for a while and dreamed about it.
He couldn't believe that someone could jump out onto such a quiet road and decided to stop the truck and check if everything was okay. But after getting out of the car and not finding anyone anywhere, it all still seemed too strange to him.
Then the driver thought, had he really dreamed all this? And if it was true, then this was a great relief, and thought further that if he saw a place where he could sleep, he would sleep, because he felt as if he had been away for 10 years, slept. Chu-yul thought that it was very good that he managed to prevent casualties in the form of the truck driver, and that he should not use the same tactics that he used in the battle with Caraclay. Lowen thought that he was sorry that he had lost one of his allies. Lowen told Chuyul that he wanted to deal with him before he deployed the security zone. Chuyul told Lowen that the driver was just a civilian who had nothing to do with their battle, and he would not allow the number of unnecessary victims to increase. Lowen told Chuyul that this would not be amiss for him, because he had not drunk blood for a long time, so he just wanted to make up for lost time. But he suddenly interfered with this, and therefore he is now very angry with him. At that moment, Ha-young turned to Lowen and reminded him that he recently drank blood from him and asked if his blood was not enough for him. Lowen replied that during the transformation ritual, he only drinks a little blood. Lowen further told Ha-young that if he drank as much blood from him as he wanted, he would turn into a mummy, and also said that his words sounded too vulgar. Ha-young asked for forgiveness and said that he does not understand this topic yet.
Lowen further told Chuyul that as sad as it was, they needed to end this fight as soon as possible and find suitable prey nearby. Chuyul said that although the result will be different, they agree in their opinions.
Chuyul also said that he also does not want to drag out this fight. Further, he also thought that otherwise, he did not think that he would be able to maintain his sanity when going beyond the limits of his physical capabilities. Lowen said that then they could do it, and even though his speed had increased to his level, it was still not enough for him to dodge his attacks. Chuyul did not agree with him and asked who he was talking about. After his words, Chuyul attacked Lowen. Lowen, after Chuyul's attack, thought that he didn't even notice how Chuyul wounded him, and moreover, for some reason, his body turns into ashes because of this wound, and for him, it seemed like something new. At the same time, Chuyul thought that even with the wound, he was able to carry out a fatal attack, and wondered if this force was some kind of demonic. Next, he thought that although the speed was equal, he could not block all attacks. Lowen then asked Chuyul if this was selflessness, and told him that if he was fighting only one opponent, then using this attack would be reasonable, and asked how he was going to fight the remaining clones. Chuyul said that he did not have any injuries. Lowen asked if all the wounds had really healed, and if this was also some kind of demonic ability. Chuyul thought that he did not feel physical pain at all. He also thought that the more damage he received and the more often he healed, the more his mind became clouded, and the longer this battle dragged on, the less advantageous his position became. Next, Chuyul told Lowen that he had dealt with his clones, and now that they had returned to the beginning, all he could do was get rid of him. Lowen asked that since he thought so, maybe then he'd try to go back to the beginning and really do it again. Chuyul, seeing more clones that appeared, thought whether it was possible to create them endlessly. Lowen told him at that moment that it didn't matter how many times he tried to defeat him, because they could always go back to the very beginning. Lowen then asked Chuyul what would happen if he took damage before his previous wounds healed, since he can also be selfless. Chuyul saw what was happening and realized that Lowen was creating clones immediately after destroying the old ones. Chuyul also thought that he had to deal with them all at the same time, after which he took out his sword and began to carry it out. Lowen, seeing this, thought that it seemed to him as if Chuyul was alive and moving of his own free will. After defeating the clones, Chuyul told Lowen that he no longer had the numerical advantage. Lowen asked Chuyul if this made him feel better, since he was still alive. Ha-young, admiring what he saw, said that they were both incredible. Ha-yeon further said that both Chuyul Sunbai, who is becoming stronger and stronger, using unknown powers from the Book of Vice, and Lowen, who is not inferior to him, he both really likes them in the current situation. Rosbel said that it looks like Chuyul is actually quite strong, even if the group attack had no visible effect. Ha-young asked Rosbel if he had an ability that could match his powers. Rosbel told Ha-young that he didn't know. Next, Lowen asked Rosbel whether his participation in it would have determined the outcome of the battle. Rosbel replied that he could not join the battle. Lowen asked Rosbel why he said that. Rosbel replied to Lowen that he and Ha-young made a bet, and if he interfered in the battle, it would be a violation. Lowen asked Ha-young how he got involved in this. Ha-young replied to Lowen that Rosbel was able to convince him very well, and he agreed. Ha-young also told Lowen that naturally he thought that he would win this battle, and that he could not refuse the winning bet. Rosbel said that in addition, his abilities were not originally intended for combat. Rospel also told Lowen that he doesn't even have anything close to similar abilities, and that he belittles himself shows his modesty, but he really doesn't have any special abilities that could help in battle.
Lowen said that he understood, and that he would take care of everything himself. Ha Young wished Lowen good luck, and Rospel told Ha Young not to worry so much about Lowen. Lowen, after all this, told them to stop getting on his nerves now. Then, having fought a little and not seeing Lowen in front of him, Chu Yul thought that he had succeeded, and Lowen, meanwhile, found himself in another place, and said that what a pity it was, and that he could have succeeded if he had been faster. Next, Lowen asked Chu Yul if he really expected that if he destroyed all his clones with one blow and did not allow him to create new clones, then that would be the end of it all. Lowen also asked if he really thought it would be like this.
Chu Yul answered him that he was gradually getting used to such speed, so it was quite possible that soon everything would really end. He further thought that this was only possible if his mind could hold out until that moment. Lowen told Chu Yul that he was looking forward to this, and since he was slowly getting used to it, what would happen if he increased the number of his clones? He further asked if it would take more time to adapt as the number of clones increased. Lowen also asked Chu Yul if the only question was how long it would take. He also asked where the line between possible and impossible lies. Chu Yul, meanwhile, was wondering how Lowen created so many clones.
Next, he wondered whether it was even possible to create clones indefinitely. But then his thoughts were interrupted by Lowen with his army of clones, which numbered an incredibly large number of his clones, who could attack him from all sides. Lowen further said that he wants to try to find the line between the possible and the impossible, and that he wants to find out which of them will be stronger as a result. Chu Yul replied that this was absurd, and that in his opinion this was not possible. Lowen told Chu Yul that it was possible for him, and asked him what about him, and also asked how many opponents he could deal with at the same time, because the number of opponents he could defeat with one blow had increased.
Lowen also told Chu Yul that the level of his skill is indeed gradually increasing, but in his opinion he should try harder, because with such a speed of adaptation, the limits of his capabilities are quite obvious and predictable. Lowen also asked Chu Yul how about, along with the speed of destruction, also increasing the speed of creating clones, because then, and in this case, they will reach 0, and asked if he understood this correctly. Chu Yul thought that although his wounds were healing faster, his mind was being destroyed. Lowen told him that his injuries were healing faster. He noticed this, and asked what would happen if he took damage much more often than before. Next, Lowen asked Chu Yul what would happen to him if he tore off all his limbs, and at that moment, Chu Yul hid in a cocoon. Lowen asked if he had gone into defense mode, and if he was going to end this fight with them. Chu Yul thought that he had long gone beyond the limits, and past the point of no return, and so he decided to use the Book of Vice to take something else from there that would help him defeat Lowen and all his clones.
Ha Young said meanwhile that he thinks that Chu Yul is going to use the Book of Vice again, and they have to stop him. Rospel completely agreed with him and decided to really intervene despite the fact that he promised not to do so. Next, Rospel, using his ability, took the book and told Chu Yul that it seemed to him that he had already gone beyond what he could handle, and therefore he would confiscate the Book of Vice from him. Chu Yul resisted, but Rospel was able to take it. Ha Young told Rospel that he did a great job. Rospel said that Chu Yul resisted so much that he had difficulty succeeding. Then he felt demonic power from the book. Ha Young said that he did it, and he was great.
Lowen told Rospel that he himself had said that he would not interfere. Rospel told Lowen that as sad as it was, there was something more important than their bet, so he could not help but intervene. Ha Young was happy that he would now win.
Rospel went on to say that when he picked up the book, he felt something strange, and it looked like he had managed to tear a page out of the book. Chu Yul at that moment said that this was quite enough for him to defeat Lowen. Chu Yul further said that although he did not have time to choose something of his own choosing, he still snatched a good page, and with its help it would be much easier for him to defeat Lowen as a result.
Lowen asked Chu Yul what he had this time, and said that even if his abilities continued to improve, he then felt something interesting and inexplicable. At this moment, Ha Young's body began to move on its own. Ha Young noticed that he was also gradually being drawn inside. Rospel, meanwhile, said that he was a little nervous because this is gravitational magic, and if his guesses are correct, then Chuyul has used a page that opens a black hole. Lowen said that although staying on his feet is a little problematic, the force of gravity is not that great. But a little later, he thought that over time it was getting more and more addictive, and accordingly, he too could hardly resist. Chuyul told Lowen and his clones that he would shred them all. Lowen thought that the gravitational pull was only increasing. Chuyul also told Lowen that he can create as many clones as he wants, and he will cut them all.
Lowen wondered if all this really had no effect on Chuyul himself. Ha-young, meanwhile, holding onto the tree, said that it seemed to him that he was about to be dragged away and asked Rospel to do something about it. Rospel replied that he would gladly help him. Ha-young told Rospel that he could save himself and him using his opportunity and asked him to remember who he is. After all, he is one of the leaders of the Wanderers Association, just like Lone and the other two leaders. Seeing the portal, Ha-young asked if he was going to use the portal to move to a safe place. Rospel replied that he had not done this for 10 years. Ha-young told Rospel to be careful because it is quite dangerous. Next, Ha-young told Rospel that it was very good that he left the portal open. But a little later he said that it looked like some kind of joke. Lowen said that it was becoming more and more difficult to hold on, and that Chuyul was quickly destroying the clones. Lowen further thought that creating new clones was now pointless, since the number of clones was decreasing, and for him the situation was becoming more dangerous for him, and that he should fight while he still had clones.
Lowen further thought that if he put not only the force of gravitational attraction into the blow, but also the force of the jump, then he would put all his strength into pulverizing Chuyul with one blow. He also thought that he needed to wait for the right moment, and mingling with the crowd of his clones, who were being dragged away, attack and destroy Chuyul. But at that moment, Ha-young grabbed Lowen's neck and asked for his forgiveness. Lowen asked Ha-young what he was doing now, and couldn't he just not interfere with him? Ha-young told Lowen that he was not doing this on purpose, because he was holding on with all his might, but could not hold on. At this moment, Rospel gave him very good advice. Lowen asked Ha-young not to disturb him and stay away from him, and asked why he decided to bite him at such a moment. Ha-young said he was sorry and bit him. Lowen asked why he did this at that particular moment, because he did not understand it.
Lowen noticed that his strength was disappearing, and after that, he fell. Seeing this, Ha-young got scared and asked what he had done, because the master told him not to drink too much blood. Next, turning to Lowen, Ha-young asked whether he was now his master or not. Next, Ha-young asked Lowen if he had once done the same thing to escape from his master, because to break the connection between a master and a subordinate, a ritual must be performed.
He also asked Lowen to under no circumstances and never be offended by him, because he once did exactly the same thing, and he once told him this and he remembered it very well.
Next, Ha-young asked Rospel if he did everything as he told him. After all, he tried to do everything exactly this way and no other way.
Rospel said that was exactly so, and that he was great. He also said that he wasn't sure he could do it, but it seemed like it might help resolve the situation.
Ha-young asked Rospel if he was on the same side as Lowen, and why he advised him to do this. He further said that if he thinks like this, then he can already stand on his feet, and is no longer dragged in the same way as Lowen was before.
Rospel answered him that this is all for the reason that the power of the black hole is drying up, and regarding Agent Chuyul, from the moment his target switched off, his hostility began to fade away, and in addition, the safety zone also disappeared. Ha-young was overjoyed and started shouting that he was now free, and that he could now go back to his good old laboratory. At that moment, Malona and Ma Sun saw him. Malona called him. Ma Song asked him who won in the end. Ha-young turned to them and asked why they were in this place. Then, without waiting for an answer to his question, he said that it didn't matter how they ended up here. He said that they appeared in this place just in time.
Ha-young further said that only Rospel remained, because he from Chuyulom Sunbei worked together to deal with them all. Rospel asked Ha-young why he suddenly changed his attitude, because he gave him useful advice.
Next, Ma Song saw Chuyul, turned to him, and asked him what happened, where his glasses were, and whether he broke them. Malona turned to Chuyul and said that she knew that he was in this place and in no other. Next, Malona asked Ha-young if he was okay. Ma Song stopped her and said that they need to stand a little longer. He further asked Ha Young why they should believe him, since he heard that he was bitten by that lone mouse and that he also became a vampire. Ma Sung also asked Ha Young how they knew it wasn't a trap and said that any words he could say would sound unconvincing with all the blood smeared around his mouth. Ha Young replied that it was not like that and that it was a very long story.
Next, Ha Young asked Rospel to tell everything, and Rospel asked Ha Young if he thought he was too shameless. But then, he said that he realized that he could not be changed. He said that Ha Young, in collusion with him, had developed a plan.
Rospel said that the plan was to lull their guard and stab them in the back and asked Ma Sun and Malona to be careful. Ha Young said that this is too much. Rospel further said that he wanted to pick up his comrades and retreat.
Ha Young asked Rospel if he would pick him up. Rospel replied that these were his problems and they did not concern him. Rospel went on to say that it was up to him to decide whether to fry the traitor, fry him in oil, steam him, or eat him raw.
Ha Young asked Rospel what he was talking about because he won the bet and now he must explain everything to him. Rospel further replied to Ha Young that if he did not consider the advice of release from Master Lowen as a reward for winning the bet, then he was sorry. Having approached and taken Caracal, he saw that her condition was even worse than before, and that they were very scary, because he did not understand how it was possible to beat the wounded woman so severely that as a result, her condition became even much worse than it was. Malona told Rospel that everything was not as he thought, and when they arrived, she was completely fine. And then the battle happened primarily on her initiative, because she really wanted to fight with someone and ended up fighting with Ma Sun. Ma Song said that this is all completely unimportant, and after that, he asked how he could let him go so easily, considering that he comes to the headquarters and makes a mess there. He further said that he had to pay him before he left.
Rospel, meanwhile, wondered what kind of ill-mannered boy he was, and asked Ma Sun why he approached him with such claims, not knowing what he could do with him. Then he took it and sent it through a portal somewhere. Malona asked Rospel where he took Ma Sun. Rospel answered Malona that she would soon see Ma Sun, but for now he would just calmly leave. Ha Young asked him to clear up the misunderstanding first before leaving, but he left anyway.
Malona asked to return Ma Sun, but it was too late. She then asked what was going on here. Ha Young replied that he would explain everything to her in order. Malona told Ha Young not to approach her as she doesn't trust him.
Malona decided to ask Chu Yul about everything. Next, she turned to Chu Yul and asked him about what happened and whether Ha Young was telling the truth. Ha Young told Malona not to approach Chu Yul, who is in no condition to talk to her. Malona told Ha Young that it made him sound even more suspicious and looked like he would be in trouble if she talked to Chu Yul. Ha Young told Malona that everything is not like that at all, and it is quite dangerous for her. Malona turned to Chu Yul why he had been just standing there for quite a long time and not answering her. Chu Yul said something to Malone. She asked him to repeat, listening to him, what he said so quietly. He told her again to leave.
Malona heard Chu Yul tell her to run away quickly. She asked if she understood correctly that Ha Young was deceiving them, but something began to happen to Chu Yul. Ha Young took Malona in his arms and said that his speed is half that of Lowen. Malona asked Ha Young if Chu Yul had just attacked her, and he saved her from him. Ha Young replied that it turns out that everything is exactly like that. Having moved away to a safe distance, Ha Young threw Malona out of his arms.
Malona said that she now does not understand anything at all why Chu Yul attacked her, and why it was Ha Young, who was on the side of the enemy, who helped her. Ha Young said that first they need to pacify Chu Yul and talk later.
Next, Ha Young told Malona that Chu Yul's consciousness is destroyed and absorbed by the Book of Vice, and it seems to him that Chu Yul is now resisting with all his might, but first he needs to figure out how to do this without irritating him too much. Malona asked Ha Young how to do this. Ha Young said that the easiest way is to beat Chu Yul until he loses consciousness. Malona asked Ha Young if he could do it. Ha Young said of course not. Malona asked Ha Young if he offered to do it for her. Ma Song asked them to get out of the way. Landing next to Chu Yul, Ma Sung said that he landed safely this time and that he was doing better after his previous landings. Ma Sung asked Malona and Ha Young where that arrogant man in a cloak named Rospel went and what he did with him. Malona asked Ha Young what would happen if Chu Yul got angry. Ha-young replied that it's better not to even try. Ma-song further said that he suddenly found himself high in the sky. Chu-yul asked if he had spoken. Ma-song noticed him and asked why he was just standing there and where he lost his glasses. He also asked if he was standing because he couldn't see well. Next, Chu-yul said that he had to run while there was a chance and while he asked for it. After his words, he attacked Ma-song and said that he did not listen to him, and accordingly, now he will have specific problems because of this. Meanwhile, Galax was driving Zack further along the road after a traffic jam and asked him how one could immediately believe it, and why Ma-song appeared so unexpectedly on the roof. She went on to say that at first, she thought she hadn't heard correctly. And as for the reason, she said that there was too much noise around, and that's why she didn't hear. But suddenly, near the road, she saw Rospel and realized that the collection point was still quite far away, and she wondered why he was here. Stopping near Rospel, Galax asked Rospel if he had come to this place to meet them. Rospel replied that it was too long to explain. Next, Galax asked what happened to Karakla and Loen. Rospel told her that there were no serious injuries, but it was still better for them to return. Galax said that they had defeated 3 of the 4 leaders of the Wanderers Association, and that they would not get anywhere at this rate if they returned. Next, Galax asked who they were fighting with, and that it couldn't be that they had someone so talented on their team that they weren't even from the central department, but from somewhere in the outskirts. Rospel got into the car and said that he would explain everything on the way because their sponsor was already waiting for them, and besides, he was very hungry. Galax agreed and they went, because other than that, there was nothing much they could do. Next, Rospel asked Galax on the way if they could stop somewhere to eat. Galax asked Rospel if he was the one who said that they were late. Rospel said that he only wanted 1 plate of janchiguksu. Then Zack confronted him, but Galax asked Zack how many times she should repeat that he shouldn't go out, because he's too noticeable. But he was not particularly interested in this, and he constantly forgot about it. Further, in some already dark room, the partner came to Chu-yul and said that he couldn't do this anymore. Chu-yul asked for forgiveness and said that if he had been more careful, this would not have happened. Ma-song told him not to make him laugh. His partner told Chu-yul that it was only thanks to him that he lasted so long. Chu-yul replied that this was not so and that he should have dealt with the enemies faster and helped him. His partner told Chu-yul that he was a cocky asshole. Next, the partner asked Chu-yul, since he says so, having dealt with 10 of the enemies, then how will he look from the outside if he could not cope even with 4, 5? Next, he noticed that they were being chased, and Chu-yul told him to run. Chu-yul also said that he would buy them some time, and ordered his partner to stay away for now. The partner asked Chu-yul not to be stubborn and listen to him, but Chu-yul was not going to listen to him even after everything that had happened. Chu-yul, seeing the number of enemies watching them, thought it was surprising, but there weren't that many of them left, and if he got rid of a couple, there would be much less. But at that moment, his partner was attacked. The attacker told Chu-yul that he felt like he was a burden to him, so he decided to lighten his load a little. Chu-yul replied that he would not let him just leave. It turns out it was Chu-yul's memory of his partner's death. Meanwhile, Ma-song realized that this attack of Chu-yul was somehow heavy and significantly different from everything he had absorbed so far, and that it was even difficult to explain if he suddenly had to do it someday. Chu-yul told Ma-sung that he was strange, and that he couldn't believe he was okay after his attack. Ma-song said that it is quite difficult to explain. Next, he asked Chu-yul who he was, because he didn't look anything like the old Chu-yul. Ma-song even asked him if he was a demon who had entered Chu-yul's body. He did not answer this question clearly, and said that there are many words that can be used to describe him, but most often he is called the God of Demons. He further said that there are many people who crave his power, and he found an opportunity to answer this call, because it is not very often that he manages to breathe the air of another world. Ma-song went on to say that he understood, and that was enough for him. Ma-song also asked if he understood correctly that the time had come to return the favor, and had already prepared for this. Ha-young told Ma-sung not to do this, because although Chu-yul's consciousness is absorbed by the demon god, there is still his body. Ha-young also said that the damage may remain even after Chu-yul returns to his body. Ma-sung asked Ha-young if he was serious, and what he even suggested doing in this case.
But while he was saying this, God was already attacking him.